Chapter 500. Ka-cha-boom. A 50-meter-long green pterosaur beside him wailed. It lost its speed and crashed into the mast, smashing the deck and the side of the ship. Ah! Wood shards shot out like bullets, and the red seawater splashed everywhere. The pterosaur fell into the sea like a plane that had lost its speed. The dragon knight on it was pressed against the ship and rubbed against it. It was like a mosquito on a thigh that was suddenly slapped and rubbed. It became a pile of flesh and blood on the red dragon's back. The sea waves surged, and the deck of the ship split open, revealing the panicked but excited crossbowmen inside. They were the Wings of Liberty, dressed like mercenaries in all kinds of leather armor. Benny's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. In just a few breaths, he saw several pterosaurs fall. They were either hit in the eyes, neck, or other vital points, or their wings were torn apart. They were heavily injured and could no longer fly, so they fell down. He didn't even know how many of his companions were left, but he was sure that his old green dragon was about to die. Although after the mutation, he immediately flew higher, hoping to fly above his teammates and use their dragons as shields, there were too many arrows, and the distance was too close. The crossbow bolts could easily penetrate the double layer of flesh wings. The old green dragon he was sitting on was not seriously injured, but its flying wings were like a cicada's wings that had been burned. It was like a bedsheet that had been hung outside the house in the wind and rain. In the past 10 years, there were holes everywhere. The old green dragon was panting rapidly. It flapped its wings hard, trying to fly higher, but the surface area of its wings was reduced. Trap, this is a trap. The Spear Regiment betrayed us, Jack Rhea betrayed us. Benny roared in grief and anger. There's no time to care about this now. Go, leave this place quickly. This was Jenny's voice in Benny's mind. High Priestess. My lord, protect me. Benny seemed to have grabbed onto his last life-saving straw, and cried out eagerly and expectantly. You've already rushed out of the ambush. Head west immediately. There's no time to go back to Mataris. Go to Illyria 50 kilometers away. There's a garrison there, a Scorpion crossbow base, and the Grand Cathedral of Balerion. If the Black Dragon dares to follow, he'll never return. Jenny warned. Benny pushed his sweaty silver hair away and looked around. Only then did he realize that there was a vast expanse of blue in front of him. The sea was vast, and there was no more demonic rain of arrows below. Even he himself could not believe it. The green dragon had withstood the flying arrows like locusts and flew past the crossbow formation set up by more than 1,000 ships. But when he looked left and right, his heart sank. There were only 2 companions left beside him. The abdomen of the megalosaurus they were sitting on looked like moldy bread. Black hairs grew on it, and they were all arrows that pierced through the hard scales. They must have used their teammates as shields to avoid this fatal trap. Evil dragon, where do you think you're going? Boom! With a splash, the ferocious black dragon leaped out of the sea like a missile launched from a submarine. It chased after them at twice the speed of the old green dragon. Steve, Windrow, it's your turn to sacrifice yourselves for the revival of the Great Valeglia. Using Jenny's faith channel, Benny gave his 2 companions an order. No, I don't want to die. I'm Prince Keyless. I have thousands of acres of land and many beautiful concubines. I'm the richest in the world. I still have countless riches to enjoy. I know. No matter how Prince Keyless Windrow shouted, his mount changed direction in midair and fearlessly pounced on Blackie. No, Your Majesty Balerion, my value is greater than Benny's. I'm from the Keyless royal family. I have the wood throne in the Keyless palace. The platinum dragon flame gathered in Blackie's throat. Before it was spat out, the pressure wave that belonged to the gods made the souls of Windrow and the Megalosaurus tremble. At this point, Danny did not hold back anymore. She would not save the power of faith. She had already regarded the faith pool of the 7 gods as her own. She knew that power was hard to come by, so she was usually very frugal. With the blessing of the Great Guardian clergy, the blood-red dragon flame turned into platinum subdivine power, power level lower than a true god, higher than ordinary magic power. The power of the dragon flame now compared to before was like the difference between the magic of Naruto, Rasengan and ordinary Rasengan. The power had at least doubled. Damn it, divine power, this is divine power. Where did the black dragon get such strong power of faith? Feeling the terrifying power wave behind her, Jenny in Benny's sea of consciousness was shocked and angry. This change made her more afraid and fearful than the mother of dragons, and knowing in advance that the dragons were coming and reminding her to set up a trap. Although the pterosaurs were rare, as the ancestor of Valeglia, she was too familiar with their habits and gathering places. If she could find one nest, she could find another. As long as the bloodline of Valeglia was not cut off, she could have as many pterosaur knights as she wanted. But the black dragon had become a true demigod, with a stable source of power of faith, which meant that the other party was of the same level as her. If it was just an ordinary demigod, Jenny would not be afraid. But Blackie also cultivated the perfect inheritance of the great wizard. There was no doubt that he would not be invincible in the future. After all, the Dragon Queen did not receive the full set of inheritance and had internal techniques. At this time, Blackie was still 2 levels below Balerion. Prince Quill's Windrow shouted in horror, "No, Dragon Queen, Black Diamond, don't, we are acquaintances. Your mother even walked through my back door." Back then in Quills, Danny gave him 777 gold coins as a gift and asked him to put in a good word for her when she met the royal family. In the end, this guy took the money but did not do anything. Now, he even had the face to talk about old times with the Dragon Queen. But Prince Quills was smart enough. As he shouted, he unbuckled the leather buckle on the dragon's saddle. Before the dragon flame attacked, he flipped his body and smashed into the deep blue sea, creating a bright white splash. Then, it was a 50-meter-long pterosaur versus a 30-meter-long black dragon. Boom! Before the collision, the platinum dragon flame covered the pterosaur's head, like a welding torch spraying aluminum ingot. The azure dragon's fist-sized sky-blue eyeball immediately exploded into a ball of green-red juice in the dragon flame. Its tough dragon skin, which could withstand arrows, actually melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. The dragon's angular face dripped with juice, like a braised lion's head that had been simmering for 2 hours. Bang! The azure dragon's body tilted and fell diagonally downwards. Its wing bones touched Big Black's body, causing it to stagger. Big Black's body tilted, and its speed slowed down. Benny took the opportunity to distance himself. The azure dragon could not breathe fire, but its physical strength was stronger than Big Black's. It was overwhelmingly strong. Danny, in her dragon spirit form, instantly understood that she could not fight the pterosaurs head-on. "Steve, it's your turn," Benny ordered his last companion. Benny had let 2 of his companions attack together, but Steve's dragon was more seriously injured than his and Prince Quill's dragon. It was not fast enough, and it was not high enough. Its movements were very difficult, and it was 1 or 2 kilometers behind Windrow. Now, it was desperately trying to increase its altitude. Otherwise, it would not be able to be cannon fodder. Big Black would fly over its head. "Don't give up on me, Great High Priestess Jenny. My surname is also Belarus. You are the main family, and I am the branch family of Mill. We are of the same family, and our blood relationship is closer than that 2-headed monster Benny. Let him fill in the hole, save me." Steve wailed. "Idiot, you are a branch family of Belarus, how can you be more honorable than me, a direct descendant of Miracis?" Benny sneered in his heart, but in his mind he was urgently shouting, "High Priestess Jenny, the black dragon is fast. It will catch up with me in 20 minutes, but it won't reach Illyria in 20 minutes. If it does, I will blow the dragon slayer's horn, but it may not work. If it doesn't work, you should face the sacrifice calmly," Jenny said calmly. "Benny, squeak!" Little Green wailed. Danny, who had been hiding in the basement of a bungalow at the docks, suddenly heard Little Green's dragon cry behind her. He was injured. Anxious, Danny activated the double dragon spirit and brought the second soul into Little White's body. Little White did not send any warning, so she did not use the dragon spirit with him. Little White was indeed not in danger. Since she knew that the opponent was going to ambush her, how could Danny not make preparations for Little White and Little Green's safety? There were thousands of ships at the harbor to set up traps to protect Big Black. There were also 100 Dragon Slayer crossbows around the Black Tower where Little Green was sleeping. There were also 100 Dragon Slayer crossbows and 500 ordinary crossbows hidden in the warehouse in the North City. Danny knew that the opponent's main target was her, and the secondary target was Big Black, so she hid and let the 3 dragons separate to disperse the opponent's forces. As for attracting all the dragons to the bay, that was not realistic. If too many pterosaurs gathered together, they would form overlapping spaces. For example, the Megalosaurus on the lower level would block all the arrows for the upper-level Megalosaurus. In fact, 20 pterosaurs were already overlapping. Otherwise, with thousands of crossbows shooting within 100 meters, how could 3 dragons escape? Little White and Little Green did not need to kill many enemies, as long as they could keep their lives, and at the same time, they would have completed their mission. The surveillance along the way made Danny understand that her dragon flew faster than the other party. There was only one thing that she miscalculated: the old pterosaur's skin was too hard, and the Dragon Slayer crossbows were not effective. She was tricked by the finale of Game of Power again. In the last episode of Game of Power, Yuluan's scorpion crossbow shot through Little Green's neck and head from hundreds of meters away. It was as easy as shooting a chicken with a normal crossbow. She had underestimated the power of the Dragon Slayer crossbow against the Megalosaurus. She had overestimated it. Of course, Danny had the Dragon Slayer crossbow, but she dared to experiment with her 3 dragons? Alright, Danny did not overestimate the scorpion crossbow. Little Green was still a 3-year-old dragon, so it was not strange for it to be shot through the head. However, the dragons led by Benny were all adult dragons. The biggest difference between pterosaurs and Megalosaurus was that pterosaurs had no magic power, while Megalosaurus had magic power. Their physical fitness and physical resistance were almost on the same level, except for demigods. Pterosaurs were to Megalosaurus what Baristan was to Danny. Danny knew magic, but old Bart did not. Danny's swordsmanship and physical strength were in the category of ordinary people, and so was old Bart. Therefore, Little Green was in for a tragedy. When the 5 pterosaurs rushed over, the hundreds of scorpion crossbows that were lying in ambush all hit their targets. However, the 5 pterosaurs were all injured but not killed. They blocked Greenie's escape route. Danny could not fight Greenie's dragon spirit. Greenie could only fight by instinct. At first, Little Green had the geographical advantage. It spat out a mouthful of dragon flame and killed an old pterosaur with little HP, and beat the other 2 to a pulp. The dragon knights on the opposite side were even more miserable. 4 of them were burned to death on the spot. But then, the pterosaurs also landed beside him, and Little Green had to engage in a cruel hand-to-hand battle with them on the Black Tower. Little Green's dragon flame kept burning the opponent's skin and flesh. The pterosaurs had low magic resistance, but they were strong, and their claws and teeth were sharp, scratching bloody marks on Little Green's body. Little Green was young, and its physical skills were not a match for the pterosaurs. In a moment, its scales were broken, its muscles were torn, its wings were broken, and it cried out in pain. Fortunately, there were 100 dragons slaying crossbows nearby, and Little Green was barely on par with the 2 pterosaurs. The problem was that the old dragons had a long HP bar, so even if they were on par, they were the ones who gained. Now, Little Green could not stand it anymore and began to call for help. He had not forgotten that he had 2 brothers and a mother. Chapter 501. At this time, Little White had already kite 5 pterosaurs with 7 or 8 arrows in their abdomens 15 kilometers to the east. Come back and save Little Green. Danny called Dahe. Give up chasing the old green dragon with Balerian's aura and come back to pick her up so they could save Little Green together. Dahe didn't turn back immediately. He still had an opponent to deal with, the gray-green pterosaur. Dahe was small but very fast. Before they collided, he suddenly jumped up and flew over Steve's pterosaur head. Bang! A black thunderbolt flashed across the sky. When Dahe flew over the pterosaur's head, he suddenly whipped his tail like a sharp axe and a bladed whip at the pterosaur's neck. At the same time, Dragon Knight Steve was split into two and the pterosaur's bones were broken. Then, Dahe easily circled behind the pterosaur that had fallen into the sea. His pale golden eyes flashed with bloodlust and he swooped down like a sharp arrow. Bang! He actually rode on the pterosaur's back and grabbed its two wing bones with his two claws. He opened his mouth and bit the pterosaur's neck crazily. Cracked scales and minced meat flew into the sea. Blood was like tap water that had been cut off. Hiss! Ow, ow, ow! The pterosaur screamed in pain but couldn't struggle. Dahe, don't! Danny was about to persuade it to leave it alive. Dahe's claws were full of power. Rip, like a child tearing a piece of hard leather paper, the pterosaur's wing that was bigger than Dahe's body was torn off by him. Trash, how dare you challenge me? Dahe had minced meat in his mouth and hot blood dripped from his lips. He roared ferociously and his voice spread everywhere. Danny gaped. She had not taught him to do it. She had not taught him to say it. What Dahe did now was all out of instinct. She felt the terrifying anger in his heart like a volcanic eruption. It was the anger of the mystic dragon after being insulted. You damn kid, hurry up and save third brother. Mother Dragon was stunned for a moment and immediately scolded him. Idiot, wastrel, is it cool to bite off a wing? Isn't it good to use it? You bit my dragon to death. A pterosaur is also a dragon. The hostility in Dahe's heart was like a pool of water that had been opened. It quickly poured out and spat out the minced meat in its mouth. It didn't eat raw meat, so it lowered its head and flew to the dock dejectedly. When Dahe passed by the tower on the city wall, Danny, who was waiting at the top of the tower, jumped down and landed on Dahe like a swallow. When he arrived at the black tower of the Valoris family, Xiaolu was being pressed to the ground by a grayish-white scaled pterosaur. Lil Green's dragon breath didn't stop, burning the other party's butt and wings. The two dragons rolled into a ball, their flesh and blood badly mangled. It was a complete mess. The other pterosaur was struck in the eye by an unsullied lying in ambush nearby. It was easy for the crossbow formation to kill the two pterosaurs. They were within the encirclement, but the unsullied were worried about accidentally injuring their allies, so they were very cautious. However, seeing that Little Green was at a disadvantage, they had no choice but to take a risk. Under the premise of avoiding Little Green's vital points, they attacked the pterosaur's vital points. Well, Little Green's flesh wings were also pierced a few times. Roar, submit! Dahe pounced forward, roared, and spat out dragon flames. This time, Danny was present. The dragon flames turned into a golden rope of light, accurately wrapping around the pterosaur's wings, legs, and neck, roasting it with a sizzling sound. Little Green was rescued and dragged its injured leg to the side. Submit, or die! Dahe roared again. The pterosaur was still struggling desperately. Seeing that its milky white eyes were turbid, Danny's heart stirred. Dahe cooperated with the second soul to launch a soul attack. Howl, the soul storm easily swept into the pterosaur's spiritual space. Roar, a mini red dragon came over, exuding an ancient aura and a trace of divine pressure. It let out a soul-shaking roar at Danny and Dahe. This is the dragon's soul in the dragon horn. No, it's just a spiritual imprint. The other party is also a demigod. Danny was surprised. How did the other party control the pterosaur with a spiritual imprint? With a thought, she opened her mouth wide and swooped over. Like an ordinary person eating a shrimp, she swallowed the mini red dragon opposite her in one bite. Well, in the spiritual sea, the volume was determined by the quality and quantity of the soul. The next moment, she and Dahe left the pterosaur's spiritual sea and returned to her own spiritual space. The mini red dragon's eyes lost their luster after being swallowed by her, as if a real dragon had turned into a toy dragon built with building blocks. Crack, crack, the building blocks fell off one by one, and the mini red dragon scattered into a pile of runes in Danny's spiritual sea. Valeglia's runes. Danny knew all of them, but she could only remember 1/3 of them. In reality, the pterosaur's eyes regained clarity, and it no longer struggled. It only crawled in front of Dahe and wailed. It was surrendering to Dahe, voluntarily surrendering. Danny was excited and urged, "Go to the south. My 5 pterosaurs want to escape." One day later, 1,500 ships raised their anchors and raised their sails. Like patterned blankets on the blue sea, they were slowly being dragged to the southeast by the gods. The ships carried food, iron, gold, cloth, and other valuables plundered from Tolos, 70,000 Tolos slaves, 45,000 sailors and sea merchants who served the alliance, and 20,000 mercenary captives. When the ships completely left, there were only 20,000 Veleglia's free citizens left in Tolos. The first phase of the plan against Tolos had never been to take over the city. Tolos was too close to Materis. It was only 200 kilometers away, and it was connected by the convenient Veleglia Avenue. If it was a fast horse, it would take half a day. If it was a pterosaur, it would only take an hour. However, Tolos was too far away from Danny's headquarters. It was 600 kilometers to Astapor, 700 kilometers to Kayuan, and 900 kilometers to Mirin. It was too difficult to provide support. Therefore, Tolos was never Danny's first choice for the final battle. The main goal of this battle was to find out the opponent's trump card, which had been completed. The secondary goal was to plunder the alliance's supplies, which had been perfectly achieved. Since both goals had been achieved, Danny had to leave. However, even though Tolos could not be taken over, the slaves in the city had to be liberated. This was Danny's responsibility as the shackle breaker, the Gmisha of the slaves. There were 2 types of captives, the dragon knights and the nobles of Tolos. Even her old friend, Prince Windrow, was not given any preferential treatment by Danny. She directly sent him to the hands of the Whip of Dugu and interrogated him for all information related to the pterosaurs and Materis. The centaur maid Jichi secretly told the Whip of Dugu that Windrow had taken 777 gold radiance coins from Calixi. Calixi was very unhappy. Then, the other type of captives were the mercenaries. Not a single one of them escaped, and all of them were sent away. Before the ransom was paid, before the war ended, they had to obediently farm in Slave Bay and work as coolies. It was the same for the sea merchants and sailors who served the alliance. 45,000 sailors and 1,300 ships were basically the main artery for the alliance army's hundreds of thousands of troops. The sailors who were slaves would regain their freedom and join Slave Bay. They would be given houses, land, and wives. The free sailors would become captives and be treated the same as the mercenaries. As for the merchants, let me go, I want to see the Dragon Queen. My father is Faust Doxim. The captives and plundered resources were all shipped to Astapor. The 10,000 soldiers of the Wings of Liberty and 2,000 Unsullied also left Tolos, but Danny remained in the city. Danny and a group of officials, 1,000 Unsullied and White Knight Garth's Second Fleet were temporarily stationed in Tolos. Big Crab's First Fleet went to the south, New Gith. The city lord's mansion was burned, and Danny temporarily stayed in a hotel by the docks. Unless your father is Targaryen. This was Tyrion's playful voice. Let him in. Danny left the map table and walked to the door to order the Unsullied. In the courtyard, a young man in a blue velvet sweater with a standing collar was struggling to be pressed to the ground by 2 Unsullied. The Wildfire General with a green helmet, green armor, and green cloak stood by the side with a smile. Your Majesty, is this kid really someone you know? The dwarf asked in surprise. My father is Faust Doxim. He has the supreme VIP card of Slave Bay and can request to see the Queen. The young man was still shouting. Danny immediately lost the mood to exchange pleasantries with the son of an old friend. She waved her hand in disdain and said, Forget it, get him out. I still have to eat lunch later. What's the use of the supreme VIP card? The dwarf walked to the door and asked curiously. It can exempt you from being a prisoner of war. Merchants who have this card, even if they serve the enemy of Slave Bay, can leave without charge after being caught by me. They can even get compensation. Of course, meeting the queen is also a privilege. Danny smiled. The fact that the young man could walk to the queen's courtyard meant that he had escaped punishment with his special identity. The other sea merchants were loading their ships and preparing to ship to Astapor. This is really... Tyrion's mouth twitched. You're really confident. You're not afraid that your goods will feed the enemy. He actually wanted to say, you're really a weirdo. You should be asking, what's the condition to get the Supreme VIP card? Danny smiled faintly. In this country where iron ore was scarce in Slave Bay, who did she rely on to forge 10,000 sets of fine steel armor, 20,000 iron plows, and 300,000 swords, including kitchen knives and hatchets, in just 2 years? The young man was struggling again. He struggled and refused to leave. He begged, Your Majesty, give me some time. I have something to say, something important. What do you want to say? Danny raised her hand and stopped the Unsullied's movements. Fat Faust's son didn't even bother to pat off the dust on his body as he jogged over with his messy hair and reported, Your Majesty, I've been requesting to see you since last night, but your Unsullied kept stopping me. I already told them that I have a Supreme VIP card. Your father has the card, not you. Let's get down to business. I'm very busy now. Dragon Queen said impatiently. Are you going to send the merchants to the labor camp to farm? He asked. Danny nodded. Your Majesty, I want to ask you for a favor. Can you let those merchants go? And those merchant ships, there are more than 1,000 of them. You have no use for them. Why don't you return them all? Little Doxum smiled fawningly. Do you have a big face? Danny said faintly. Little Doxum's thin face turned red. He said awkwardly, Your Majesty, the merchants are weak. They eat a lot but do little. It's better to exchange them for money. I guarantee in my father's name that the ransom will not be a single copper coin less. What will your father get? Danny asked curiously. Little Doxum rubbed his hands and said proudly and shyly, My father plans to run for the next senator. Most of those merchants are from Volantis. They have votes. Senator from Volantis? Danny had a strange expression. Fat Faust was born a slave. Yes. Then did your father join the Tiger Gang or the Elephant Gang? Danny asked again. The Tiger Gang. In recent years, the Tiger Gang has a strong attitude towards Slave Bay. It's easier for them to get votes. Little Doxum said seriously. Tyrion's mouth twitched. Danny thought for a while and nodded, that makes sense. I'll give your father face. Those merchants are free. When they reach Astapor, as long as the ransom is paid, they will be released along with the ships. Haha, thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. Ha ha ha, Little Doxum did not expect the Dragon Queen to be so reasonable. He was so excited that he could not control himself. After he left, Tyrion touched his chin and said thoughtfully, You're going to make a move on new guys next? What do you think I'm going to do? Danny smiled. Tyrion smiled proudly and said, After the merchants are free, they can only go to new guys. Just like how you hid the crossbows in the cabin to ambush Matari's pterosaur unit, you'll let a group of merchants leave one after another. When the guys' people let down their guard, you'll send a few transport ships over to take over New Guy's port. Good idea. Danny nodded with a strange expression. Right, I still don't understand. How did you know that Mataris has pterosaurs? Tyrion asked. Chapter 502. You knew when the pterosaurs would come, where they would come from, and even guessed their tactical arrangements like a mind reader. How did you do it? The little devil asked curiously. Why don't you ask me how I know every crossbow formation and every hidden guard in Tauros? Danny asked. For the past half a month, you've been riding a dragon to Tauros every day to gather information. Isn't that how you got it? But yesterday, when the pterosaurs attacked, the 3 dragons didn't leave Tauros, but you knew exactly when they would arrive, Tyrion said with certainty. I'll take you to see a few people. Danny greeted Miss Sand, Morono, and the other generals in the hall and announced the end of the meeting. She then took the little devil to a spacious room on the second floor. There were 3 beds placed side by side in the room. There were mats on the beds, and on them lay a fierce-looking middle-aged woman, a masked female mage, and a white-bearded old man. The 3 of them were pale, and their lips were dry and cracked. If it weren't for the hot environment of the bay and the lack of rotten smell, Tyrion would have thought they were dead. "Who are they?" he asked. "Shapeshifters." Tyrion was from the western region. Grandma rarely told stories about shapeshifters, so he was stunned for a while before he found the name and its meaning in the corner of his memory. "You must be joking. Are there really shapeshifters in this world?" He said so, but he couldn't smile. "After the first Allied fleet left, I sent Blackie to the East Sea to find 3 shapeshifters. The 3 of them found 3 petrels, 3 cats, a lobster, and an eagle as their animal companions. After seeing the efficiency of shapeshifters, Danny decided to let them join the regular army, so she didn't plan to hide their existence anymore. Shapeshifters can really turn into beasts like the legends say. That's not wrong. Their bodies don't change, but their souls do." Then, Danny told Tyrion about the abilities of shapeshifters. "Ah!" The dwarf was stunned for a moment before realization dawned on him. "I understand now. You never intended to cut off the communication between Tolos and Madharis. Setting the crow's nest on fire was just a smokescreen to make everyone think that you were trying to buy time to move the supplies out of the warehouse. If the higher-ups in Madharis knew about this, they wouldn't allow you to leave so easily. However, your main goal in attacking Toros was not to plunder resources but to test the Alliance's trump card. Since the trump card is not Toros, then you have to continue probing. Otherwise, you won't be able to achieve your strategic goal. So, even if I didn't let the young leader of the Long Spear Regiment go, you would have purposely leaked the news." At this point, Tyrion's expression was dejected, and he smiled bitterly. "To think that I was trying to be clever in front of you. You must be laughing at me, right?" "No, I admire you." Danny shook her head. "Do you appreciate my sympathy for a young man who has lost his father?" The dwarf mocked himself. "Can't I? In this world, it is rare to be able to sympathize with people who have nothing to do with you." Tyrion shook his head without saying anything. Danny skipped the topic and said, "I didn't have to purposely leak the news because this matter couldn't be hidden at all. Toros is the center of the Alliance's supplies. Every day, there will be food sent to Madharis, and every day, there will be mercenaries coming to Toros. The young leader of the Long Spear Regiment needs 3 days to walk to Madharis, but he will meet mercenaries or caravans coming to Toros in half a day at most." "I see." Tyrion was enlightened. After that, Morona's eagle sent the Black Cat from the Polo district to the outskirts of Madharis. The Black Cat found the Blowing Wind Regiment. "I think that since the Blowing Wind Regiment dared to bet on the Alliance, they must know the Alliance's trump card. Unfortunately, the Blowing Wind Regiment's camp was filled with small fries. The higher-ups who knew the secret lived in the city, but the Black Cat couldn't enter. Luckily, there was the eagle." At this point, Danny couldn't help but feel relieved. The ordinary soldiers and generals of the Alliance didn't know that Madharis had pterosaurs. For example, the mayor of Toros, Baylor, only knew that a month ago, Madharis sent a letter to recruit a group of nobles with the bloodline of the 14th Fire Peak family. However, Baylor didn't know that these people were going to Madharis to train the dragons. Unless they had the bloodline of the 14th Fire Peak family and were selected as Dragon Knights, the Alliance's big shots like War God Yuan Kai were also kept in the dark. Moreover, the training camp for the Dragon Knights wasn't in Madharis. It seemed to be on an island in the Sea of Sighs. Danny didn't dare to let Morona's eagle enter the land of long summer. Just like what Tyrion said, only the Megalosaurus could deal with the Megalosaurus. Danny guessed that the Alliance had dragons. Even if Lalo could really help them hatch dragons, they wouldn't be able to mature in a short period of time and become enemies with Danny. Then, Danny thought of the dragon worms. If Jenny could control the dragon worms, then could she control the pterosaurs? Everyone knew that Soros had pterosaurs. However, Soros was full of miasma and plagues. Ordinary people would die if they went there. Soros' rainforest was too vast, so it was difficult to find the place where pterosaurs lived. It was said that they lived in a swamp where no one could walk. However, Valeglia had Jenny. She would definitely know where the pterosaurs were. Danny had her doubts, so she arranged for the Black Cat to sneak into the mercenary camp outside Madharis. She arranged for the Eagle to patrol between Illyria and the Land of Long Summer, and arranged for the Petrel to guard Valeglia Avenue in the south of Madharis. Other than the Black Cat, the mercenaries also raised cats. The Eagle and Petrel didn't enter the cursed Land of Long Summer. After the cataclysm, the level of magic radiation was too high. There were no living birds there. Actually, there were ravens. It was too conspicuous for an eagle to enter rashly. Nevertheless, the birds managed to keep watch on the path from Madharis to Tolos. A group of pterosaurs covered the sky. It was difficult to not see them. Of course, Danny also considered the possibility that there were no surveillance cameras to attack the enemy. The Unsullied and Wings of Liberty, who were transporting supplies from the warehouse to the dock, were all mercenaries. They wore the t-shirts of the Long family army. The white dragon circling in the sky above North City and the black dragon above the dock were actually supervisors. The mercenaries didn't know that the Allies had pterosaurs, and they didn't know that the dragons would attack Tauros. They were very obedient under the surveillance of the Megalosaurus. The mercenaries in the West Camp were all residents of Tauros who had changed into prison uniforms. After the young captain of the Long Spear Regiment entered Madharis, Danny hid. Her civil and military officials who didn't need to command the battle also hid. This way, even if the enemy's air force suddenly attacked, it wouldn't cause much damage to her army. Why can't the Black Cat enter Madharis? Tyrion asked curiously. Danny pointed at the shapeshifters on the mat and said, "See? They can't withstand the dragon's horn. Entering the residence of a demigod is courting death." The shapeshifters' ability to steal information was very strong. Their animal companions were almost undetectable by ordinary people. Even most mages couldn't detect the shapeshifters' souls in the animals. But nothing was absolute. If a mage's mental power was strong enough and knew soul attack skills, not only could they sense the shapeshifters peeping through the animal skin, they could also damage the other party's soul from thousands of miles away. For example, the red-robed woman. Even the powerful, six-forms person Valamir couldn't hide in front of her. With a few hundred meters between them, she could beat him to a pulp with just a look. I also heard the horn. It's so scary. The little demon was frightened. Before yesterday, I never knew that magic could be so powerful. It was powerful enough to change the situation of the battlefield. Danny's eyes flashed and said lightly, "That horn is very unusual. It's most likely a dragon slayer, and it's driven by a demigod's divine power." In the end, they gave up chasing Benny's old green dragon because Little Green was in danger. But at that time, she wasn't on Blackie's back and was worried about Blackie facing Balerion alone. Why do we ordinary people only feel dizzy, but shapeshifters almost die tragically? Tyrion asked. I don't know. Danny shook her head. She had a guess. When the shapeshifters were attacked by the dragon horn, they subconsciously entered the state of sparrow spirit or cat spirit. As a result, after the soul left the body, there was no protection and they were directly exposed to the dragon's power. This was equivalent to the shapeshifters using their own souls to fight against the demigod dragon's soul. Wasn't it suicide? If they were like ordinary people and just held their heads and wailed, they probably wouldn't have been so miserable. Of course, at this time, the shapeshifters' souls were shattered and they were unconscious. Danny's guess couldn't be verified. General Wildfire looked at the shapeshifters on the bed and then looked at the hesitant Dragon Queen. He asked curiously, "You didn't call me up just to see the shapeshifters, right? Even your White Knight, Jorah Mormont, didn't come with me. What confidential matters do you have to tell me alone? So obvious?" Danny was a little embarrassed. Tyrion nodded and said, "It's obvious. You've never been so kind to me in the past, and you've never explained to me in such detail." Then, he put on a vigilant look and said firmly, "Your Majesty, I'll make it clear in advance. Helping you with wildfire is already the limit of my tolerance. I won't do any more dangerous missions. I'll resign. You think too much. What mission can be more dangerous than wildfire?" Dany's eyes flashed and she smiled. "I heard that Matterhorn is a city of monsters. There are many dwarves and two-headed monsters. Maybe you want me to be a spy and go to Matterhorn to find the location of the Alliance's dragon nest," General Wildfire said with a straight face. "Hee, don't underestimate yourself. You're quite famous in the Alliance now. That's why I said it's more dangerous than wildfire. Okay, let's stop talking nonsense. You know that I've captured 6 pterosaurs, right?" Dany stopped smiling and said seriously. "Of the 20 dragons that surrounded Blackie, 17 died in the trap except for Benny's old green dragon, while the other 2 were burned and bitten to death by Blackie. Little Green's wings were broken, and a few pieces of flesh were torn off its thighs. Deep wounds were all over its body. However, it was still a true dragon and was very fierce. The other 5 dragons were in a worse state. 4 of them died, and the last remaining pterosaur was frightened by Blackie. Little White was unscathed and completed the mission of restraining the enemy perfectly. When the 5 dragons realized that something was wrong and were about to escape, Dany had already rushed over on Blackie. Blackie was too fast, and the 5 dragons were ambushed before. Their wings were torn by the arrows, and their speed was reduced. The 5 pterosaurs didn't dare to fight and scattered. If it wasn't for Little White, 1 or 2 of them might have escaped. When Blackie got close to a pterosaur, Dany controlled the dragon flame to burn through the pterosaur's wings and make it lose its ability to fly. Then, when the 5 dragons landed, she used the true dragon roar with the black dragon spirit to break the control rune in the pterosaur's mind. At the same time, she learned the rune. In this way, she gained 6 pterosaurs. "You can control the pterosaurs?" Tyrion was surprised and expectant. "Yes." The principle of using the dragon's horn to control the pterosaurs was very simple. She only needed a dragon's soul that could frighten them. She used the spiritual power of the dragon's soul to draw the rune and imprint it in the pterosaur's spirit ocean. Dany once had the dragon binder, and compared it with the rune in the pterosaur's spirit ocean. She easily learned how to control the pterosaurs. However, she was the mother of dragons and had 5 true dragons to choose from. She didn't like the pterosaur that looked like a megalosaurus but only knew how to fight. "I need a pterosaur knight," Dany said. Chapter 503. Pterosaur Knight? Don't tell me, you intend to make me a pterosaur knight? Tyrion pointed at his black nostrils and said in shock. As if he was afraid that Dany would change her mind, he did not wait for her to answer and quickly said with a flattering smile, "Your Majesty, I am very willing to serve you. Even if you want me to ride a pterosaur and fight the other party's dragons, I will be brave and fearless." A pterosaur was also a dragon. Ever since the gray-scale disease was cured, Aegon regained his ambition and had been communicating with Blackie. He even sent him food, fed him personally, and told him about his difficulties in an attempt to move Blackie. In the end, even though his mouth was sore, the other party did not even look at him. Even Aegon could not become a true dragon knight. He, a Lannister, could only ride a dragon in his dreams. Now, the pterosaur had no magic power, and its speed and endurance were not as good as a true dragon's. Its color was not as bright as a true dragon's, and it could not breathe fire. Its wings were also too big. But at a glance, the pterosaur was not much different from the megalosaurus. It was older, stronger, and stronger. The pterosaur was his best choice, and his last hope to realize his dream of riding a dragon. Dany looked down at the dwarf with admiration and said, "Tyrion, you are very smart, that's right. I have taken a fancy to your loyalty and your bravery. That day, you were conferred by me in the great cathedral, together with Aegon, you were conferred as an honorary knight by Dany, and swore to be loyal to me. Today, you have perfectly fulfilled your oath. So, I want to reward you. With your loyalty and bravery, I will confer you as a holy knight with a pterosaur as a companion. How about it? Plop! Without another word, Tyrion knelt in front of the queen. He was so excited that his ugly face was contorted. His nostrils flared like two black holes that absorbed light, unconsciously attracting the attention of others. Your Majesty, I swear to you again to be your most loyal subject, from today until eternity. I swear to give you honest advice and absolute obedience, to protect your rights and honor. No matter how difficult the future is, I will always fight by your side. Tyrion swore that he had never been more sincere in his life. If the Dragon Queen was willing to give him a dragon and treat him as a vassal, he was truly willing to pledge his loyalty to her. Dragon Queen pulled out her sword and patted his shoulders. She smiled happily. Very good, I can feel your loyalty. You are now my paladin, Wildfire Dragon Knight. Follow me to the Dragon Cave later and pick your favorite pterosaur. Thank you, Your Majesty. Tyrion grinned foolishly. He stood up and rubbed his hands. Your Majesty, I'm Lannister. I'm still wearing a lion helmet. Can you not call them Wildfire Dragon Knights? You can even call them Lion Knights. Tyrion's green helmet was in the shape of a lion's head. His green cloak was still fastened to his shoulders by the green lion head statue biting on the clasp. Although he killed his old father and was considered a traitor, he still followed the Westeros custom of using the symbol of a lion on his clothes. You are still the Wildfire General. You are in charge of the production of wildfire. In the future, you will be riding a dragon and throwing wildfire bombs. In view of this, you should think of a way to increase the scale of wildfire production. We need more wildfire. Dragon Queen said earnestly. All right. Tyrion nodded reluctantly. Since he had become a pterosaur knight, he also had the awareness to throw wildfire bombs. In the battle with Toros, the queen had used up all the wildfire that had been accumulated for months. Now that there were 6 more dragons, it was indeed time to increase the production of wildfire. Dragon Queen's expression suddenly became very serious. She said in a low voice, after you become a paladin, there is still an important mission to complete. It was indeed not that simple. However, he had already thought of it. What was to come had finally come. Tyrion sighed in his heart and also felt relieved. He nodded as if he had accepted his fate. He clenched his teeth and said, Please tell me, I will do my best. Have you heard of the story of An Old Horse Knows the Way? Dragon Queen asked. Never heard of it. However, this phrase. I can understand it. It is very interesting. Tyrion said thoughtfully. Westeros. Oh, wrong, it is the barbarians. There was a scholar Guan in the barbarians. He followed the emperor to the grasslands in the north to fight with the zebra people. However, the terrain was too complicated. They lost their way and could not find the way back. Scholar Guan comforted the emperor and said, An old horse remembers the way back. So, he picked an old horse from the army and put it in front. The army followed behind. As expected, they quickly found the way back. Dragon Queen gave him a meaningful look and asked, Tyrion, are you willing to be my Scholar Guan? Tyrion's face suddenly turned pale. He said with a trembling voice, You want me to ride an old pterosaur to the Sosros continent to find the pterosaur's nest? Enough ants can kill an elephant. Dany gave him an appreciative look and sighed, If I hadn't set up an ambush in advance and let 30 pterosaurs besiege my 3 true dragons, I reckon the outcome would have been very tragic. Therefore, your mission is very important. Find the pterosaur's nest. With more dragon knights, we will have a certain chance of winning this battle. But... Tyrion's ugly face twisted into a ball. He stammered, The Sosros continent is full of rainforests, shrubs and swamps. It is called the Green Hell. It is also the origin of the world's plagues. There are only named plagues. There are boiling blood, green blood, sweet rot, copperhead disease, red death, gray scale disease, brown leg disease, worm disease, sailor's disaster, pus, butterfly fever, yellow anthracnose. Stop, stop, stop. A series of strange names made Danny's head hurt. Who did you hear it from? Is it that exaggerated? The area next to Slave Bay is called the Red Hell. Didn't I walk out of it? Words are like the wind. Rumors are not to be trusted. She pressed her temples. Dr. Ambrose wrote about it in Plagues. Let's put it this way. There is no need to enter the depths of the Sosros rainforest. Just entering the bay and stepping on the coast, there is a 90% chance of being infected with plagues. Half of them will not survive, Tyrion said seriously. Fake news. Oh, no, fake information, fake books. The doctor's words can't be trusted. Everyone knows that, Dragon Queen said. If it's fake, why don't you go there yourself? Tyrion said with a straight face. I have a lot of things to do every day. I'm very busy. Danny obviously knew that the plagues in Sosros were not fake. The truth was even more terrifying than what Tyrion said. Many plagues directly wiped out an entire city. The people outside did not even know or understand. Cities as strong as Giscali and Valeglia had built fortresses along the coast of Sosros. However, there had never been a city that could survive on its own. People kept dying in the city and had to be replaced by outsiders. You have already been infected with the gray scale disease. You are immune, Danny said again. This was not a lie. Although the gray scale disease could kill hundreds of people, if the person was lucky enough to survive, he would be immune to almost all plagues and viruses. Your nephew, Prince Aegon, has also been infected with the gray scale disease. Why don't you let him go? Tyrion said. I want to, but can I agree to that? You said it yourself. He is a prince. How can you let a prince take the risk? Don't forget, you made an oath before. Dragon Queen said bluntly. Tyrion's vision turned black. He wanted to faint immediately, sigh, facing the strong and powerful Dragon Queen, he could only faint. He did not dare to flip out or throw a tantrum at her. Otherwise, he would be the unlucky one. Then, Dragon Queen's voice became gentle again. Don't worry. The Alliance army did not have dragons before. They walked there. Didn't they be fine? You can ride a dragon and fly in the sky. It's safer. I'll give you a bag of dragon essence to drink daily. I'll also give you a big pot of dragon essence sun wine to wipe your body and disinfect. Wear a leather coat that covers your whole body. Don't let mosquitoes and poisonous insects bite you. You won't get infected. The so-called sun wine was a high concentration of white wine and alcohol. After soaking in dragon dung, it indeed had a strong germ-suppressing effect. It had almost become the Dragon Queen's standard antiseptic and anti-inflammatory medicine. The dragon cave was not inside the cave. Instead, it was an open square. In the Valoris family's mansion. Blackie lay in the center of the square. Opposite the wall, there were 6 sharp-mouthed pterosaurs lying side by side. Blackie, this is the meat from the pterosaurs. Do you want to try it? Aegon was attentive. Blackie closed its eyes and pretended to sleep, ignoring him. Blackie, why don't you teach me Draconic? Blackie did not say a word. Aegon sighed. He sat on the stone opposite Blackie's head and said, Blackie, have you heard of the prophecy of the dragon having 3 heads? My aunt said it herself. She saw the prophecy in the Immortal Palace. She also wrote a letter to Illyrio, asking about the meaning of 3 heads. She also hoped to find a dragon knight for her dragon. Without a doubt, I should be one of the heads. You are like the reincarnation of Balerion, the king of the sky who was born in the Westeros. I am also Aegon. My current situation is very similar to Aegon's in the past. We can go home together, to the Westeros. There is the Iron Throne that we Targaryens must fight for. This is my responsibility, And also your mission and glory. What do you think? Blackie, why aren't you saying anything? Pfft, laughter came from behind Blackie. Aegon suddenly stood up and shouted, "Who is it? Little devil, is that you?" Dany and the dwarf walked around Blackie's huge body with strange expressions and came to Aegon. Aegon blushed and glanced at Dany's aunt, then immediately turned to the dwarf who was smiling. He said angrily, What are you laughing at?" "No, I am not laughing." The dwarf grinned and waved his hand. "You are still laughing. I am not stupid. I can tell that you are mocking me," Aegon said. "This." Tyrion was also embarrassed. He wiped the smile off his face and said seriously, "Your Highness, Blackie did not even look at you. This is very telling. Why don't we change our target?" "Change our target?" Aegon's bitterness was about to freeze into ice. He was not stupid. He could sense the mockery on Tyrion's face, and naturally, he could also feel Blackie's coldness towards him. However, Blackie was only cold. The other dragons were completely hostile towards him. Little Green directly burned him with dragon flame. Whitey was also majestic and awe-inspiring. He had used him as Blackie's spare tire, but in the end, facing Whitey's cold and bloodthirsty pale golden eyes, he was dumbstruck in the draconic aura. He was sweating profusely and was almost speechless. Even Little Gold, that 1-year-old little dragon that could barely carry a person, did not even have the time to say a word when he approached before it flapped its wings and sent him stumbling. Therefore, in comparison, Blackie was the friendliest to him. Blackie is just a loner and doesn't talk much. It will be fine after spending more time with him, Aegon said to Tyrion, but it also seemed like he was saying it to himself. Then, he changed the topic and asked, "Aunt, it is almost lunch time. What are you and the little devil doing here?" "I want to become a dragon knight too." Tyrion puffed out his chest and said proudly. Chapter 504. You want to be a dragon knight? Do you have the bloodline of a true dragon? Could it be that you are the illegitimate child of the Targaryen family? Aegon's lips curled up as he said with a hint of mockery. Tyrion was not annoyed. He turned his head and looked at the Dragon Queen with a grin, asking, "If I were an illegitimate child, would Her Majesty give me a true dragon?" "Whose illegitimate child are you?" Dany asked with a playful smile. "Definitely not my father." Aegon sneered. "Then I'll be your uncle," Tyrion teased. Aegon scolded angrily, "You really are a bastard. Even if you don't care about your father's reputation, what about your mother?" "Mother?" Tyrion was stunned and said sadly, "I don't think there has ever been a mother in my life." Aegon was also stunned. He remembered that the dwarf's mother had died in childbirth when she gave birth to him. After a while, he sighed and said, "Me too. I've never seen my mother." Dany wanted to add, "Me too," but she really could not empathize with the two people in front of her. The three motherless children were silent for a while before Tyrion spoke first. "I want to become a pterosaur knight. Why don't you come with me, Your Highness? I'll give you the biggest one." "Pterosaur?" Aegon was suddenly enlightened. Looking at the 6 pterosaurs lying on the ground like obedient cats, then looking at Blackie who was still majestic even in its sleeping state, the excitement on his face gradually disappeared. He said calmly and firmly, "No, I'm a true dragon. I'll only ride a true dragon and be a true dragon knight." Tyrion shrugged indifferently and said, "All right then, the biggest one is mine." As he spoke, he strode with his deformed short legs and ran to the side of the 40-meter-long green and white striped pterosaur on his left. Hiss, the pterosaur opened its eyes that were filled with hostility and growled ferociously. It even opened its beak, eager to try and bite the dwarf in front of it. Ah, the joy on Tyrion's face disappeared, and his face turned pale with fright. "Humph." Dany's purple eyes flashed with a bright red light as she snorted coldly. Hiss, 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 the pterosaur was like a mouse that had encountered a fierce tiger. It actually lowered its head, and its entire body trembled like a sieve. Its mouth also whimpered, and it was full of pleading. "What's going on?" Tyrion took a few steps back and asked in surprise. Dany's footsteps were light, her long and slender iron boots clacking on the stone floor. She came to Tyrion's side and said indifferently, "You're very knowledgeable. You've read a lot of books about Sosros. Don't you know the habits of pterosaurs? Sosros was so dangerous, plagued by plagues and countless monsters. It was known as the Green Hell, but the pterosaur was still the overlord, an existence at the top of the food chain. Although it was easier for Dany to tame a dragon than it was for her to tame a horse, in fact, be it a true dragon or a pterosaur, they were the most ferocious and dangerous creatures in the world. The Targaryen family had reared dragons for more than 6,000 years. They couldn't be more familiar with them, but there were still a large number of dragon tamers who were devoured by dragons while taming them. Pterosaurs had low intelligence and were untamed, making them even harder to tame. In fact, everyone in the world knew that Sosros had pterosaurs in the rainforest, but no one had ever thought of taming one as a mount. Apart from the people of Valeglia, there weren't even any pterosaur knights. For example, in the thousands of years of Earth's history, apart from unverifiable myths and legends, who had ever heard of a general using a lion or tiger as a mount? Even lions and tigers were difficult to tame, let alone pterosaurs that were 100 times stronger and more savage than lions and tigers. What should I do? Tyrion looked at Dany. Since she had let him be a dragon knight, it meant that she definitely had a way for him to control it. At this moment, Dany's expression was a little strange. After imprinting the runes in the pterosaur's mind, she could control them at will, and even remotely control the pterosaur within a certain range. Just like how Jenny forced the pterosaur to fight Blackie from dozens of kilometers away. However, in order to transfer control to a dragon knight, there was an additional requirement. The dragon knight had to have a bloodline or faith connection with the demigod who controlled the megalosaurus. Therefore, Jenny sent out hero invitations and gathered the young elites of the 14 Fire Peak families from all the major cities to come to Materys for dragon knight training. For example, Linny's husband, Prince Treg O'Molan of Rhys Trade. After Dany burned down the Passion Garden, he almost became the most powerful person in Rhys, and the fleet of the Three Sisters was commanded by him. Steve Bellerus, who had been whipped into two by Blackie's tail, was just an ordinary noble of the Mill family. In terms of position and status, Steve was far inferior to Treg. However, Steve had become a dragon knight, and Treg of New Gith didn't even know that there was an army of pterosaurs. This was because Treg, like Illyrio of Pentos, was a newly risen prince of trade who relied on sea trade. Steve, on the other hand, had a pure bloodline. The Yuan-Kai war god Graz Dan was a little better. His ancestors had also been married to a noble of Valeglia. However, it had been too long ago. Looking at his long black and red hair and copper skin, one could tell how thin his Valeglia bloodline was. After the dragon battle yesterday, Dany had captured more than 10 captives. Of course, the captives didn't know the blood witchcraft that transferred the control authority of the pterosaur, but they did know that they had become dragon knights through blood witchcraft. The next step was simple. The Dragon Queen used violent methods to break through the captives' mental defenses, enter their soul space, and plunder the blood witchcraft runes. After making 4 idiots, she successfully gathered the blood witchcraft runes. Then, she contacted Kuei Shi and asked the big shot of blood witchcraft for advice. Dany herself had also helped Jia Kun create the neither human nor ghost spell, and her knowledge of magic had increased greatly. In this way, in just one night, she created a blood witchcraft that was different from Bellerus. Yes, an improved version too. 0, clang. Dany pulled out the clear sky sword from her waist, walked in front of Blackie's head, and tapped between his eyebrows. Crack! There was a trace of dark red dragon scales in the black, and a few drops of dark red dragon blood with faint white gas seeped out. Dany stretched out her hand, and a small light golden flame flew out of Blackie's nostrils, and wrapped around a bean-sized dragon blood, floating in the air. Come here. She waved to the dwarf who was standing aside. Ah! Oh, what should I do? Tyrion asked in surprise. Lie on the ground and close your eyes. It might hurt a little, but bear with it and don't scream, Dany said. Tyrion was at a loss, but he did as he was told. Dany held the dragon blood in her hand and chanted a spell. The blood gradually twisted into countless small runes that were invisible to the naked eye. When the small runes formed a complete QR code charm, she squatted down and pressed the rune between Tyrion's eyebrows. Hiss! Like a red-hot soldering iron, she pressed it hard on raw pork. Sizzling sounds. White smoke mixed with a burnt smell filled the air. Ah! Tyrion screamed like a pig being slaughtered. He struggled to get up, but his body could only twitch uncontrollably, as if he was having a seizure. What's wrong with him? Aegon on the side trembled in fear. One can only rise above others after experiencing the worst of hardships. Without the bone-piercing pain now, how can you have the glory of riding a dragon in the future? Dany's aunt said lightly. When Dany retracted her right hand, a dark red pattern appeared between Tyrion's eyebrows. It was a square rune the size of a thumbnail. Huff, huff, huff. Tyrion opened his eyes and panted in a daze. What's wrong? It hurts. My brain split open. It's like a dragon has crawled inside. It's swollen and painful. It's a dragon. It's a brand formed by a trace of Blackie's spiritual power, Dany said with a smile. The spiritual power that had been activated by the divine power of the seven gods' faith also had the indestructible characteristic of the Green Prophet's soul. Other than Dany herself, or one day when Tyrion's abilities surpassed her and Blackie's combined, or he received the help of a true god, no one could erase that spiritual mark. In other words, even if Balerion came personally, he could not take away Tyrion's control of the pterosaur. This was a kind of anti-theft insurance. Dany was happy that she had easily taken away Balerion's 6 pterosaurs. She did not want her dragon. Even if it was a pterosaur, to be taken away by someone else. Yes, the right to use the pterosaur belonged to the Dragon Knights, but the final right to explain it belonged to the Dragon Queen. Go and try again, she encouraged. Try what? Tyrion was in so much pain that he was a little confused. Try to tame a pterosaur. Get close to it and press your head against its head. Put your forehead against its forehead and tell it that I want to be your partner forever and ever, even until death do us part. Oh. Tyrion got up and rubbed his swollen forehead. After coming to his senses, he said strangely, "Are you sure? It wanted to bite me just now. If I put my head over, will you compensate me if it breaks?" "I'll compensate," Dany said. Tyrion looked at Dany carefully. Although she was smiling, her expression did not seem to be joking. "Blackie, be careful. Don't let it bite me to death." After muttering a few words to Blackie, the little devil tried to take a few steps forward and slowly approached the green and white striped pterosaur. It did not bite him. It only stared blankly at the dwarf who approached it cautiously with its bowl-sized eyes. The little devil reached out and touched its nose. The pterosaur snorted. Phew! This time, he really heaved a sigh of relief. Following the Dragon Queen's instructions, he put his head over and said nervously, "Pterosaur, I want to form a partnership with you, forever and ever, until death." Hum. Just as he finished speaking, Tyrion's short body trembled. He felt a strange substance in his body flowing from his head to the other side. His swollen head suddenly relaxed. Then, an ice-cold liquid flowed from the other side and spread from his head to his entire body. It was so comfortable that he could not help but shiver. At the same time, the square rune on Tyrion's forehead was like a group of small tadpoles that were squeezed together. It quickly crawled and formed a pterosaur that spread its wings and flew high. "7 gods above, I feel a little." Tyrion hugged the pterosaur's head and looked into its big eyes. He said in shock, "I feel that I can command it and communicate with it." Hiss! The pterosaur let out a low cry and tapped Tyrion's helmet with its sharp, hard beak. It's not an illusion. I can really command it." Tyrion was wild with joy. He shouted to Dany and Aegon, "Did you see that? It pecked my head. I told it to do so." As if worried that they would not believe him, the dwarf emphasized, "I swear, believe me." He could not transmit specific information to the pterosaur, but he could roughly understand what it meant. It was higher than a beast tamer's control over a beast's language and body language, but lower than a dragon spirit's control over a megalosaurus. How is that possible? Aegon muttered. Dany said matter-of-factly, "This is my blood magic. If I can't communicate with the pterosaur, how can I be a dragon knight?" Chapter 505. Tyrion's relationship with the pterosaur was not that of a dragon spirit. A dragon spirit could not be created with blood magic. Otherwise, everyone in Valeglia would be a great wizard. Similarly, Tyrion was not a shapeshifter. In fact, ordinary shapeshifters could not control the pterosaur. Just like Gisella's animal companion was a goat. Did the barbarian spearwoman not want crazy beasts like the direwolf and the shadow lynx? She definitely wanted to, but her strength did not allow her. Well, she did not have enough talent. Without a doubt, the pterosaur was stronger than the shadow lynx and almost impossible to subdue except for the Green Prophet and Stark's family bugs. The Dragon Queen added a part of the Green Prophet meditation runes to the contract mark, which was far stronger than Balerian's. It was not that Balerian's ability was not as good as Dany's, nor was it that he lacked experience in terms of knowledge. Balerian was probably the most knowledgeable in the world. After ruling the world for 6,000 years, Balerian had mastered almost all the meditation and witchcraft secret techniques in human history, including some of the Green Prophet and the Red Priest's meditation techniques. But mastering knowledge did not mean that one could use it. High school students knew Newton's laws, but could high school students know Shinra Tensei and Wanxiang Tensei? Obviously not. Balerian did not have the talent to become a Green Prophet, and even if he was given a meditation technique, he would not be able to practice it. Just like Black's sister Larissa, Dany taught this disciple with all her heart, hoping that she could help her control the Royal Mage Legion in the future. But Black's sister could not even master 1% of the Great Wizard's meditation technique. Dany was different. So, she could surpass Balerian, who was not good at the path of the soul, and create a contract mark that could communicate with the pterosaur's mind. Ha ha ha, I am a dragon knight, my dream has come true. Uncle Gillian, Brother Jaime, and Dad, do you see, I am riding a dragon. Tyrion was so happy that he lost his composure and shouted. Is this the Otherworld's version of Fan Jean passing the Imperial examination? Dany's mouth twitched as she thought to herself as she looked at the gnome who was squirming crazily on the pterosaur's back. Tyrion screamed for a while, then shouted to Dany, "Your Majesty, can you undo the chains? I can control it." The pterosaur's leg was tied with an anchor that was taken from the ship. The anchor was buried 7 to 8 meters deep into the ground. Dany was confident in her control runes. They would not escape, but she was worried that Balerian would attack again and take away the pterosaur without a dragon knight. Yep, with the dragon knight and Tyrion's partnership, it would be very difficult to steal the pterosaur away. Can't you see? Its wings are so tattered that it can't fly. Dany reminded him. The battle between the dragons yesterday was exceptionally cruel. 23 pterosaurs died tragically, and the 6 that were captured had steel crossbows stuck in their abdomens. Their wings were like the fabric of a beggar's costume, with holes everywhere. Some were pierced by arrows, some were bitten by Little Green, and some were burned by Dany's fire control spell. He did not think that the pterosaur was so miserable before, but now it had become his little companion. Tyrion looked at the holes on the pterosaur's wings, the wounds on the pterosaur's abdomen that were still bleeding, and the broken scales. His heart ached so much that he almost cried. 7 gods! Your Majesty, you're too cruel to hurt my dragon like this. He howled. Humph, get this straight. This is my dragon. Dany sneered. Tyrion smiled sheepishly. I'm also one of your people. Dany's mouth twitched. The injuries are too serious. Can they be healed? he asked worriedly. Don't worry. When my little green recovers in the afternoon, I'll start healing them. Danny's eyes flashed as she said confidently. How do you heal them? Aegon asked curiously. Blood witchcraft. You don't understand. Danny gave a perfunctory reply, then turned to Tyrion and said, now that this pterosaur is your companion, give it a name. A name. Tyrion was stunned. How about Tywin? Won't it be fun to ride Tywin for a spin? Danny teased. Is my dragon male or female? Tyrion bent down to look at the pterosaur's crotch. He looked at his own first, then lowered his head to look at the pterosaur beside him. After a while, he straightened his back and said with a strange expression, it seems that mine is a female dragon. It's strange. True dragons don't differentiate between male and female. They can give birth without mating. But the pterosaur has a second brother. Aren't they close relatives? The difference is huge. True dragons did not need to reproduce sexually. Even before laying eggs, Megalosaurus did not have genitals, only a steel door for defecation. The life imprint of a true dragon came from the heavens. There was no such thing as parental blood. The dragon egg was just a medium for them to come to the world. Although the pterosaur was also very strong, it was still a magical beast in the end. A true dragon could be considered an innate god. Embryo. Why don't we call her Tessa? Perhaps the Tessa I've been looking for is here. Tyrion stroked the pterosaur's head, a complicated expression of disappointment and gentleness gradually rising on his face. But as the pterosaur shook its head in response to his caress, the disappointment on the dwarf's face disappeared, and it became unprecedentedly bright and relieved. The real Tessa might have died in a corner long ago. The hellish experience back then was enough to kill anyone. His "Where is Tessa?" was more like a confession than a real attempt to find her. Even if he found her today, was she still the Tessa in his heart? It was time to let it go. Tyrion said to himself. After lunch, the last pterosaur's corpse in the bay had been dragged to the pier. The 23 dragon corpses almost occupied a long street at the pier. The free people of Tauros were driven by the Long family army to gather firewood and pile it on top of the pterosaur's corpse. At the same time, an open area was cleared out in the west of the city. It was filled with the mercenaries, soldiers, and civilians who had died in this battle. A third of the mercenaries had died, more than 10,000 people, and hundreds and thousands of civilians. The Long family army had almost no losses this time. There were less than 100 casualties, and half of them died from the fall of the pterosaur. Well, when the pterosaur was shot to death by the crossbow, it fell from the sky like a plane that had lost its momentum. It just so happened to smash onto the ship below, killing and injuring the crossbowmen hidden in the cabin. The day before yesterday, they had captured Tauros in the early hours of the morning. Yesterday, the pterosaur attacked, and today, they had finally collected all the corpses. It's winter now, right? Tyrion asked the old man beside him. The corpse was rotten and smelly. He was wearing a linen cotton mask, and his voice was muffled when he spoke. Yes, Aegon 300 years passed a week ago. According to the Westeros calculation, it's winter now. Clinton pulled at the mask that was uncomfortable to the point of his cheeks and said sullenly. He was not used to this feeling, nor did he understand the meaning of the Dragon Queen's so-called mask to prevent disease. Instead, he felt that the Queen liked to torment people and waste precious cotton cloth. Look at the weather, the temperature hasn't dropped at all. The corpses have only been here for 2 days, and the stench is unbearable. Does it look like the long night is coming? Tyrion pointed to the pile of corpses below. The two of them were currently standing on the sentry tower of the western city wall, watching as the Dragon Queen commanded the White Dragon, Black Dragon, and Gold Dragon to spit fire and burn the corpses. Thick smoke billowed, flames soared into the sky, and the stench of charred flesh and the strange fragrance of barbecued meat filled the entire city. From this point of view, the mask at least blocked the nauseating smell of smoke. What do you want to say? Clinton said. Perhaps, the deviant ghost is real, but the long night will not come. It is very likely that the deviant ghost has always been living in the land of Everwinter, and the queen also said so. Tyrion said. Clinton's heart skipped a beat, and he said thoughtfully, So? Let me ask you, sir, are you a subject of Prince Aegon or a subject of the Dragon Queen? Tyrion asked in an inaudible voice. Clinton's lips squirmed a few times, and he said in a deep voice, They are both Targaryens, and I work for Targaryens. He. Tyrion chuckled. Clinton's face turned cold, and he said sternly, The Queen just gave you a pterosaur this morning, didn't she? Is this how you repay her? That's because you don't know what she wants me to do. Tyrion complained in his heart, and the playful expression on his face disappeared. He said seriously, I am not trying to sow discord between the Queen and the Prince, I am just reminding you to recognize reality. The Prince and the Queen are not the same kind of people. You should have made arrangements for the Prince earlier, and not let him call you foster father for more than 10 years in vain. Sigh, this is fate. Clinton sighed and shook his head. When Illyrio sent us here, he did not know that His Majesty would go to the Westeros, did not know that there were deviants beyond the Great Wall, and did not know that His Majesty would make an oath to end the long night as king. Even if I wanted the Queen to ride a dragon and bring the Prince to the Westeros, I would not do so. I cannot force the Queen to break her sacred oath, and the Queen herself will not break her oath for the Prince. We all know what you said. The key now is what the Prince will do next. Tyrion said. Clinton had already considered this question, and almost without thinking, he blurted out, The Prince is still young. He can wait a few more years, wait for winter to pass, wait for the next summer to come, wait for the war at Slave Bay to end. In this way, the Queen's oath to end the long night as king will be completed, and her dragon will be stronger. In a few years, the Prince will be able to tame a dragon. At that time, we will fight back to the Westeros together. After all, the Queen has already promised to recognize the Prince's priority to the Iron Throne. A very beautiful idea, but you have made a big mistake. Tyrion said. What mistake? Placing all your hopes on the Queen. Clinton said seriously, Her Majesty has a noble character, is upright and keeps her promises. She is fair and compassionate. She is practically the most perfect ruler, and also the most typical knight. I cannot find any reason to doubt her. Perhaps. Tyrion shrugged and said briskly, But what will the nobles and people of the Seven Kingdoms think if she sits on the Iron Throne with her strength alone? How will they look at the Prince on the Iron Throne? This. Clinton asked hesitantly, What's your plan? Tyrion smiled and whispered into Clinton's ear, While the Seven Kingdoms are in chaos, we will first occupy a piece of territory, such as Storm's End Castle. Then we will join forces with Dorne. There is an engagement. Together with Dragonstone Island, the three parties will be enough to form a force that can contend against the Iron Throne. No matter what the Queen of Slave Bay thinks, Dragonstone Island will definitely not stand on my uncle's side. In this way, Prince Aegon will no longer be a beggar being helped by Ant, but a ruler. What can you gain? Clinton said coldly. Tyrion whispered, I want to leave Slave Bay legally, reasonably, and reasonably. Let me be Prince Aegon's hand of the king. Have you seen my wisdom and experience? I am still a winged dragon knight, and I know how to make wildfire bullets. I can help the prince easily take over most of the castles in the Seven Kingdoms. Why? The Queen just made you a winged dragon knight this morning, and you even swore loyalty to her. Why did you come to me in the afternoon to tell me this? Clinton was unmoved and continued to ask. Chapter 506. Tyrion sighed and said, When I see the slaves wailing under the whips of the slave masters, I feel sympathy. But I won't hack the slave masters to death for the freedom of the slaves. This world is full of oppression and slavery. Maybe it's just that the name is different, it's not called slaves. Just like the contract workers of Pentos, they are free people in name, but in order to live, they have to work and sign labor contracts with the rich. But the income from labor is often less than what they need for food and clothing, and they live under the master's roof and have to pay rent. Their income can't make ends meet, and their debts grow day by day, never to rise again. Even the Westeros, you and I are both from noble families, and should understand that the farmers under the Lord's rule are no different from the slaves of Ursos. But we're used to it, aren't we? We're nobles, but we lead the slaves to overthrow the nobles. It sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? Are you mocking the Queen? Clinton didn't have much of a reaction to Tyrion's previous long speech, neither objecting nor agreeing. But the dwarf's last sentence made him put his hand on the hilt of his sword. A true knight will charge at the enemy to protect the Queen's honor. Old John was a true knight, and he was now serving the Queen. Hey, don't get excited. Tyrion waved his hand and quickly explained, how would I dare to mock the Queen? I'm just saying I'm not even interested in freeing the slaves. The war at Slavers Bay doesn't belong to me. Well, it doesn't belong to us, you, me, Prince Aegon, and maybe us from Dorne Quinton. Clinton shook his head slowly and said solemnly, Little devil, you'll never become a true knight. Sorry, I can't agree with you. Tyrion poked the plate armor in front of his chest and said proudly, I'm not only a knight, but also a glorious holy knight, a winged dragon knight. The old man acted as if he didn't hear it and continued, the highest honor of a knight is to follow a great king and become the sharp sword in his hand, to cut through all obstacles for him, to help him realize the justice in his heart, and to pursue the highest glory together. Tyrion sighed and said, Okay, I'm just a rider with armor and a mount, not a knight. However, I am not without honor. If it weren't for the fact that my life is in danger, I would be happy to stay in Slaves Bay for a few more years. I would be able to eat and drink well, live comfortably, and also be able to witness the Queen's elegant demeanor of sweeping away the slave masters. Why is his life in danger? Clinton asked doubtfully. Tyrion smiled bitterly and said, General Wildfire is already walking on a tightrope on a cliff. Becoming a pterosaur knight is like dancing on the tip of a blade. The Alliance army had sent 30 pterosaurs yesterday, and they could send another 30 tomorrow. At that time, I, as a winged dragon knight, will have to go up. Also, the Queen intends to send me to the Sosros continent to search for the pterosaur tribe. You should know the mortality rate of those who set foot on that continent, right? I don't want to die. Previously, my life was worthless and I wasn't afraid of death. Now that I've finally realized my dream and become a dragon knight, I don't want to die anymore. That's why I hope to leave Slaves Bay as soon as possible without angering or betraying the Queen. You said yourself that you serve Targaryen. If I work for Prince Aegon, I won't be breaking my oath. The Queen should be able to forgive me. She has many capable people under her, and she doesn't need an ugly dwarf without a nose like me. Tyrion told the truth to John Clinton. You're really hopeless. You don't have any sense of honor at all. To think that the Queen thinks so highly of you. Clinton's eyes were filled with disdain. If it were you, would you go or not? 90% chance of infection, half chance of death. What's the difference between that and sending yourself to your death? Tyrion said angrily. I'll go, I'll go. Clinton said resolutely. You don't have to play such tricks. I'll volunteer myself to the Queen later. Let me replace you and go to the rainforest to search for the pterosaur nest. Tyrion was stunned for a moment before he sighed and said, That's right, we're not on the same path. We've never been on the same path. Clinton laughed coldly and turned to leave. In the courtyard separated from the crematorium by the city wall, 6 pterosaurs were crawling on the ground side by side. The miserable-looking greenie was opposite them. There were 3 stretchers in the middle, and on them lay transfigurines with shattered souls. Outside the city, more than 10,000 corpses and 23 pterosaurs were burned. Spiritual substance fell into Greenie's body like a waterfall from the 9 heavens. The broken scales on his body, the cracked wounds, and the torn wings slowly but surely healed. Type B active spiritual substance could strengthen the activity of the body's cells, but when used to heal injuries, the effect was not as immediate as the real holy light. Dany really hoped that she could add the power of faith to it. It would be best if she could modify it into a recovery spell or even a great resurrection spell. Unfortunately, she could not do it now, so she could only make do with it. When the spiritual substance rain began to decrease, Danny began to divide the spiritual substance into two. Through the contract mark, she divided the Type B active spiritual substance to the 6 pterosaurs, and absorbed the Type A willpower spiritual substance herself. The remaining spiritual substance was 70% for Blackie, 20% for Little White, and 10% for Little Gold. Little Red did not follow. In the short term, Little White would not be able to absorb divinity, and its strength was limited. It was better to let Blackie continue to improve. If Blackie could surpass Balerion, it would not matter if Little White and Little Gold were weak. If they advanced together and were all mediocre, it would be better to nurture an absolute powerhouse with all their strength. The Type A willpower spiritual substance seemed to be very effective in strengthening the strength and toughness of the soul, but Danny had a limit to the amount she could absorb. Soon, her soul was full. Thus, she brought the second ring and Little White's dragon spirit into the mind of the White Mask, Morona. There was no obstruction at all. It was like a gust of wind blowing into a courtyard with collapsed walls and collapsed doors. Morona was in a worse state than the spearwoman who was possessed by the 6 forms person. The spearwoman's soul was only shattered, like a piece of crystal that was shattered into thousands of pieces. Morona's soul, on the other hand, was like a house that had caught fire. All that was left was the pitch-black ruins. If Danny had not used the spiritual substance to keep them alive since yesterday, the corpses of the 3 shapeshifters would have been smelly by now. Today, she gave them pure Type A willpower spiritual substance. After confirming that the shapeshifters had powerful information-gathering abilities in the war, Danny naturally wanted to take the 3 of them in for her own use. She would not deliberately distort their wills, just to ensure their loyalty. Well, if they were just 3 ordinary shapeshifters, with their strength that could be replaced by others at any time, Danny would not have to use such a small trick. If she excluded the Type A willpower spiritual substance, she would not be able to use Danny's whisper on the 3 of them. But she planned to give the 3 of them an opportunity. After the spirit-bestowing spell repaired their soul realms, she could continue to bestow them with spiritual substances in the future and strengthen their souls, just like how Danny improved her own soul strength. The spiritual barrier of ordinary people was like a fortress that would block the invasion of external spiritual power. This was the natural self-protection characteristic of the soul. But the 3 shapeshifters' soul realms were repaired by Danny, which was equivalent to her repairing a house that was on fire and building walls and doors. She built the castle, so of course she could enter it at any time. She could even quietly send something in, such as the Type A willpower spiritual substance. In this way, these 3 ordinary shapeshifters had the possibility of surpassing the 6 forms person, Valamir. She had to control them in her hands. Hey, it's only been a few hours, but the holes on Tessa's wings seem to have recovered a lot. In the evening, the large crematorium outside the city gradually extinguished. Tyrion and Clinton came together. Stroking the pink scars on the pterosaur's wings, Tyrion was very surprised. Look at Little Green. In the morning, there were 2 wounds on its legs that could be stuffed with thumbs. Now it's filled up. How did you do it? Clinton pointed at Little Green on the other side and asked. Blood witchcraft, Danny said lightly. Tyrion remembered that she said in the morning that she would use blood witchcraft to heal the pterosaur's wounds. He suddenly said, I didn't expect blood witchcraft to be so strong. I wonder when they can fly. In a few days, when we retreat, they will naturally be able to fly, Danny said. At this time, only 1,000 Unsullied and the Second Fleet of Garth stayed in Tauros. Danny stayed here for 3 purposes. First and most importantly, she took on the task of covering the retreat. More than 1,500 large cargo ships transported nearly 100,000 captives and newly liberated freedmen, as well as hundreds of thousands of tons of supplies. They almost covered the entire sea. If no one stayed in Tauros to cover the retreat, if the Allied army suddenly attacked, it would be more tragic than the Japanese sneak attack on Pearl Harbor. Secondly, Danny could not let go of the corpses of more than 10,000 undead mercenaries. Lastly, the pterosaur and Little Green were more seriously injured and could not fly for the time being. Noticing that Clinton wanted to say something but stopped, Danny guessed that he probably had something to say to her. She took the initiative to ask, "Why did you come to me?" Before Clinton could say anything, Tyrion said, "Your Majesty, Sir Clinton also wants to become a pterosaur knight. He is willing to become your scholar Guan and go to the Soros rainforest to find the dragon's nest. Your Majesty, it's not that I'm afraid of death. It's just that Sir Clinton's swordsmanship is superb, his strength is strong, and he has many years of experience as a mercenary. His survival ability is higher. Let the carpenters do the woodwork, the farmers farm, and the warriors go to the battlefield. This is the most reasonable arrangement." Clinton frowned and looked at the dwarf. He nodded and said, "Your Majesty, I am willing to die for you." This. Danny was a little troubled. Although the seal of contract had a unique function that surpassed Balerian's original blood magic, the root of the problem was still the same. There had to be a relationship of blood and faith, a relatively pure Valeglia bloodline, or a believer in Balerian. Well, it was not necessary to believe in Balerian. The pterosaur knight had to believe in whoever subdued the pterosaur. For example, John Clinton did not have the Targaryen bloodline. If he wanted to become a pterosaur knight, he could only believe in Blackie and establish a channel of faith with Blackie. It was similar to the witch's blood sacrifice to the evil god. The witch provided the evil god with blood, and the evil god lent the witch's power. Another example was the Red God Church. The red-robed monks obviously could not revive the dead with their own power. The divine spell came from their faith in Lalo. Lalo and the priests had a channel of faith, and could bestow their power to their believers. It's a little complicated. Danny was a little helpless in the face of Clinton, who had a heroic expression. How complicated? Isn't it just a blood witchcraft? Tyrion said hurriedly. Your Majesty, you don't want me to die, do you? How did I offend you? Blood witchcraft is one thing, and faith, Danny glared at the dwarf. I'll deal with you sooner or later. Then, she turned to Clinton and asked, Sir, what do you believe in? Of course it's the 7 gods. Clinton said without hesitation. How dare you say you believe in the 7 gods when you have a crush on Riga? Danny complained in her heart. Raising the 7 gods sect, suddenly, Danny's body stiffened. She was pulled into the dragon spirit state by Blackie. Her consciousness entered a white light and crossed thousands of miles in an instant. When the white light disappeared, she saw the big sparrow praying devoutly. Chapter 507. As soon as Danny told Bution about the plan of the 7 God sect, the president of the Necromancer Association understood her plan to obtain the power of faith. Well, Bution was not right. Blackie had already occupied the faith pool of the 7 gods. Of course, Danny longed for the power of faith, but her most important task now was to usurp the priesthood of the 7 gods. Very few people in this world knew about the secrets of the priesthood of the gods in the supernatural world. Even those gods who had become true gods and demigods did not have the concept of priesthood, and only regarded the special power given by the priesthood as a higher level of divine power. The fire god should have a strong ability to control fire, the Inami should be able to control the sea better than other gods, and the storm god should have a stronger ability to control the storm. Priesthood or not, these abilities were natural, or else why would they be called fire god, Inami, and storm god? In a sense, this idea was not wrong. The priesthood was a kind of converter, transforming the power of faith into divine power for special purposes. Knowing the theory of the priesthood had no effect on the gods. Especially the demigods, they acted by instinct, and did not need a complete theory of the gods. It was not that the demigods were stupid, but the law of the world. Ordinary people could not become true gods step by step through cultivation. If there were no dragons, what was the point of cultivating dragon-slaying skills? If one could not become a true god, what was the point of studying the theory of becoming a god? The big sparrow was a muggle, and did not know the secrets of the gods. he did not expect Saint Danny to be so bold as to attempt to usurp the position of the seven gods. That was the seven gods. The big sparrow sincerely believed in the seven gods, and never doubted the authenticity of the seven gods. So, he considered the problem from the perspective of whether this would go against the doctrine of the seven gods. If not, how would this benefit the development of the seven gods sect? If it was good for the church, what would he, as the archbishop, gain from it? Well, the big sparrow's thinking was clear and simple. First, it did not go against the doctrine of the seven gods. Second, it was good for the church. Third, he could also gain from it. He never worried about the faith of the seven gods being usurped by other gods. The seven gods were real, the number one in the seven gods world. Who could take away the faith of the seven gods? Even if there was a supernatural who reminded him, he would still answer. In fact, someone had warned him. He was Circe's number one lackey, the new chief of intelligence who replaced Varus, spellcaster scholar, Cabourn. After Big Black accepted the baptism of the Great Sparrow and became an official Great Guardian of the Seven Gods, the Sparrows began to break ground in the Great Cathedral of Baylor to build a statue of the Great Guardian of Light. At that time, Cabourn found the Big Sparrow and told him, "Since ancient times, I've never heard of a megalosaurus being so intelligent and able to speak human language." That night in Bravos proved the strength of the Black Dragon. So, I guess he has the potential to become a demigod. Now, make him the Great Guardian and erect a statue for him. When the believers start praying to the statue, it is very likely that it will help him become a demigod and even divert the power of faith from the seven gods. Cabourn also knew that the seven gods were seven pieces of wood, but he didn't dare to say it in front of the Holy Sun. Moreover, he thought that without a god to absorb it, the power of faith delivered by the believers would disappear. He didn't think that Dahe could inherit the vast wealth of the seven gods. The seven gods are supreme. There's nothing wrong with having a demigod black dragon as a great guardian. It's just like the king has the king's guard. The king's guard protects the king, and the king grants them glory and power, the big sparrow said lightly. In his heart, however, he was thinking, this rotten old man is very bad. Seeing the black dragon join the church and countless good men and women follow, becoming believers and the church's armed forces, the Iron Throne can't help but want to destroy my relationship with the black dragon and the mother of dragons. The big sparrow didn't wrongly accuse Cabourn. Although most of what the spellcaster scholar said was true, his purpose wasn't simple. Because the black dragon becoming a great guardian of the church had a great influence and set off a storm in the seven kingdoms. Countless productive knights even donated their land to the church and joined the church themselves, becoming the children of war. Cabourn received the order from Prince Regent Kevin to stop the Black Dragon statue from being built. After the statue was built, the Dragon Queen sent a letter, suggesting that the Megalosaurus become the hand of the seven gods, just like the king had the hand of the king. This was too unorthodox. It was also not in line with the big sparrow's simple worldview. Therefore, on the surface, he promised the queen that he would seek the guidance of the wise old woman, but in fact, he never went to the statue of the seven gods to abstain from food and pray. He fooled the Dragon Queen. The Black Dragon Guardian's effect was too good and too powerful. He didn't want to destroy his friendship with the queen because his rejection was too direct and too blunt. Recently, he was judging Queen Marjorie and was under a lot of pressure. Even later, like how a certain coffee company fooled the investors in America, the Dragon Queen used the data of opening shops crazily in barren land, 107 god temples, to tempt the big sparrow to invest, adjust the doctrine of the seven gods and the statue. The archbishop could only sigh. Saint Danny was indeed Saint Danny. She was very aggressive and capable. Not only did she let the Church of the Seven Gods in Slave Bay gain a foothold, but she also went to barren land, which was full of evil cults, to open branches. Of course, the Church of the Seven Gods in barren land also made him more aware of the power and influence of the Megalosaurus. If there was a grey plague in Westeros at this time and they had to rely on the Megalosaurus to save lives, the big sparrow might really agree with the Dragon Queen's suggestion. He was devout in his beliefs, but he was not rigid in his thinking. He knew how to compromise and judge the situation. If it was not necessary, he would not change the doctrine in a short time. Then, that necessary came. Sam lost the deviant ghost baby. Danny said that she did not care, and indeed did not have the time to care, but in the process of sending Blackie to pick up the 3 shapeshifters, she also picked up a corpse ghost and threw it in the great cathedral of Baylor. Well, there were no deviant ghost captives at the Great Wall, but there were more than a dozen corpse ghosts. The first time he saw a corpse ghost, the Big Sparrow almost had a mental breakdown. Especially after the limbs were cut off with a sword, those limbs could still crawl. That kind of scalp-numbing scene immediately woke the Big Sparrow up from the game of power. Maybe the Dragon Queen was not crazy, maybe the long night was real. Then, he decided, it was not to contact the Dragon Queen, nor to gather the believers and issue a holy war declaration against the deviant ghosts, nor to change the doctrine and recast the statues of the 7 gods according to the Dragon Queen's plan. He decided to abstain from food and pray. A true abstention from food and prayer, only drinking a small bowl of rice soup every day, hanging on to his last breath, kneeling in front of the statue of the great cathedral without sleep, and maybe you would doze off while kneeling. The Big Sparrow prayed to every god in the great cathedral, starting from the Old Woman, the Holy Father, the Holy Mother. Finally, he was hungry and tired, and in a daze, he prayed to Blackie. The Big Sparrow was the Holy Son, and his piety was very high. Blackie immediately sensed it. With the intelligence of a 10-year-old child, Blackie also understood that Danny had been waiting for this moment. So, without any hesitation, he took the initiative to pull Danny's dragon spirit, and through the line of faith between the Big Sparrow and the statue, his consciousness descended into the great cathedral. The great cathedral of Baylor, with a dome made of glass, gold, and crystal, a white marble floor, and huge windows on the wall, embedded with colored lead glass. The 7 gods, the 7 altars, and in front of the altars, there were hundreds and thousands of candles lit by believers. The Big Sparrow knelt in front of the statue of the Old Woman holding a golden lamp, the light of the candles illuminating his pale and dazed thin face. Guide me, wise old woman. Use your golden lamp that can predict fate to dispel the darkness in front of me and guide me onto the right path. Great guardian of light, can your flaming sword defeat the demons of the north? Great warrior, please bestow upon me strength. Following the line of faith, Danny could feel the Big Sparrow's feelings at the moment, hesitation, helplessness, but also piety and perseverance. He firmly believed that the 7 gods would give him guidance. Without the 7 gods' guidance, the Big Sparrow would not end this fasting prayer. Under normal circumstances, he could achieve his wish. As long as he was hungry for a long time, tired, hungry, and on the verge of death, even the most strong-willed person would have hallucinations. Just like the little girls selling matches, she saw everything she wanted to see in the winter snow. But this time was different. The Big Sparrow had only fasted for a week, and the 7 gods had given him a response. Child, don't be hesitant, a gentle voice said. Old woman. The Big Sparrow was dazed for a moment, and saw a woman in a white robe, white dress, and white headscarf appear in front of him. She was half floating in the air, the lower half of her body shrouded in white mist. She had a kind face, and her face was extremely beautiful, and also extremely gentle. Even the holy and majestic aura she exuded could not stop others from getting close to her. Holy Mother. You're the Holy Mother. Holy Mother is merciful. The Big Sparrow cried out. Strangely, there was an additional person in front of him, and her voice was so loud, but no cultivator was alarmed. Hee hee. The woman covered her mouth, and her laughter was crisp with a hint of naughtiness. The Big Sparrow was shocked, and raised his head. When he looked again, the kind-looking woman in the white dress had turned into a delicate and cute girl. The girl's hair was decorated with green roses, tulips, and camellias. She wore a simple blue pleated skirt, and her hands were behind her back. She bent over and looked at him with a smile. Ah, girl. The Big Sparrow bowed again. Child, do you have a lot of questions in your mind? The voice changed again, and the girl turned into a kind old woman carrying a golden lamp. This time, the big sparrow who was familiar with the scriptures of the 7 gods was no longer surprised. He knew that the 7 gods were one, and the girl, the Holy Mother, and the old woman were all the same god. "Old woman, I need your guidance," the big sparrow said sincerely. At this time, the shadow of the corpse ghost appeared in his heart, and through the thread of faith, Danny immediately captured his thoughts. The old woman said softly, "I see all the doubts in your heart. Yes, the deviant ghosts are real, and the long night is coming. This is an unprecedented disaster for mankind. Then, what should I do?" The big sparrow was terrified, and he thought of the matter of him and the black dragon creating the Holy Son of Light. As soon as the thought appeared, it was sensed. The old woman turned into a girl, bent down, and touched the big sparrow's forehead with a gentle finger. You are very devout and completely qualified to be the Holy Son. It's just that there was no great guardian before, so it was difficult for me to project my divine power into reality," the girl said with a smile. The big sparrow was relieved, but at the same time, he had countless questions. In the past, when he communicated with the 7 gods, he could also see the 7 gods. "Danny, are you sure?" But it was not as clear as today, and often after he got the answer, the descent of the gods would end. This time, he must seize the opportunity to ask the 7 gods about the unsolved doctrines. Chapter 508. If a person could read minds, he could easily become anyone's best, most understanding, and most trustworthy friend. If a god could read the thoughts of a believer at all times, it would be very easy to develop them into a faithful believer. What was the relationship between the Great Guardian and the Holy Son of Light? Why didn't he directly choose him as the Holy Son? Why didn't he tell him about the long night in advance? Just as the big sparrow had these thoughts, the girl told him in a lively tone, "True gods live in the astral world because they are rejected by the material world. The stronger a true god is, the stronger the rejection force of the material world will be. Ordinary true gods like Lalo, because their strength is too low, it is easier for them to communicate with the real world and are more active in this world. As for me, I have already surpassed true gods and this dimension. Just like this world has the Westeros, the land of summer, the Ursos continent, and many islands and countries in the Jade Sea. Outside this world, there are many other worlds. Lalo is only the fire god of this world. Oh, he was robbed of his song of fire by the people of Valeglia and became the king of light. And I, the main god of all the worlds. In your world, I am called the 7 gods by my believers. In other worlds, I have God, Christ, Ari, Buddha, and so on. In every world, my name is different. But, as my believers, you are all my children and will return to my embrace in the end. Do you understand now? I am the main god of many dimensions. My authority is too strong, and a single thought can break this world, just like a grown man can't wear children's clothes. The stronger the power, the further away from the material world. Even if I want to communicate with you children, you need to fast and pray for a long time, using the power of faith to build a passage to the astral world. The energy level of this world is too low, and the power of faith is hard to come by. The passage can't be maintained for a long time, and the time for communication is very short. Even communication is so difficult, let alone transferring power across worlds. But the situation has changed. Dragons are the source of the world's miracles. Dragons build a ladder between the low-energy material world and the high-energy astral world. The girl's voice sounded in the big sparrow's heart. He didn't understand some of the words, but he understood her meaning immediately. If someone later asked him about the role of the dragon in the world, the great sparrow could say in plain language the human world was equivalent to the first floor, the gods' astral world was the second floor, and the 7 gods were too awesome, so they lived on the 10th floor. The megalosaurus was like a ladder that connected the first and second floors, allowing the gods on the second floor to interfere with the human world on the first floor. If Megalosaurus became a follower of the 7 gods, the function of the energy level bridge would be even more obvious. It was equivalent to building a staircase between the house of the 7 gods on the 10th floor and the human world. However, the Megalosaurus wooden ladder was originally only prepared for the first and second floors. If it was forcibly raised to the 10th floor, it would not be able to support it. Unless Megalosaurus was more closely related to the 7 gods. There are 2 ways to do it. First, the Megalosaurus is as devout as his sparrow and becomes the child of the 7 gods. The Holy Son and the 7 gods had an incomparably powerful channel of faith. In the future, the soul of the Holy Son would be able to go to heaven through this channel. Second, the 7 gods would give some power to the Megalosaurus, increasing the status of the Megalosaurus in the Church of the 7 gods. Just like how a fart could not see the king's hand could see the king every day. Are there many holy sons? The great sparrow asked. Very few. A holy son as devout as you is rare. The girl turned into the form of the Holy Mother and said with a kind expression. With the great sparrow's maturity, he could not help but feel a little complacent. What else could make him more honored and happy than the recognition of the 7 gods? Then, he frowned again. It was already very difficult for Blackie to become a follower of the 7 gods. Asking him to be as devout as himself, would it not be too difficult? The point was, if he was as devout as himself, then who would be the Holy Son of Light? He was devout, that was true. But devout faith had nothing to do with selfishness. He had selfishness, desire for power, scheming, and insidious means, but he was still a good holy son of the 7 gods. In that case, the first path would not work. The Holy Mother is merciful. The black dragon is slow. I am afraid it will be difficult for him to understand the teachings of the Bible in a short time. If he does not become the Holy Son, he will not be able to establish a cross-level passage between the human world and His Majesty. The night is coming. Without your divine power, I am afraid the Westeros will be plunged into misery and suffering. The great sparrow knelt on the ground and begged. Dany still understood his choice. In other words, this was a trap set for the great sparrow. She knew his character, knew his way of dealing with people, and knew every dark or bright idea he had at this time. Of course, she could easily lead him into the trap. So, she could deliberately put on airs. The Holy Mother's tone was still gentle, but there was a trace of hesitation in her expression. It is not a big deal to accept a low-level stupid dragon as the spokesperson of the 7 gods in this plane. I have gods in every world. I myself do not care about the changes in the 7 Stars Bible, because the root of the teachings of the 7 gods is justice, talent, mercy, Holy Mother, purity, young girl, hard work, blacksmith, courage, warrior, wisdom, old woman, and knowing reverence, stranger. The 7 virtues do not change, and the other details are not important. But if the teachings are changed, will the believers accept it? How about you teach the black dragon well and train him as your successor? This way, you can reduce a lot of disputes. The great sparrow was moved and asked, if Big Black becomes your spokesperson, can he become a god? If there was such a good thing, it would be too enviable. He also wanted to become a god under His Majesty of the 7 gods. Therefore, the goddess decisively fulfilled his wish. No, I can't. No. Whether he can become a god or not depends on his talent and luck. I will give him more precious things: justice, mercy, purity, hard work, courage, wisdom, reverence. The title of the great guardian of the 7 gods is like the Archbishop of the Church. The first great guardian's soul will go to heaven, and the second great guardian will take over. The great sparrow was completely satisfied. He begged, the Holy Mother is merciful, have mercy on your lamb. Child, do as you see fit. You are the Holy Son, you can decide the Church's affairs in this world. The Holy Mother faintly sighed and disappeared. The next morning, the sun shone through the mosaic glass and cast colorful spots on the marble floor. A barefoot old man in a gray robe was crawling on the ground, as if he was prostrating himself on the ground, worshipping someone. His head was tilted to the side, and there was a trace of saliva at the corner of his mouth, wetting the floor. Lancel carefully approached the Archbishop and lowered her body. After hearing the faint snoring, she was relieved. the archbishop did not follow in St. Bailey's footsteps and starve to death. In the process of fasting and praying, he was too tired and fell asleep. Lord Archbishop, Lord Archbishop. The old man's tiredness made the one-armed hero feel sorry, but he also understood, he could not let the believers see the archbishop in such a state. He gently pushed the archbishop a few times, waking up the old man with sunken cheeks and pale skin. Lord Archbishop, you must be hungry, come and have some oatmeal. Lancel carefully brought a bowl of clear oatmeal to the great sparrow's lips. It was not that he wanted to be harsh to his superior. It was just that during fasting, he could not eat and could only drink water. This bowl of oatmeal was water. No! The great sparrow firmly pushed the porcelain bowl away. Lord, this is not food, you did not break the fast. Lancel advised. No, this is too bland. I want to eat meat pie, drink meat soup, and add 2 big duck eggs. The great sparrow said sternly. Lancel's body swayed, and he almost fell down. However, he soon understood. Lord, you have finished fasting. It usually takes at least half a month, why is it so fast this time? Yes, I saw the Holy Mother. The great sparrow licked his lips, unable to resist the hunger in his heart. He took the porcelain bowl and gulped it down. Lancel immediately summoned the stonemasons in the city. We need to redecorate the statues of the 7 gods. Yes, according to Danny Rice's suggestion, let the 7 gods ride dragons. Also, the doctrine needs to be changed. The spiritual core of the 7 gods will not change, but just like the king needs the king's hand and the king's guard, the 7 gods need the hand of the 7 gods and the great protector. This. Lancel hesitated and did not move. He asked softly, are you sure? Do you want to rest for a few days, wait for you to wake up, and wait for you, I am very awake. This is the order of the old woman, the great sparrow said seriously. Didn't you just say that you saw the Holy Mother? Lancel began to suspect that there was something wrong with the old man's head. The 7 gods are one. The Holy Mother is both an old woman and a young girl. You? Lancel wanted to ask, did you see the old woman in your dreams? But the great sparrow's prestige was too high for Lancel to blaspheme. Is the old woman the same as before? What does she look like? When I first came in, you seemed to be sleeping, the one-armed knight reminded him in a roundabout way. He could not remember clearly, but her appearance was similar to that of the gods. Her demeanor and tone were familiar, and she called him child. It was definitely not a dream. The great sparrow thought. But he did not intend to explain this to his subordinates. He only said with a stern look, do as I say, and you will see the 7 gods perform miracles in the future. At noon that day, the news of the great sparrow adding different black dragon mounts for the 7 gods spread. On the same day, Llewellyn Greyjoy, who had inherited Balon's title of King of the Iron Islands and the North, crossed the river and arrived at the king's landing with a few dozen carriages of betrothal gifts. Llewellyn came to the king's landing for a blind date with Cersei. During the trial of Queen Marjorie by the Great Sparrow, the experienced Kevin had already reached an agreement with Llewellyn. At this time, Tywin was still occupying the Shield Islands at the mouth of the Mander River. According to the agreement, after Llewellyn married Cersei, he would personally hand over the islands to Tyrell. At that time, the last trace of the Rebellion of the 4 Kings would completely end. Everyone ignored one of the main characters of the Rebellion of the 4 Kings, Stannis. Red Keep, Maegor Tower, on the arc-shaped balcony of the Queen Dowager's palace. Cersei and Llewellyn sat opposite each other. There was no one else except the White Knight, Robert Strong, who was guarding the balcony door. In order to eliminate his niece's rejection of marriage, Kevin had arranged this blind date. Cersei looked at the man with a cold face for a while. She suddenly stood up and came to Llewellyn's side. She gently touched his cheek, which was full of twisted scars. Llewellyn's cheek muscles twitched, but he did not avoid it. My lord, you are more handsome than the rumors say, if you did not have this scar that looks like a child's scrawl, Cersei mocked. Yuluan's bright blue eyes were full of gentle smile. He said, "Your Highness, you are more beautiful than the rumors say, if you wear a wig." Chapter 509. 3 years ago, Yuluan's face was washed away by the black dragon flame. Although he survived, he lost his handsome face and became an ugly man with a scar on his face. Before Circe paraded through the streets, the nuns had shaved off all her hair, including her eyebrows. Now, her head was covered with a ragged buzz cut which made her look ugly. "Hair can grow back, but the scars on your face will never recover," Circe said calmly as she returned to her seat. "If you knew where these scars came from, you wouldn't be so mean." Yuluan touched his black, hard skin and said, "They came from the dragon flame of the Megalosaurus. Dani Rise and her 3 dragons attacked me together. In today's world, who would be able to escape from the surprise attack of 3 giant dragons? She burned Slaver's Bay to the ground, hundreds of nobles in Volantis died, dozens of princes in Lys were melted into meat in the dragon flame, and even bravos. So, this scar represents glory. I can proudly say to everyone that this is the medal of my battle with the 3 Megalosaurus and the mother of dragons. But you, on the contrary, your hair can grow back, and it will be as shiny as gold, as smooth as silk. But the glory you lost in the gutter will never be found again." Yuluan's skin had lost its normal texture, and there were no pores. It looked smooth and even reflected the sunlight. But the scars were black and hard, full of pockmarks and pits, and red cracks appeared when he spoke. It was terrifying. Circe glared at him several times, but she turned her head away as if she couldn't bear it. "Marry me, and I can help you build a more glorious life," Yuluan said with a smile. "You?" Circe looked at the man in front of her and proudly raised her smooth chin. "If the hound is still alive, he will be happy to see you, because there is finally someone uglier than him." "Oh, no, I still have a white knight, Loras. He is uglier than you. You should go and meet him. After meeting him, you will be more confident than you are now. Hound, you and Loras can form the Knights of Fire of the Westeros." "Ha ha ha." Circe covered her mouth and laughed. Yuluan leaned back in his chair and lifted his hips as if he didn't mean to. He said lazily, "A man's confidence never lies in his appearance. If you don't have a deep understanding of certain abilities, you won't be able to discover them." Circe glanced at him, and the disdain in her eyes deepened. "There's no need to try. I'm experienced. I can see through you with one glance." Yuluan raised his index finger and shook it gently. "No, you don't understand. You don't understand what I can do. I've said it before, in this world, only I can help you restore your honor. Or are you going to give up just like that?" "Give up what?" Yuluan's eyes flashed as he said, "Revenge and the Iron Throne." Circe leaned forward and said in a low voice, "Tell me about it. You must want to take revenge on the Great Sparrow and everyone who laughed at you, right? You don't want to leave King's Landing and give up the Iron Throne, right?" Yuluan's smile widened when he saw Circe's expression change. "I can help you. Lannister's army in Riverlands has returned to King's Landing, but your uncle has never planned to massacre the Holy Cathedral. But some shame can only be washed away with blood." Yuluan leaned forward slowly. He could almost smell the sweet fragrance of the Empress Dowager's breath from a palm away. "I can," he said. Circe looked at him, almost as if she could smell blood on his dark blue lips. She was fascinated by the taste. She licked her full red lips and asked, "What can you do?" "I can kill all your enemies, all of them." He stared at those moist lips and emphasized. "Men love to boast, especially when they have other plans for a woman." Circe suddenly smiled, charming and seductive. "If a man has no plans for you, Empress Dowager, then he is not a man." "But I am different from others. I never boast." Yuluan smiled as well. Circe leaned back and put some distance between them. She then leaned back in her chair and put away all her emotions. "Prove it to me. You have to marry me first." Before Cersei could mock him, Yulun raised his hand and said quickly, "Killing him is easy, but without him, who can guarantee that you will marry me?" "Kill who?" Cersei's eyes flashed. "Who else could it be?" "The person who stopped you from ascending the Iron Throne, of course." Yulun smiled. "Maybe, he doesn't have to die." Cersei paled and hesitated. "Don't be silly. All the ministers are his men. Lannister's army is also under his control. Even you are under his control, aren't you? You don't like me, but you still want to marry me." Yulun shook his head. "How dare you say that to me?" Cersei pursed her lips. Her beautiful face seemed to be covered in a layer of frost. Her hands were clenched tightly and trembling slightly. "Because I am your husband. Husband and wife are of the same mind." Cersei was dazed for a moment. Legger and Robert appeared in front of her eyes. Finally, the image stopped on a golden-haired man who shone like the son of the sun. "Jaime, where are you? Do you know that I am about to get married? Once again, you are not the groom." Cersei felt a dull pain in her heart. Her expression became firm as she declared loudly, "Give up. I will not marry you. I want the Iron Throne so that I can live my life according to my heart. I will not put the cart before the horse." "You are so cute." Yulun smiled playfully and said slowly, "Tywin controls the door to High Court and the Shield Islands. Tywin firmly guards the door to the Northern Territory. Roose Bolton's 10,000 troops have been blocked at Carlin Bay for 2 years. The Iron Fleet is suppressing Lannister's fleet and restraining Qingting Island's fleet so that Redwyne does not dare to act rashly. If I want to, I can immediately send troops to Coastal City, sweep through Hajin, destroy the Royal Territory, and even occupy the empty Western Territory. Everyone hopes that you will marry me. If you marry me, you can easily solve all these problems. If you marry me, the royal family will also lose a piece of shit. Cersei clenched her teeth. Yulun shrugged and said disapprovingly, "Don't doubt it. You stink worse than shit. If you don't believe me, go walk around the streets of King's Landing. You are almost the model of a wanton, depraved woman. Your name will go down in history." Cersei's face was ashen. "Your Highness, you have to understand that everywhere you look, you are surrounded by enemies. Even the Big Sparrow and Dany Rise, these two powerful enemies, are closely allied. You need power. Power cannot appear out of thin air. Either you return to Casterly Rock and live alone for the rest of your life, or you find an ally. Who is more trustworthy than your husband? And in the 7 kingdoms, who is more powerful and influential than me?" This time, Cersei did not mock or refute. She fell silent and pondered in silence. Even with her walnut-sized brain, she could understand that Yulun's words were very correct. She needed an ally. At night, after a luxurious welcome banquet, Kevin came to the Queen's chambers alone. "How is it?" he asked. "You said that he is very handsome." Under the candlelight, there was a flickering shadow on Cersei's fair and lustrous face. He was indeed very handsome before. And, the scars under the dragon's flame, no matter where they are not ugly. They are glorious medals. Sir Kevin said seriously. This was not a polite remark. Except for superficial people, the scars left behind by a knight after a battle would never be laughed at. The scars from the battle with the 3 Megalosaurus and the Mother of Dragons were the most glorious marks. At tonight's banquet, knowing that the scars on Duke Yulun's face, he was actually the king, face were burned by the great guardian of light, countless knights raised their cups to toast him, countless ladies and noble women were moved and gave Yulun all kinds of explicit hints. 7 gods above, everyone knows how terrifying the great guardian of light is. But Yulun fought against 4 people, the Mother of Dragons and the 3 brothers of the great guardian. Not to mention King's Landing. Now, Yulun went to any sea trade city in the world and explained the origin of the scars, it would attract sincere praise. "What about Jaime? Did you find him?" Cersei asked. Someone saw him with the Roseless Iron Guard in Saltfield Town, Kevin said. The Roseless Iron Guard. Brittany Tass, that buck-toothed woman who is as ugly as a pig? Cersei's nails dug deep into her palms without her realizing. Yes, even Cersei of King's Landing knew Brittany's name as the Roseless Iron Guard. Jaime is not dead. He left the army of his own accord and followed her. After that, at this point, Sir Kevin sighed and shook his head. If Jaime can be removed from his position in the King's Guard, it would be good for him to marry Lady Brittany. She is a righteous and noble female knight with a heart as bright as gold. Have you gone senile? You can take the comments of the Mother of Dragons seriously. Cersei shouted, glaring. Dany Liss is a legendary female knight. No matter what you think, everyone agrees with her, Kevin said. My swordsmanship was also very good back then. I beat Jaime to tears. But my father did not allow me to practice martial arts. Otherwise, I would have led my own troops to war. How would I be in such a predicament today? Maybe I would have won the crown of love and beauty and become a legendary female knight before that woman, Cersei said resentfully. You were only 3 or 4 years old then. Kevin's mouth twitched. Jaime cannot marry Brittany. He is a King's Guard. Cersei said firmly. You can also dismiss a King's Guard. Have you forgotten Sir Barristan? Marrying a Roseless Iron Guard can wash away the stains on Jaime and let him go back to inherit Casterly Rock. Kevin sighed. His words were not selfish at all. They were all for Jaime and Lannister. You copy me? Why can't I copy you? I'm doing this for you. The fact that her and Jaime's fate was controlled by someone else made Cersei angry and helpless. Impulsively, she began to speak without thinking and roared, I'm incestuous, I'm lewd, I'm Godslayer, I'm Kingslayer, I don't care about laws and ethics. Why don't you learn from me? Kevin's face turned red, his eyes spitting fire, but he had nothing to say. Chapter 5:10. After a moment of silence, Kevin touched his bald head and said tiredly, Did you know? The Great Sparrow is building new statues of the 7 gods and changing the doctrine, saying that the Great Protector is equivalent to the King's Guard of the 7 gods. Obviously, after seeing the influence of the Megalosaurus on believers, he intends to further strengthen the relationship between the Church and the Megalosaurus. Naturally, the relationship between the Church and Daenerys will also become closer. The army should immediately flatten the Church when they return from Hajin, but you put tens of thousands of elite soldiers who have been baptized in war aside as decorations, Cersei mocked. Kevin said in a deep voice, At your command, Robert Strong eliminated hundreds of people who insulted you on the day of the parade. He was also ambushed by the families of the victims, but he fought 1 against 10 and broke out of the siege. Who doesn't know about the King's Landing? The Great Sparrow felt the pressure and planned to cancel the trial by martial arts and change it to the Church trial like Marjorie. But the 30,000 Lion Helmet army taught him to make a rational choice. Also, Lannister, a debt must be repaid. I am also Lannister. I will not let the Great Sparrow go, but it can't be our family doing, blasphemy against the 7 gods. We have to wait. When winter comes, the sparrows will starve and freeze to death in large numbers. When the Church continues to encroach on the nobles' rights to feed the refugees, when the nobles' patience with the Church reaches its limit. At that time, I will unite all the nobles and strike together. If only our family goes to flatten the great cathedral, the nobles on Lannister's side will be happy, but they will immediately turn from our allies to enemies, just like when they denounced the cruel Meg. Also, we have to consider the possibility of the Megalosaurus intervening. After all, he is the great protector of the 7 gods. Lannister's family can't take the thunder, it's best to have someone else fill in the hole. Didn't you say that Uluin has the dragon's horn and can control the Megalosaurus? Flatten the cathedral, lure the Megalosaurus to attack, and take control of 1 or 2 Megalosaurus. Who would dare oppose us? Cersei said. Kevin gently massaged his temples and carefully analyzed the situation for his niece. First of all, the dragon's horn cannot control the black dragon. We have to wait for the white dragon or the green dragon. It would be best if it was a young golden dragon. Secondly, Yulun has the horn, not us. In the end, Meg also had a dragon, and it was the most powerful Balerion, but he was also betrayed by everyone because he burned the great cathedral. Yulun is in the Red Keep, Cersei said in a low voice. Yulun is in the Red Keep. You can control him or kill him, force the Ironborn to swear allegiance to the Iron Throne, and then take away his horn. Sigh. Kevin facepalmed. He almost cried at his niece's stupidity. I swore, sacred oath, I entertained him, guests right. Not only me, but Prime Minister Tyrell and Count Tully also swore to ensure his safety. Anyway, we are not the only ones who have violated the oath and guests right. Everyone is used to it, Cersei mumbled. Gah, Sir Kevin almost fainted. This niece must be packed up and sent away as soon as possible. Let her go to the Iron Islands to harm Taimin. We can solve the problem peacefully through marriage. Why throw away our honor and bear the sin of being spat on by thousands? Furthermore, the dragon's horn is not with him. It is in the custody of his younger brother, Victarion. Yulun met with an accident in the Red Keep. Victarion will take revenge on us even more crazily. Seeing that his niece was silent, Sir Kevin sighed and said earnestly, there is also the Northern Territory. Roose Bolton must return immediately. I thought that Stannis was no longer a threat, but he turned the tables and gained the allegiance of the clans and some of the nobles in the Northern Territory. He is now heading south to Deepwood Castle. If he can take down Winterfell and raise the banner of revenge for Stark, the Northern Territory might really fall into his control. That's right, something happened in the valley. Littlefinger rejected the finance minister's invitation, and Seagull Town, a port city in the valley, like White Harbor in the Northern Territory, provided a lot of help to the grain transport fleet in Satega. Cersei, the enemy is getting stronger. We don't have the strength or time to waste. Cersei stared at Kevin's melancholy eyes and sighed. Uncle, you will regret this. The next day, at the Regents' Council meeting, Kevin solemnly announced the marriage between his niece and Duke Yulun. Cersei Lannister will be engaged to the King of the Iron Islands, Yulun Greyjoy, after completing the trial of the King of the Iron Islands. With the King's Landing's Red Keep as the center, this news quickly spread throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Even Governor Pentos, who had quietly arrived at the Red Keep, was shocked. I just arrived at the King's Landing and I'm already hearing this news. Kevin Lannister is really something. Walking in the dark and narrow tunnels of the Red Keep, Illyrio sighed. The marriage between Cersei and Yulun had been planned for a long time, but he had always thought that with Cersei's personality, she would definitely not be manipulated by Kevin. After all, Kevin was not Tywin. I have never underestimated Sir Kevin. Varys, who was holding a torch, had a calm expression. What are your plans? The fat governor asked. Even if I have a plan, what's the use without that person's cooperation? Varys said helplessly. Sigh. Hearing this, Illyrio sighed and smiled bitterly. I'm looking for you this time because of Dany Rise. I heard that the Dragon Queen has concocted a cure for the grayscale disease, and the epidemic at Slavers Bay has officially ended. I'm very worried. Could it be that in order to calm the people, she killed all the infected and purposely? It does sound unbelievable, but I just received news that the people from the Iron Treasury went to Astapor. They confirmed that the epidemic at Slavers Bay has ended. Don't worry, the representative from the Iron Treasury even met Prince Aegon at the banquet. He is very well and healthy, and the Queen treated him well. She acknowledged his identity. Not only did the people at Slavers Bay know, she also introduced Prince Aegon to foreign guests, such as Teichu of the Iron Treasury. Varys consoled. Illyrio heaved a sigh of relief, and his expression softened. He asked, why did she reject the marriage with Aegon? We miscalculated. After entering the spacious dragon cave, Varys stopped and fixed the torch in Balerion's nostrils. Then, the two of them found a place to sit down. I can't understand Dany Rise's thoughts. When we first took down Astapor, she sent you a letter asking about the prophecy of the dragon has 3 heads, and was planning to find a dragon knight. Of course, we didn't think highly of her at that time and thought that she would be chased away by the Guy's alliance. That's why we didn't reply and didn't tell her about Prince Aegon. We were prepared to wait and see. But the result was unexpected. Like the young wolf master, she showed the demeanor of a peerless general on the battlefield. Actually, knowledge was knowledge. It needed to be learned and accumulated. In terms of tactics, Dany and Robb were far inferior to famous generals, such as Tywin and Randall Tarley. But the two of them were pay-to-win players. Robb had the dire wolf and Dany had the dragon. Even worse, the two of them had famous generals assisting them. Robb had Blind Tully, and Dany had Barristan. Sigh, we should have communicated with her more, Illyrio said regretfully. The 8-clawed spider Varys nodded silently. When the Guy's alliance was swept away by Dany, they didn't inform her when they arranged for Aegon to go to Slaver's Bay. They thought that the Dragon Queen would listen to them, marry Aegon, ride a dragon back to conquer the Westeros. In the end, the Dragon Queen treated the two of them like air. Dany had sent Illyrio a note of apology for taking possession of the 3 great galleys Grollet had brought, the 3 laden merchant ships Illyrio had arranged to fetch Dany from Kilth. She had never given them a second thought. It could be said that from beginning to end, Illyrio and Varys' plan had always been their plan. The others, even the Targaryen people, were kept in the dark and were their pawns. As for Dany, she didn't treat them as her own people. If she had any ideas, she never informed them. The two of them also never wrote to her. Both sides had big ideas and did their own things. Naturally, Varys' originally meticulous plan became a mess. Dany was fine. She never trusted the two of them and didn't expect any help from them. But in Varys and Illyrio's plan, the Dragon Queen was a very, very, very important part. The Dragon Queen could overturn the chessboard with a casual move. But Varys and Illyrio still only acted according to their own ideas. Perhaps they thought that they could use the world as a chessboard and all life as pawns. In the vast and deep dragon cave, only the crackling of sparks from the torches could be heard. The 2 fat men looked at each other speechlessly. Suddenly, Varys rubbed his face and said, "At first, we sold Dany and Lys to the Horse King, thinking that Viserys could lead Drogo's roaring warriors to pave the way for Aegon. In the Westeros, the rebellion of the 4 kings broke out. In the Dothraki Sea, Viserys and the Horse King died one after another. The plan was completely messed up. After that, we sent Aegon to Slaver's Bay, thinking that Dany and Lys would marry him and repeat the path of Aegon the Conqueror. In the end, while Aegon was still on the road, she rode a dragon to the Westeros and swore an oath to end the long night as king. The plan couldn't keep up with the changes again. Fate didn't favor us. Dany and Lys were also a headache. In the end, a true dragon is a true dragon. It has its own will and is not bound or manipulated. We misjudged that girl. It wasn't a misjudgment. We just never considered her own thoughts." Illyrio smiled bitterly. "We didn't care if she liked the Horse King or not. We didn't care if she could adapt to the life of a centaur. We still didn't care if she could survive the Horse King's death. We still didn't care if she was willing to return to the Westeros. We still didn't care if she was willing to marry Aegon and help him take back the Iron Throne. We couldn't continue to care if we wanted to, but we couldn't." Varys said, "Although the plan kept getting messed up, overall, Prince Aegon's situation is not bad. Dany and Lys have acknowledged his identity and are even helping him tame his dragon." Illyrio's fat face trembled and he asked nervously, "Did Aegon become a dragon knight?" Varys shook his head and said, "Although Dany and Lys didn't marry him, they really treated him like family. She was especially good to him and even let him choose the dragon he liked. Then, Aegon chose the black dragon. You know, black dragons have intelligence and can speak. They are definitely harder to tame." Illyrio's eyes flashed and he grumbled in a low voice, "He should have chosen the little dragon." That child has a temper. Scholar Yamant had originally arranged for him to cultivate feelings with the newly born red dragon. Unfortunately, he couldn't wait. Varys sighed. If Dany were here and heard this, she would be very surprised. Because of such details, even many of the higher-ups in Astapor did not know. You came to find me this time because of the Golden Group? The fat eunuch asked. Yes, the Golden Group's employment contract with Mill has expired. They asked me about my future plans. Chapter 5:11. Mercenaries had always been known to be capricious and untrustworthy, but the Golden Band was almost a clean stream of mercenaries. Their reputation was terrifyingly good. Their motto was, "Words are like gold." Ever since the Golden Band was established, they had never broken a contract. In recent years, the Golden Band had been serving Myr, and the contract was signed once a year. The date of the next contract signing was approaching. The current leader of the Golden Mercenary Group, Homeless Harry, was somewhat confused by the unpredictable situation. He was not sure if he should sign another contract with Myr. Because according to the agreement, the Dragon Queen should have married Prince Aegon by now and ridden to Pentos. She would be defeated by the Alliance, Illyrio's analysis. So, Harry wrote to Governor Pentos and asked the fat man to give him the answer as soon as possible. Let's sign it. When the country is successfully restored, all the commanders will be able to take back their former titles and lands. There is no need for the Golden Band to exist. Breaking the contract once is no big deal. Varys frowned. They are also annoyed by the repeated changes in the plan. Illyrio smiled bitterly. In the original plan, Dany Lys would marry the Horse King, and Viserys would soon lead the Centaurs to invade the Westeros. At that time, Varys would reveal to Robert that Cersei and Jaime were having an affair, causing the lions and stags to fall into civil strife. When the Seven Kingdoms fell into chaos, second brother Way would not be taken away by the Westeros Knights. When Wayrge and Robert fought until both sides were injured, Wayrge was defeated and killed, and Robert was severely injured. Aegon the Son of Heaven would make his grand entrance. As for Dany in the Sea of Grasses, sorry, but her value was in exchange for the Horse King's roaring warriors. Her historical mission had been completed, and no one cared about her future. The two fat men did not even consider marrying her to Aegon to improve the bloodline of the dragon family, because Aegon needed a better marriage partner, and the Dothraki sees Dosh Khaleen was worthless. Yes, Varys knew about the contract between William Darry and the Sea King, Princess Dorne married to second brother Way, but Prince Dothraki, who drafted the contract, did not know that they knew. The two fat men's plan was very thorough. In the end, the Golden Band waited and waited for news of second brother Way's tragic death. For the first time, his plan was disrupted by God. Then Illyrio comforted the descendants of the exiles. Don't worry, don't panic. Dany Lilith's junk stock has suddenly become a stock with a dragon hatched. It's about to hit its upper limit. Our chances of success are even greater. Hence, the Golden Group continued to wait. He waited for countless messages related to the Dragon Queen, but none of them had anything to do with attacking the Westeros. Do you think Daenerys will be able to get past the Alliance? Varys asked uncertainly. In all their previous plans, they had never considered that Dragon Queen could defeat the World Alliance army. They all thought that after the Dragon Queen failed, she would give up her dream of freeing the slaves, reach an agreement with the Allies, and return to the Westeros to inherit her ancestral land. She would promise never to set foot on the continent of Essos again, and she might even have to pay a dragon or two as compensation. The word "world" in the World Allied Forces proved that the Allied forces could not be defeated. Even Valeglia lost hundreds of thousands of people to conquer the world and took 4,000 years. How many dragons did Valeglia have, and how many did Dragon Queen have? To be honest, if not for this transmigrator Dany, even if the conqueror Aegon was reborn, he would have fallen to the Alliance army. The difference in strength was too great, but dragons were not invincible. I thought she couldn't before, but now I'm not so sure, Illyrio said with a frown. If she can defeat the Alliance army and conquer the western continent of Ursos, then, will Aegon return to the Westeros or become the Emperor of the world? The fat governor's eyes began to shine with a strange light. Varys' oily fat face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. He emphasized coldly, Aegon belongs to the Westeros. We can't ask for more. He's the best. The fat on Illyrio's face jiggled a few times. He looked at his companion with a gaze as firm as a rock. He doesn't have the ability. The training we gave him only qualified him to be the king of the Seven Kingdoms. Varys placed his right hand on the fat governor's shoulder. His squinted eyes widened to the maximum, revealing his unquestionable thoughts to the person opposite him. Old friend, don't be greedy. You can eat as much as you want. If Dany Alice can defeat the Alliance army, it only means that she has the qualifications to rule the world. I'll take out some money to help you train more little birds. You can try. Illyrio's face had a hint of pleading. Who do you think Daenerys is? Or is she that poor little girl who lives in your house? Wake up. The little bird could deal with many people, including Prince Regent Kevin, but he could not hurt her at all. No matter how strong little birds are, they can't compare to Faceless. Varys roared angrily. Illyrio looked at the burning eyes for a moment. Finally, he turned his head and shrugged as if compromising. All right, there's still no sign of the king of the world. It's too early to talk about this. Tell me, what should we do next? Should we contact Dany Alice? This time, we'll follow her closely. She says to guard against the long night, so we'll prepare for the long night. She says to fight deviants, so we'll fight deviants. She says to not start a war in winter, so we'll rest and watch the Lannister family's drama. When summer comes and she thinks it's time to seize the Iron Throne for her nephew, then we'll start the next step of the plan. This won't be bad for Prince Aegon. He's young and can wait. Besides, his bloodline. Varys hesitated. He needs more time to tame the dragon. You've given up all the initiative? Illyrio frowned. Varys said seriously, whoever is stronger will control the game. Before, we were stronger than the little girl, so we could manipulate her life. Now, that girl is strong enough to shake the world. We can only cooperate with her. All right, I'll tell Harry to continue signing the contract with Myr. Illyrio said helplessly. The Gulf of Sorrows. 500 kilometers south of Liberty Island, only 300 kilometers away from New Gith. In the morning, the smiling face of the sun was half hidden by marshmallow-like clouds. 100 ships meandered southward. White sails, brown hulls, and blue sea. Like 100 ribbons woven from white tulips, they were sewn onto the blue tablecloth. 10 dragons flapping their wings suddenly jumped onto the blue tablecloth like 10 ants. They crawled and crawled, finally attaching themselves to the tail of the tulip ribbon. Dragon, the Megalosaurus is attacking. Woo! On the mast at the stern of the ship, the mournful cries of the lookout could be heard. Then, a loud bugle horn sounded from the fleet. The flagship at the head of the fleet used flag signals to send an order to the entire fleet. Lower the sails and get into formation. In fact, there was an order that didn't need the captain to give it. Everyone did it immediately. They lifted the tarpaulin, twisted the turntable, and loaded the crossbows, aiming at the Megalosaurus in the sky. On the deck of every warship, the figures of countless sailors could be seen bustling about. The sails were lowered, but the ships didn't stop. The oarsmen took their positions and forcefully paddled the oars to keep the ships in motion. It was difficult for a moving ship to be hit by a vertically falling kerosene bomb. 4 ships formed a group, forming a loose diamond-shaped formation. Yo-ho yo-ho, the oarsmen shouted the same tune in the same drum, trying to maintain the same speed as they sailed forward. Blackie's voice rumbled over the noise on the deck. Tauros was captured by the Great Mother of Dragons 5 days ago. Illyria was burned to ruins a day ago. The Allies have no supplies and are doomed to be defeated. Crew of the First Fleet, you have no hope. You will lose without a doubt. Surrender. Well, it was already the 5th day since Danny captured Toros. A day ago, 1,500 ships loaded with captives and looted supplies passed Nan and town. Danny's task of covering the rear was basically completed. Before leaving Toros, she took Garth's fleet and several dragons to drop the last 500 pounds of wildfire and about 10 tons of kerosene to Illyria Pier 50 kilometers away. Illyria was a small island that was 10 kilometers long and 3 kilometers wide. There was only one small pier on the island. After Danny's torment, it almost completely lost its ability to transport goods. She didn't arrange for anyone to seize the island, not because she sensed any danger. It was because Illyria was too small and had little value. It wasn't worth investing time and manpower to conquer. Just after leaving Toros, Danny caught up with the Big Crab's fleet. After capturing Toros, the Big Crab left first and went south to catch up with the first fleet of the Allied army. At this time, the first fleet of the Allied army was only 300 kilometers away from New Gith. But Danny didn't attack immediately. The Big Crab's 30 ships were still 100 kilometers away. She now only had 4 megalosaurus and 6 pterosaurs. She couldn't take down 100 ships. You have no reinforcements. There is no hope. Without Toros, the food transfer center, the Allied army will collapse due to lack of food. The Allied army will lose. Surrender and you will be spared. Blackie's words were still very useful. Although no one surrendered, the crew on the ship was shocked by the news he brought. The high-ranking officers had already known about the battle at Toros through the messenger crows, but the ordinary soldiers were naturally kept in the dark. The rowers panicked and whispered to each other. The already slow speed of the ship was further reduced. Woo! Suddenly, the flagship's horn sounded. After attracting the attention of all the warship's lookouts, the chess player on the mast sent a message to the fleet: "Don't panic. The enemy has no fleet to follow. The Megalosaurus has no kerosene ammunition, so they are harmless to us." "Idiot! Aren't you forcing me to kill you first?" Danny complained. "Idiots, you have activated the Mother of Dragons' Wrath of the Sleeping Dragon." Blackie roared at the right time. Squeak! Whitey left the team and accelerated forward. The great bullets in its claws were thrown out. It was like a flying hen, clucking and laying eggs in the air. Thump, 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 boom. More than 10 splashes appeared on the surface of the sea. Red flames rose 4 to 5 meters high from the deck of a brown ship. In only 3 minutes, it was extinguished by more than 10 sailors with seawater and sand. The hit rate of the bullets is really low when moving. Danny muttered and didn't care. She only urged Blackie to speed up. While increasing the altitude, she followed Whitey closely. Chapter 5:12. Little White dove into the sea like a flying fish and landed 1 kilometer in front of the fleet. Under the sunlight, the water droplets reflected a brilliant light. "Quick, set up the net." Without needing the captain's reminder, the first mate immediately shouted at the sailors. After the Bravos incident, the Alliance army had done a lot of drills to deal with the diving Megalosaurus. At this moment, the sailors did not panic. They quickly cut the ropes and the fishing nets tied to the side of the ship fell into the sea. It was as if they had put on a knee-length fishing net skirt for the ship. There were also many sailors holding a stack of fishing nets and guarding the side of the ship. They opened their eyes wide and stared at the rippling waves on the sea. "Be careful, the demonic dragon is attacking." In the middle of the port side, an observer suddenly shouted. At the same time, he threw the fishing net in his hand at the black shadow. Yes, on a clear morning, the crew on the ship could see Little White swimming under the sea. This was because the dragon flames only had a range of 7 to 8 meters underwater. During World War I and World War II, there were even special observers who used their eyes to look for torpedoes. In the sea a few meters deep, even torpedoes could be seen. Little White's body was so big that it could be seen swimming 5 to 6 meters under the sea. Slash, the sharp blades on Little White's wings rubbed against the fishing net fiercely as if it was tearing a piece of cloth. Danny, who was in her second-level dragon spirit state, knew that although Little White easily broke free from the fishing net, there were still a lot of net lines around its neck and chest. There were even a few steel wires. Little White's movements were a little sluggish. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the crossbows and archers on the side of the ship shot at the black shadow together. However, the arrows lost a lot of kinetic energy after entering the water. No matter how sharp the arrows were, they could not pierce through Little White's scales. Boom! After breaking through 2 layers of fishing nets, Little White drilled into the bottom of the ship and leaned back. The dragon flames shot out and the sea water boiled. The wooden boards at the bottom of the ship were as brittle as biscuits. Boom boom boom, the flagship exploded into 2 under the dragon flames that were like the fire god's sword. Wood pieces flew everywhere, the crew shouted, smoke billowed, and waves surged. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, even though the flagship was burned in half by the dragon flames, the other 3 warships in the diamond formation were not scared silly. They did not stop casting fishing nets into the sea. Then, under the layers of fishing nets, Little White was actually entangled. Awkward. Deep dive, I'll help you. Danny told Little White. At the same time, half of the 6 pterosaurs flew above the 3 warships and began to dive down to throw great bombs filled with kerosene. Because they had to use the fishing net to catch Little White, the warship's speed was reduced to almost 0. Boom, 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 orange-red fire trees with black smoke were planted on the deck, on the bridge, on the crossbows, and even on the sailors. SSSS Whitey was like a beggar wrapped in 10 tattered bedsheets as it leaped out of the ship from a kilometer away. Dan Shinzi's sword wings seemed to have failed. Boom, the great black dragon flames spewed out, and under Danny's control, it turned into a light red cloud of fire, enveloping Little White within. Beep, beep, beep. The fishing net hanging on its body quickly burned and fell off. SS. Little White, who was relaxed, raised its head and let out a long howl. There was an indescribable carefree and anger in its howl. I want to burn them to death. In the dragon spirit state, Little White sent a mental wave to Danny. Wait for the second bird to take the lead. Danny comforted it, and once again combined with Blackie to become the Holy Megalosaurus. It circled above the 4 burning ships and roared angrily at the ships below. This is the result of resisting the true dragon. Your captain is dead, surrender immediately. Woo woo, in the fleet, a ship called Sea Wolf sounded the horn again, and there was also flag language, calm down, don't panic, Sea Wolf is the new flagship. There was also a crew member who shouted, the pterosaurs can't spit fire, and they are no longer lethal after throwing kerosene bombs. Danny couldn't keep her face straight. Little White sensed its mother's emotions and immediately. Wait! Danny called Little White to stop with a serious expression. This was because the Sea Wolf was not the head of the fleet, nor was it the tail of the fleet. Other than the other 3 ships in the rhombus formation, there were many other rhombus formations around it, and the small rhombus formations combined to form a large rhombus. In other words, after Little White swooped down, it was no longer facing the fishing nets of the 4 ships. The large rhombus formation and the dozen or so ships nearby all covered the new flagship. This was a trap. Or rather, this was the plan that the Alliance had discussed long ago. Of course, I have to nibble from the side bit by bit. Danny sneered. Little White swooped down again, but its target was not the Sea Wolf, but the ship at the edge of the front. Moreover, this time, there were no pterosaurs throwing bombs. Little White broke through 2 or 3 layers of fishing nets, and after burning the ship, it immediately fled far away. It jumped out of the sea and let Danny help it clean the fishing net wrapped around its body. Then, it attacked the rhombus formation that had lost a corner and bit off the second corner. This time, there were fewer fishing nets on its body. However, Little White did not have the chance to burn the remaining 2 ships. From the time it fell into the water to returning to Danny's side and burning the fishing net on its body, it took a quarter of an hour. It was enough for the remaining 2 ships to get close to the other rhombus formation. Thus, Little White could only look for its next target. Boom crack, balls of smoke rose, and ships broke in the dragon flames. Some sank to the bottom of the sea, while others became torches floating on the surface of the sea. A few smokers seemed to have thrown more than a dozen cigarette butts on the exquisite tablecloth that was inlaid with tulip ribbons. Woo-woo, from 10 a.m. to 2:30 p.m., after losing 15 ships in more than 4 hours, the new flagship, the Sea Wolf, sounded the horn again. Formation. The remaining 85 ships did not give up the rhombus formation of 4 ships, but the small rhombus formations were close together and connected into a grid. The previous rhombus formation was very scattered, but now it was as compact as a net. When Little White attacked any ship at the edge, it would face the attacks of at least 5 or 6 ships. However, although the defensive effect of this formation was good, it also greatly reduced the speed, which was equivalent to hovering on the surface of the sea. Danny smiled coldly. Big Black, Little Green, Little Gold, and the other 3 pterodactyls scattered the grapeshot. Boom, 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 boom. Another 10 ships caught fire. 3 of them were on fire and could not be saved. The rest were covered in black smoke, and a large part of the deck collapsed. There was even a ship whose mast was burned off, and it completely lost the chance to return to the New Guy's port. What should we do now? Captain Elios, who was hiding on an ordinary warship, stared at the black dragon in the sky with bloodshot eyes. His heart was filled with hesitation and fear. He had never thought that a mere white dragon could force the most elite First Fleet of the Alliance into a dead end. The fishing net tactic could effectively defend against the mouth-stealing dragon in the sea. The Dragon Slayer crossbow prevented the Megalosaurus from diving down and spitting fire. The moving ships had a high chance of avoiding the kerosene bombs falling from the sky. Logically speaking, the fleet should not be in danger since the sea and air were defended. However, the above 3 defenses could not be combined into one. If they wanted to fire the kerosene bombs, they had to accelerate. However, if they accelerated, they would not be able to form a tight formation. Without a tight formation, the Dragon Slayer crossbow, which was difficult to turn and slow to reload, would be much weaker. If a ship did not have the protection of other ships, the Megalosaurus could even stare at the crossbow on the deck and dodge the arrows like how Neo dodged bullets. However, stopping on the surface of the sea and forming a tight formation was not enough. Elios was 100% sure that Dragon Queen's fleet was quickly approaching. With the kerosene bombs transported by the fleet, the 6 pterosaurs could casually lay grape eggs. If they were to engage in a boarding battle with Dragon Queen's fleet, their sailors would be fighting for their lives while the other Megalosaurus would be able to dive to the bottom of the sea and burn the ships without any danger. Sigh, if only there was a fleet lying in ambush outside the Megalosaurus vision. Elios sighed. Actually, it was not that the Alliance did not foresee this awkward situation. They even came up with a solution. The 2 fleets would be 50 kilometers apart and move side by side. Fleet A was targeted by Dragon Queen and immediately used a messenger crow to inform Fleet B. Fleet A would take the brunt of the attack while Fleet B would insert itself between Fleet A and the Mother of Dragons fleet or set up an ambush. While Fleet A was holding back the Megalosaurus, Fleet B would use a proper naval battle to forcefully devour the Dragon Queen's navy. The First Fleet had retreated from Tauros to carry out this plan. When Dragon Queen attacked New Gis port, the First Fleet, which was floating in the open sea, would attack the Queen's fleet. This way, even if they could not kill the Megalosaurus, they would be able to seize control of the sea. The alliance was strong and had a loss ratio of 2-1 or even 3-1. Even if it was a loss ratio of 10-1, the alliance could still tolerate it. But now, because Tauros had fallen, the alliance naturally thought, as expected, we were tricked again. Dragon Queen created a diversion to lure out the First Fleet and easily took over Tauros, which had lost its naval power. War God Yuan Kai's language. Hence, the First Fleet, which was hiding in the west of the Bay of Sorrows, gave up on the ambush plan and returned to New Gis immediately. In the end, they met the Dragon Queen at their doorstep, New Gis, a conference room converted from an ordinary house. The leaders of the alliance sat around a round table and passed a letter to each other. After reading it, some were dejected, some were anxious, some were terrified, some were gritting their teeth. This was a letter from the First Fleet. The moment he saw the dragons, the captain, Helios, sent a messenger crow to New JS. After a long while, war god Yuan Kai said, "I have said many times, don't play tricks with the Dragon Queen. Building a solid base and fighting a stupid battle is the way to go." At this moment, even the most radical Prince Rhys Traeg, was somewhat convinced by the war god. He looked at the war god respectfully and asked, "What do we do now? Should we save the First Fleet?" Before Grazdan could reply, Zero yelled, 300 kilometers. How do we save them? Zero was the commander of the Third Fleet. He cared more about this than Cavalry Commander Grazdan, because if they were to save the First Fleet, he would be the one to attack the Mother of Dragons. Grazdan thought for a moment and said, "Tell Helios to act according to the situation. If they meet Danny Alice's fleet before nightfall, they will engage in a chaotic battle. Don't worry about losses. Try to kill as many enemies as possible. If the enemy ships still don't appear after nightfall, break up the formation and use the cover of the night to break out of the encirclement." At this point, War God let out a low chuckle. He, actually, this is also an opportunity. The Dragon Queen's fleet traveled more than 1,000 kilometers for the First Fleet, right? You're saying that she's going to attack New JS? Then, should we retreat? Without the First Fleet, we won't be able to defend the port. The representative of Ko Chang Island said in shock. No, we have to teach the Dragon Queen a lesson in blood. We have to let her know that she can't be too greedy. The war god smiled confidently. Chapter 5:13. I've always advocated the strategy of building a strong fortress and fighting a dumb battle, but that doesn't mean that we don't need brains, and it doesn't mean that we don't fight back. My core idea is to defend and counterattack wisely, Grazdan said firmly. All the big shots' attention was attracted, and they cast curious and expectant gazes toward the war god who had suddenly shown off his abilities. Tyroxidai looked at the war god with admiration. He asked softly, "How do we defend and counterattack? Dragon Queen's fleet is 300 kilometers away. Without a doubt, after taking down Tauros and burning Illyria, she's ambitious and wants to attack New Guys. Since that's the case, we'll continue with our previous plan. Send a fleet to ambush Dragon Queen's fleet. She came here in a hurry, so she definitely didn't bring too many warships. At the same time, send a letter to Matharis and ask them to cooperate with us. While Dragon Queen is pinned down near New Guys, arrange for pterosaurs to attack Astapor's factory, Kayuan's wheat fields, and Mirine's labor camp. Burn down the factories and wheat fields, liberate the hundreds of thousands of Guys heroes in the labor camp. I want the demon Mother of Dragons' backyard to be on fire. I want her years of hard work to go to waste." The war god's expression was fanatical. He was dancing with joy. He didn't look cold and lifeless at all when he was talking about building a strong fortress and fighting a dumb battle. Chui Gu slapped his thigh and said, "Right, I almost forgot. The survivors of Valeglia still have pterosaurs. Damn it, subduing pterosaurs is such a big thing. Why didn't they inform us? If Matharis is willing to cooperate with us, General Grazdan's plan might work," Zero said happily. "If we succeed, Danny Rise will probably go crazy," the representative of Ko Chang Island said excitedly. Ha, that's exactly what I want. If we want to destroy her, we must make her crazy first." Grazdan laughed. Everyone agreed on the plan and immediately sent a letter to the First Fleet and Matharis. After the letter was sent, the meeting didn't end. However, when the pterosaurs were mentioned, everyone's expression changed. After a while, Chui Gu asked the question that everyone wanted to ask: "Can you ask Matharis to share a few pterosaurs with us?" That's right. Matharis is also a member of the Alliance. Taming a dragon behind our backs is too much. Zero immediately nodded in agreement. The representative of Ko Chang Island said resentfully, Did those Valeglia survivors forget who supplied them with food? There were dozens of city-states in the Jade Sea, countless islands in the Summer Sea, Queers, New Gis, Reese. More than 100 countries contributed their own food and transported it to Materis through Toros. Since they had joined the big family of the Alliance Army, they should share the benefits and responsibilities. We, Ko Chang Island, have provided you with money, soldiers, and food. Is it too much to ask for a few pterosaurs? Pterosaurs aren't megalosaurus. You can have as many as you want in the Sosros rainforest. Grazidon turned to the pirate king of the Snake Lizard Archipelago and asked, "Can you go to the rainforest and find a nest of pterosaurs?" The Serpentine Isles were on the edge of the Sosros continent. We wouldn't dare to enter the rainforest. A muscular black man with colorful braids had a look of fear in his eyes. He smiled bitterly and said, "Even the islands are full of miasma and plagues every year. Wouldn't it be suicide to enter the rainforest of the continent?" Grazidon sighed when he thought of Aizen, who was one of the 2 heroes of Yuan Kai. He changed the topic and asked, "What did the venerable dragon say?" "It's been almost a year. There are more than 500 people in 7 or 8 families. Why haven't they hatched the dragon eggs?" The governor of New Gis replied, "The venerable dragon thinks their bloodlines aren't pure enough. The Dragon Queen's 5th dragon has already hatched, but we haven't even seen a single scale." "Why? Is that venerable dragon really not a liar?" Zero asked doubtfully. "The golden dragon that originally belonged to great sage Mourinho can almost carry people. You still doubt the venerable Dragon Queen?" Zanetti said unhappily. Zanetti was the one who had provided Mourinho with the dragon eggs. He was also the venerable Dragon Queen's sponsor and guarantor. After that, he was also the one who suggested that the venerable Dragon Queen stay and hatch the dragons for New JS. He was in charge of the entire project, so he naturally couldn't deny the venerable Dragon Queen. Disregarding everything else, just the debt of the 500 people who were burned to death, who would pay for it? In that case, tell us, which relative of Danny Lilith sacrificed for the 5th red dragon? In fact, not only did she not lose any relatives, she even gained a great-grandfather and a great-nephew. Zero questioned loudly. Everyone was silent. They didn't know what to say and felt uncomfortable. Because she sacrificed someone else's relative. It's like how the venerable dragon sacrificed Mourinho's relative and not her own. The demon mother of dragons knows magic, everyone knows that. She must have sacrificed hundreds of noble people in Volantis and Lisi just like the venerable Dragon Queen. Zanetti didn't hesitate to tell them the explanation the venerable Dragon Queen had given him. It didn't matter if others believed it or not, he had to believe it. The war god's eyes flashed and he said eerily, "Speaking of Yamant and Aegon, what do you think?" Without any hesitation, as if they had discussed it beforehand, almost everyone had the same ferocious expression and said hatefully at the same time, "We should give her a bloody retribution." He. The war god laughed in a low voice. Thank the gods, the wise, mighty, and invincible Dragon Queen has finally shown a flaw. An old sage who escaped from Yuan-Kai licked his lips and said with a cold smile, "Yes, we desire revenge, but she has always been alone. Sometimes I think how good it would be if her second brother, her son, didn't die. If her son didn't die, we would have sent the regretful guests to Slaver's Bay." Zero sighed. "How could it be your regretful guests? Our Bloodthorn Alliance, in the southern part of the Jade Sea doesn't know how to disguise themselves, but their assassination skills are even better than the Faceless. Many of our assassins are even proficient in witchcraft. If she dares to free the slaves, countless slave hunters will pay the Bloodthorn to kill her, son." The representative of Ko Chang Island said bluntly. "Assassination is risky. Our Reese's poison is world famous. It's too easy to kill a child." Prince Reese's Chuegu said. If her son didn't die, I would disguise myself as a merchant and sneak into Astapor. I would kidnap the boy while she was riding a dragon and roaming the Westeros. Why would I need to use assassins and poison? Asking assassins to assassinate is not as satisfying as taking revenge with your own hands. The Pirate King grinned. Hee hee, there are so many Unsullied in Astapor. You want to kidnap her son? Dream on, even a blue-lipped wizard is more reliable than you. Zero said sarcastically. Hey, stop arguing. If her son didn't die, Bravosi would have sent the Faceless to kill him. The representative of Tarosai sneered. Those Bravosi hypocrites, using the name of the regretful guests to fool us. If the Mother of Dragons didn't tell us, we would still be in the dark. If you oppose her, why don't you join our alliance? Cowering and hiding, you'll only make the heroes of the world laugh at you. Zero said disdainfully. Unfortunately, she doesn't have a son. Fortunately, her nephew didn't die. Don't worry about that Yamant. He's too old, and the difference in seniority is too great. She won't feel much if he dies. Aegon is her brother's only son. Taking his life will take away half of her life. War God said coldly. Then should we send someone to infiltrate, or hire an assassin? Bloodthorn, regretful guests, sorcerers, poison masters, or faceless? Zanetti asked. War God thought carefully for a moment and suggested, let's pool our money. Pay as much as you hate that woman. We'll hire as many people as we can. With that, he waved his hand and heroically said, I can't wait to eat her flesh and her blood, but her swordsmanship is brilliant, her magic is super strong, even Faceless One can't do anything to her. So, I'll use half of my fortune to buy her nephew's life. As long as I can make her suffer, it's worth 3 million gold coins. I represent queers. 4 million. Zero said with a twisted face. 1 million. 2 million from Ko Chang. In the end, a Navy commander from Toros said with a ferocious face, my family was destroyed, and I only have 500,000. Take it all out. No, I still need to borrow one. 5 million from the Iron Treasury. I want her dead. It's hard. I can only vent my anger on her nephew. His name was Perlo Valoris, and he was the younger brother of the winged dragon knight, Piero. Dragon Queen had always been cruel to her enemies. That day, when she predicted the winged dragon's attack, she and her people went into hiding. Instead, she left the Valoris and Terrelise families in the mayor's mansion. In the end, under the leadership of Piero himself, the first wave of fire oil attack by 30 winged dragons fell on the mayor's mansion and destroyed his family and his father-in-law's family. So, Perlo's hatred for Aegon was bone deep. Hate the house and its crow. After calculating, everyone was surprised and relieved to find that the amount of money they had was too much. It was more than 20 million gold coins, enough to order from all the famous assassin organizations in the world. Send out invitations, use up all the money, and swear to kill Aegon Targaryen. Grazadin decided. Swear to kill Aegon Targaryen. Everyone answered in unison. In this hidden meeting room, such a scene appeared as if Aegon was a demon with ambitions to dominate the martial arts world. The heroes of the martial arts world could only hide in the dark, behead chickens, burn incense, drink blood wine, smash porcelain bowls, and swear to the heavens that they would get rid of evil for the people and seek justice for the countless heroes who died tragically. Achoo, achoo, the night wind was slightly cold. Aegon pulled his collar and rubbed his nose tiredly. He sighed. Big Black, you are intelligent and understand the human language. After telling you so much, you should understand my situation, right? The Battle of the Bay of Sorrows had ended. At around 5 in the afternoon, Garth's paddling boat finally arrived at the battlefield. The ship transporting the kerosene tanks was maintained 2 kilometers away from the First Fleet. Little Gold, Little Green, and the 6 pterosaurs led by Tyrion took the kerosene bombs from the ship. If an enemy ship dared to leave the main group and attack the tanker, Little White would immediately dive to the bottom of the sea and destroy it. Helpless, the First Fleet's captain announced that they would give up on the formation. They still formed a group of 4 warships and charged toward the 30 ships at Slave Bay. It was a super huge naval battle, a huge chaotic battle. After the sun set, the dark surface of the sea was covered with a layer of burning wooden wreckage that was as dense as stars. Dany was naturally victorious. She had lost 2 ships and destroyed 60 of the enemy's ships. She had captured 21 ships, and only about 4 ships had managed to escape under the cover of the night. Just the captives from the sea alone were more than 8,000 people. Among them was the fleet commander, the governor of Volantis, Elios. Leaving White Knight to reorganize the fleet, Dany rode her dragon back to Astapor at 3 or 4 in the morning. Then, Aegon began his daily dragon taming work, talked to Big Black. Chapter 5:14. Compared to Aunt Dany, my charisma is much weaker. Grey Iron Garth, Eris Sitiga, my godfather John Clinton, Duck Duckf, and even my cousin Quentin worship her and are willing to die for her cause and ideals. But I can't even gain their trust. Tyrion asked me to rope in Dwayne, but he still has doubts about my identity. Aunt Dany is very good to me and even planned to arrange for me to be the sheriff of Meereen to train my military and civil skills. I also want to try, but there are no dragons in Meereen, know you? Even Tyrion has Tessa. My godfather is also praying in the Holy Church. After a few days, he will complete his baptism and be anointed with holy oil again and become the second holy knight. They all have dragons and pterosaurs, but I... Big Black, are you asleep? Alright, I should go to sleep too. Aegon talked endlessly, treating Big Black as the trash can of his soul. The troubles of growing up as a teenager, the fear and anticipation of the uncertain future, the dejection caused by the shadow of the grayscale disease in front of women, the trouble in dealing with interpersonal relationships. He told Big Black everything in the dead of night. After hearing about his misfortune, even Dany had some sympathy for him. Hiss, in the south, the pterosaur's cry came from the distant horizon. Aegon, who was about to stand up and return to his room to sleep, stopped in his tracks and looked up. The night sky seemed to be filled with lead ingots, and a deep black cloud drilled out. The black cloud hovered in the sky, fanning out gusts of crackling wind. Big Black opened its blood-like eyes, with a human-like indifferent expression, looked at the sky, then closed its eyes and went back to sleep, the 9-colored vortex spinning in its mind. Whoosh, whoosh. The black cloud in the sky seemed to have received some kind of authorization, slowly landing on the wall opposite Big Black. Its movements were light, without a cry or intense flapping of its wings. It gave Aegon a feeling that it was very cautious and careful. He knew that it was not an illusion, the pterosaur was afraid of Big Black. Oh, you're finally back. Tyrion's tired voice came from behind the pterosaur. Is it very tiring to ride a dragon? Aegon's mouth tasted sour. Ah! Tyrion, who was unbuckling the buckle of the dragon's saddle, was startled. He did not expect someone to still be awake at this late hour. But after a moment, he recognized the owner of the voice and immediately understood, Aegon is here to train the dragon again. Well, he had seen similar scenes many times. Almost everyone knew that he was diligently taming the dragon every night. At first, she thought his behavior was strange, but after seeing more of him, she slowly got used to it. Your Highness, it's already so late. Why haven't you slept yet? Tyrion slid down Tessa's wide wings like he was on a slide until he reached the grass in the garden. After a casual greeting, he explained, it's not tiring to ride a dragon, but I've been flying for too long today. I set off at 2 in the morning and caught up with the first fleet at 10 in the morning. I fought until the sky turned dark, around 7, and then I flew back until now. For the whole day today, I ate, drank, peed, pooped, and slept on Tessa's back. I can only say that war is tiring. My aunt came back a long time ago, Aegon said. Tyrion took off his flying helmet, shrugged, and said matter-of-factly, the pterosaur's speed is between 120 and 180 kilometers per hour. The megalosaurus' speed is generally above 300 kilometers per hour. There's no comparison. Then, the dwarf walked under the pterosaur and waved his hand. The pterosaur obediently stretched its head over. The dwarf rubbed his face affectionately on the pterosaur's head a few times and said, Go to the arena behind and get a cow. You've been flying for a whole day and must be hungry. Hiss, the pterosaur let out a low cry, turned around, and jumped into the darkness. It's so obedient, Aegon said enviously. Yes, Tessa is very obedient. Tyrion's smiling face was 1% tired and 9% satisfied. Aegon turned his head and secretly glanced at Big Black, who had never given him any response. He sighed in his heart. When could he be so intimate with Big Black? How was the battle today? He asked. Tyrion also glanced at Big Black with a solemn expression. This dragon could control Tessa without words or roars. The queen didn't tell you? He asked. I didn't have time to ask. Tyrion sighed and said, We won, a great victory. The allied army was very tenacious, but we had more than one dragon. To be honest, the allied army's first fleet was stronger than the Royal Navy during Robert's time. In the end, they couldn't even last a day in front of the Megalosaurus. As the two talked, they came to the public living room on the top second floor. They called an unsullied trainee who was on night duty and waited for him to bring food and wine. The two sat opposite each other, eating and talking. After listening to Tyrion's narration of the entire battle, Aegon asked enviously, How does it feel to burn a ship while riding a dragon? Is it exciting? It's very satisfying. Although Tessa can't breathe fire, she's very strong. With a swing of her tail, she can split a 30-meter-long warship into two. Wood chips flew everywhere, and the enemy flew into the air with a miserable hull. It's so exciting. Tyrion said proudly. Sigh. Aegon suddenly sighed dejectedly and said with a dejected expression, Hearing you say that, even I want to contract a pterosaur. Big Black is still ignoring you. Tyrion frowned and said, Your Highness, I'll tell you the truth. Don't be unhappy. Say it. Aegon said gloomily. Even if it's a Targaryen, not everyone can subdue a Megalosaurus. You know this, right? Aegon's face was full of anger, but he quickly suppressed it. His purple eyes flashed with a cold light and said, I'm different from them. Dragons have 3 heads. This is a prophecy. Language is like the wind. Tyrion sighed. Think about it yourself. Can your aunt take down the Westeros alone? Do you want 3 heads to be idle when one person can do it? I'm not idle, Aegon said coldly. You're about the same as an idol now. The dwarf complained in his heart. He bit a drumstick and said vaguely, Do as you wish. There aren't enough pterosaurs anyway. Aegon was inexplicably anxious and asked eagerly, Why aren't there enough? Aren't there 4 more? Garth is the Queen's White Knight. He wanted one, and the Queen agreed. Jorah Mormont, who has been with Her Majesty for so many years, should have one, right? Then there's Ser Barristan, Aerys Sitiga, Quentin Martell, John Bolton of Meereen, and... I almost forgot about the Queen's blood riders. Oh, the blood of my blood, can we not share one? This. Aegon was dumbfounded. There aren't enough. He said anxiously. Yes, there aren't enough. That's why the Queen arranged for me to go to the old dragon knows the way. I'm afraid of death. Let's wait for Sir Clinton to complete the baptism. To be honest, I don't think he can succeed. Sosros is purgatory. Aunt, I need a pterosaur as a guarantee. Early the next morning, Dany had just walked out of her bedchamber with her sword in hand when Aegon hurried over to her and said so. How are you going to guarantee it? Dany frowned. Of course I want a true dragon, but logically speaking, not all Targaryens can tame a dragon. I have to have a backup plan. Aegon said seriously. I don't have time to raise a backup plan for you. I urgently need combat power. Why don't you continue to communicate with Blackie and wait for Tyrion to go to the rainforest to find a pterosaur nest? Dany suggested. He's afraid of death and doesn't want to go. Can he not die if he's afraid of death? Danny sneered. If he dares not go, I'll take back his Tessa. Why don't I give his Tessa to you? This. Aegon remembered the story of Tessa that Tyrion told him that night. He hesitated and shook his head. You can't do that. Tessa has a special meaning to him. Then what do you want? There are only 6 dragons. Aerys, Quentyn, Clinton, Garth, and Barristan have already been distributed. There's Quentyn and Aerys, but there's no Sir Mormont. Aegon was surprised. Not everyone can be a paladin. You have to have a devout belief in the 7 gods. Big Bear believed in the old gods before and hasn't had time to change his faith. Wait a little longer. Dany had already received the news that the Great Sparrow was really fooled by Holy Mother Dany. At this time, he was gathering craftsmen to add stone dragon mounts to the 7 god statues. Even the content of the 7 Stars Bible was revised again. The Great Protector was promoted from Red Flower Double Rod to Kingsguard. Compared to the 7 gods' hand that Dany expected, it was still a little short. But it was enough. The Kingsguard could represent the king and exercise the king's rights. This bit of authority was enough for Blackie to usurp part of the 7 gods' priesthood. With the priesthood of the 7 gods and the power of faith of the 7 gods, Blackie could be considered to have succeeded in usurping the throne. He was the 7 gods. Clinton, Garth, and Barristan were all devout believers of the 7 gods, so they were also believers of Blackie. Through the line of faith, the seal of contract could be given to the 3 people. It was similar to the evil god giving back to the cult members who sacrificed themselves. Is Tyrion very devout? I've never seen him go to the great cathedral to pray. Aegon doubted. His devoutness is not lower than yours. Impossible. Aegon firmly refused to believe it. Dany shrugged. It's okay if you don't believe it. Aegon and Tyrion were not devout. The former was 0. 4 and the latter was 0. 5, they were a long way from the 1. 0 of ordinary people. Naturally, they couldn't get the seal of contract with faith. But they, Quentyn and Aerys all had the blood of the true dragon. Whether they were devout or not was not so important. Dany didn't have time to argue with Aegon. After breakfast, she immediately rode on Blackie and took Little White and Little Green to the Old Guys 700 kilometers away in the south. Old Guys was the capital of the Jaskali Empire 5,000 years ago. It was separated from Guys Island, the main island of Guys, by a strait more than 200 kilometers wide. After Valeglia destroyed the Jaskali Empire, they sprinkled salt and sulfur on every inch of the capital. Since then, the prosperous Old Guys had become desolate and silent. At this time, Old Guys was still as desolate as the Gobi Desert, but the war against New Guys had brought vitality to this place. The 300-meter-tall Great Pyramid had collapsed in the dragon flames back then. In the past 5,000 years, there were only weathered boulders, weeds, and vines left between the cracks. When Dany arrived, Aerys was instructing the captives to move boulders from the ruins of the pyramid. The captives would use the boulders taken from the ruins of the Great Pyramid to build a new castle. It didn't need to be big. It was enough to deal with this war. From Old Guys to New Guys, it was only 500 kilometers away. Old Guys was to New Guys, just like Nan and Town was to Tolos. They were both strategic bridgeheads. That afternoon, Blackie took his 2 younger brothers and 6 younger brothers to throw 9 bunches of grape bombs at the port of New Guys. Dany used more than a ton of kerosene to announce to the world that from today onwards, East-West sea trade would stop. Chapter 5:15. If Queers was the gate between the east and the west, then New Gith was the front yard between the west and the east. In terms of geographical location, New Gith was inferior to Queers, but as a strategic location that blocked the trade between the east and the west, there was not much difference between the two. When New Gith and its nearby waters fell into the flames of war, the trade between the east and the west was no longer safe. Due to the rise of Dragon Queen, the sea trade was once again hit hard. In desperation, countless sea merchants in the city-states of Ursus began to save themselves. Just like how kindergartens turned into barbecue shops during the epidemic, the sea merchants in this world turned into grain merchants, craftsmen turned into farmers, and cash crops such as cotton, oil, sugar, tobacco, and herbs in the fields turned into grain crops such as wheat, soybeans, and corn. In fact, this change began to happen long ago, even before Dragon Queen came up with the food treasure. Because the slave trade was an extremely important part of the great maritime trade, now that the largest slave trade market collapsed, the sea trade would of course suffer a heavy blow. Moreover, Quirs, New Gith, Volantis, and other city-states were also the most important part of the sea trade, but now they were all at war with the slave bay. Oh, I digress. The impact of the Battle of New Gith on the sea trade continued to spread, and the war had just begun. On the second day, Garth's fleet led the captives into Old Gith, and on the same day, Dragon Queen attacked New Gith. New Gith was attacked for the first time. The loss was not great, but the impact was far-reaching. The world sea merchants were frightened and did not dare to approach New Gith port. On the third day, the Old Gith port was roughly rebuilt. On the same day, Dragon Queen and Black Dragon stayed in Old Gith, and only General Wildfire accompanied Green Dragon, White Dragon, and Gold Dragon to attack New Gith. Within a day, there were 2 waves of kerosene bombs, and the people of New Gith were frightened. On the fourth day, the fleet from New York Village at the southern end of Liberty Island arrived in Old Gith, bringing food and production materials. On the same day, Dragon Queen and Black Dragon stayed in Old Gith, and only General Wildfire, Green Dragon, White Dragon, and Gold Dragon attacked New Gith. It was still twice a day. New Gith gave up on rebuilding the port, and the people of New Gith began to flee to the neighboring Jean Island. On the fifth day, the first bungalow built with the stone and wood of the Great Pyramid was completed. Dragon Queen moved in, and General Wildfire accompanied the Green, White, and Gold Dragons to attack New Guise. On the sixth day, Dragon Queen went on as usual. She even began to organize people to reclaim the wasteland covered by green plants. At this time, the Allied spies finally passed through the Strait of Giscari and took a detour from the east, secretly sneaking into the bushes 5 kilometers away from Old Giscari. Yes, from afar, secretly observing with binoculars. Just like that, another 3 days passed, and the Alliance gradually discovered a pattern. Dragon Queen did not participate in the bombardment of Zingis, and her Black Dragon was sleeping on a small hill. After that, Warlord Yuan Kai personally wrote a letter to Two-Headed King Beni of Madharis. The Dragon Queen is very smart. Her goal is not to take over New Gith, but to destroy the Alliance's resource center. Just like how she took down Tolos but did not occupy Tolos. She knew that no matter how many city-states she conquered, it would only disperse her strength. Only by causing the Alliance to lose a good supply chain will we have a chance to win this war. So, we can't go at her pace, we have to disrupt her rhythm. Either we ask Prince Beni to lead the winged dragons to guard New Gith, protect it, and ambush the Megalosaurus. Or we can take advantage of the fact that the Dragon Queen is out to ambush the cities in Slaver's Bay, causing her to be unable to attack New Gith. Yes, Beni was the Prince of Madharis, and people gave him the nickname Two-Headed Demon King. Actually, the Two-Headed Demon had been tempted when he first received the suggestion of taking revenge on the Dragon Queen and stealing her home from New Gith. But the loss in Tolos was too great. 30 winged dragons, except for himself, were all wiped out. Thinking about it, if Madharis still had ready-made winged dragon knights, why did they not go to Tolos together? Why did they hold back when they ambushed the Dragon Queen? What a joke! To put it bluntly, Grazidan's suggestion was very good, and Beni and Jenny agreed, but Madharis did not have any dragons. Yes, there were no dragons for the time being. Like New Gith, Danny did not know that Madharis did not have any winged dragons. New Gith thought that Beni had a dragon because Jenny wanted to appease them and deceive them. Danny thought that Beni had a dragon because none of the captives could withstand the interrogation of the Whip of Solitude. Their confessions were very consistent. There were about 100 trainees in the same batch who participated in the Dragon Knight training. After the training, they were divided into groups of 10 and entered the dragon training bases in the Sea of Sighs. Because of the separate training, the captives did not know that they had dragons, and the remaining 70% of their companions were not assigned any winged dragons. This led to Dani's misjudgment. She thought that there were 7 other training bases, but they did not complete the training, so they did not come together last time. In a way, her guess was not wrong. Benny did not directly reject Nugget that day. He only replied, "Wait a little longer. Maybe Dani and Rise are playing tricks. Their target is not Nugget at all, but the remaining winged dragons." Then, when Zingy sent spies to figure out the Dragon Queen's movements and make preparations for the subsequent sneak attack, Benny once again took the dragon horn named Dragon Slayer and headed to the rainforest of the Sosrith continent, where he once again controlled 40 pterosaurs. The Dragon Slayer surpassed the Dragon Binder and was Veleglia's most powerful dragon's horn, but even it could not control the Megalosaurus indefinitely. Benny's strength was limited, the distance was too far, and the power that Jenny could transfer to him was limited. 30 winged dragons last time was the upper limit. This time, he could control 40 winged dragons, and not because Benny's strength had increased, nor because the dragon's horn had upgraded. The main reason was that the 40 winged dragons this time were younger and smaller than last time. The second time he received the Kayuan Wargid's request for help, Benny immediately replied, "Keep a close eye on the black dragons." On the 10th day after the Battle of the Bay of Sorrows, Big Sparrow sent a letter to Dragonstone Island. "The new statues of the 7 gods have been completed. I hope that Dragon Queen will consider using the new statues and teachings in Slave Bay." The 7 gods, each of the 7 gods had an additional black dragon mount. The Great Guardian of Light was the guardian of the 7 gods, equivalent to the King's Kingsguard in the mortal world. On the 11th day, Big Sparrow held a grand mass ceremony. More than 200,000 believers gathered in and out of King's Landing. Standing in the lecture hall, Big Sparrow announced, "The long night is coming. The prophecy of the 7 gods, the one that Dani Taylor made for Big Sparrow, will come true. At this time, the Great Guardian of Light has to take on more important responsibilities. He is the guardian of the 7 gods, my good helper. He and I, and all the other lambs of the 7 gods, under the guidance of the 7 gods, will eliminate the deviants and end the long night." On this day, Blackie evolved again. On this day, Dani was wild with joy, but also extremely conflicted. She was happy because her goal was achieved. Things were as she had guessed before. Under the conferment of Big Sparrow, the Holy Sun, Blackie successfully usurped the authority of the 7 gods. However, Blackie's talent was limited. He was given the title, but he did not deserve it. He could not swallow the 7 priesthoods of the 7 gods in one gulp. With his current ability, he could only choose one at most. Therefore, Dani was conflicted. Heavenly Father, Holy Mother, girl, blacksmith, warrior, stranger, old woman. Who should she choose? Who should she choose to be? If there was no steel statue of Godot, Dani would hesitate between warrior and stranger. But now, she seemed to have 7 choices, but in fact, she could only bet on the blacksmith. It was also on this day that Blackie became the blacksmith. In an instant, countless lines of faith crossed the pool of faith and directly connected to him. All the believers of the 7 gods were believers of Blackie. 1/7 of the successful usurpation. It could be said that from this day onwards, Blackie, Balerion, the Black Goat, the Goddess of Lust, and many other veteran demigods and evil gods became existences in the same realm, perhaps with different powers. Then, on the 12th day after the Battle of the Gulf of Sorrow, a pterosaur circled around the Veleglia Peninsula to avoid the sight of the Dragon Queen, sneaked into Jean Island, and under the cover of the night, went north to Old Guys. 30 kilometers east of Old Guys City, the pterosaur landed, leaving behind a pure-blooded pterosaur knight who believed in Balerion and had a noble 14-fire peak. The pterosaur knight met up with the spies of New Guys and snuck 2 kilometers away from Old Guys. He hid in the bushes and used binoculars to observe the town in the distance. On the morning of the 13th day, the pterosaur knight prayed to Balerion and recited the scriptures very devoutly. A strong thought repeated in his mind countless times: the black dragon was lying on the ruins of the Great Pyramid, basking in the sun and sleeping. 1,500 kilometers away, Balerion used a secret technique to receive the voice of his believers. He could not hear anything. Unless there was a blood sacrifice, or the praying was the Holy Son with the highest level of faith, such as the Great Sparrow. Otherwise, the believers would not be able to contact the gods from more than 1,000 kilometers away. Not to mention Balerion, even the King of Light Lalo was the same. This world suppression of extraordinary power was so strong. Even though Big Black had become one of the 7 gods, it could only listen to the prayers of the devout through the statues of the blacksmith and Great Guardian in the Great Cathedral. It had to be devout enough, or else it would not be able to touch the line of faith connected to Big Black. It also consumed a lot of faith power and was not worth it. Other demigods would not do that at all. Last time in Tolos, the pterosaur knight was able to communicate with Benny in real time, because he was very close to Benny. And like Jenny, Benny had also become a part of Balerion's future. Being close to Benny was equivalent to being by Balerion's side. Yes, the future. Benny's bloodline was noble. After death, his soul would be integrated into the big family of Balerion. However, this did not mean that the pterosaur knight's prayers were useless. Balerion could not hear the hearts of the believers, but he could sense part of their emotions. Happiness meant that the black dragon was in old guise. Worry meant that the black dragon was not there. Yes, last time in Tolos, the ambush had failed and they had been tricked to the point that they were almost completely wiped out. Jenny and Benny had also begun to lean towards the war god Yuan Kai, constantly worried that they would fall into the trap of the cunning Dragon Queen again. Now, Benny was sure that the Black Dragon and the Dragon Queen were in old guise. Slave Bay was unguarded. They could boldly steal the Dragon Queen's home and give her a bloody retribution. Benny waved his hand and roared fanatically to the dragons behind him, "Let's go to Myrene, take down the labor camp, liberate 100,000 people of Guise, and overthrow the rule of the demon mother of dragons in Myrene." His 40 pterosaurs flapped their wings and leaped from the waist-high grassland, flying towards Myrene City in the south. Chapter 5:16. Jack, the young leader of the Spear Regiment, was a filial son. To avenge his father, he ran out of Dragon Queen's control range in half a day with the perseverance of running a marathon. He saw the mercenaries from Mataris. Despite his exhaustion, he borrowed a horse and continued to run for 200 kilometers. Finally, he saw two-headed Benny before sunset. After listening to his military report, Benny immediately decided to give the Dragon Queen retribution. Jack was relieved. After receiving Benny's reply, he fainted with a smile on his face. He was so tired that he collapsed. Personally, Jack admired and even worshipped the Dragon Queen. But she killed his father. The grudge of killing his father was irreconcilable. Personally, Danny admired and was even touched by Jack's father-son relationship. But she killed his father. The grudge of killing his father was irreconcilable. Jack ran desperately to Mataris to seek reinforcements to avenge his father. Danny coldly used Jack as a chess piece to lure the enemy's reinforcements into the ambush. She could almost imagine Jack's ending. Well, Jack became a spy for the Dragon Queen and was bitten into two by Benny's pterosaur and eaten alive. Benny thought that the ambush last time was all because Jack betrayed the allies. This time, he was fully prepared and firmly believed that he would not repeat the same mistake. The Black Dragon was in old guise. The Green Dragon and White Dragon followed General Wildfire to bombard New Guise. There was no force in Slave Bay that could deal with them. In order to hide their whereabouts, they did not take the right path. This sneak attack would definitely catch the enemy off guard. 40 demon-like shadow pterosaurs with black scales and black wings followed a mottled green swamp dragon and set off at night. They first flew north into the mountains, then east through the Dothraki Sea. Finally, they hid in the vast sea of grass in the north of Meereen, waiting for news from Old Guys. After confirming that the Black Dragon was in Old Guys, the White Dragon and Green Dragon followed General Wildfire to bombard New Guys. They immediately soared under the blue sky and white clouds, heading straight for Meereen. On the distant land, a sparkling river gradually appeared. At the end, it was connected to a deep blue sea. That was the Scar River, which was also the Black River that Dragon Queen had ordered. The matchbox-like city of Meereen was on the other side of the river. Suddenly, Benny's expression changed. 500 meters ahead, at a position higher than him and the others, there was a nearly 30-meter-long dragon cruising in the air. Where did this dragon come from? Through the binoculars, Benny could see the obvious beak and mouth, and he was relieved. It was a pterosaur. Moreover, the green scales on the pterosaur's excrement reminded him that this was once a pterosaur in his team. That day, 20 pterosaurs followed him to attack the black dragon, 5 surrounded the green dragon, and 5 pursued the white dragon. This pterosaur with mottled green scales was one of the pterosaurs that were chasing after the white dragon. Benny even remembered its owner, the city lord of Tolos, Piero Valoris. Benny was surprised to see the pterosaur in Meereen, but he did not panic. He even heaved a sigh of relief. He had received news from Zingis that during the Battle of the Bay of Sorrows, Dragon Queen had appeared with 6 pterosaurs. And these days, the only pterosaur that participated in the bombing of Zingis was General Wildfire. They had been wondering, where did the other 5 dragons go? Now, Benny was relieved. It turned out that Dragon Queen had placed the other pterosaurs in Slaver's Bay to act as patrols. Damn it, there's actually a Dragon Knight. Not only can Dany Rise remove the restrictions set by Her Majesty Jenny, she even seems to have learned the seal of contract. Her talent is so terrifying, to be able to grasp the secret technique of Great Magus Valeglia just by imitating. Seeing that there was a white knight in white armor and a white cloak on the back of the pterosaur, Benny was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. At the same time, his heart was filled with fear, and his murderous intent burned even more. SSSS, the pterosaur in front had also noticed the overwhelming number of pterosaurs behind it. The white knight on the dragon's saddle hurriedly pulled the reins, turned around, and fled in the direction of Meereen City. Even though Dragon Queen did not need a rein or a dragon's saddle to ride a dragon, in fact, pterosaur knights, dragon riders of the Targaryen family, and even the Dragon King of Valeglia needed a full set of saddles to control a pterosaur or megalosaurus. Megalosaurus and pterosaurs might be able to understand the words of a dragon knight, but in the sky, flying at a speed of more than 100 kilometers per hour, even if you shouted yourself hoarse, the megalosaurus would not be able to hear you. Don't let him escape. That's a swamp dragon, it's not as fast as your shadow dragons. Wakanda, take your team and chase after him. Killing a white knight is equivalent to killing a seventh of that woman's life, ha ha ha. Benny waved his hand, and 5 black-scaled pterosaurs immediately separated from the team and sped away. Yes, there was more than one type of pterosaur in Sosro's rainforest. During the dragon battle in Tolos, Benny's side was full of swamp dragons. Swamp dragons could be as long as 50 meters. They were strong, but they were slow, with an average speed of around 150 kilometers per hour. This time, Benny controlled a group of shadow dragons. The shadow dragons were only 20 to 30 meters long, but their speed was close to 250 kilometers per hour. They were also very fierce, had extremely strong night vision, and were very good at hunting in the dark. In general, swamp dragons were big, strong, and good at heavy bombardments. Shadow dragons were good at night attacks, biting, and fighting in the air. Beside his ears, the wind howled angrily. On his face, wisps of cold mist brushed past. In his eyes, a bloodthirsty smile flashed. The tip of his nose seemed to smell the scent of blood. In his mouth, Wakanda shouted loudly. Kill, kill, kill. Balerion, charge forward and tear it apart. Yes, Balerion was the name of the shadow dragon he was riding. There were 40 dragons in the team, and at least 5 knights had named their dragons this name. The swamp dragons were indeed not as fast as the shadow dragons. Due to the delay in turning around, it only took a minute or two for the pterosaur team to get close to the White Knight. Woo woo, the White Knight blew the small horn hanging on his waist. It was hurried, high-pitched, and overflowed with urgency and fear. Ha ha ha. Wakanda was even more excited. He raised his hand and made a tactical gesture. The other 4 dragons in the team surrounded the White Knight from 4 directions, one from the left and one from the right. He's dead. Benny looked at the green dung pterosaur that was 2 kilometers away, trying to increase its altitude to avoid the attack. He sentenced the White Knight to death in his heart. The shadow dragon was not that big, but its movements were agile, and its reaction was fast. Its combat ability under high-speed ascension was far superior to the stiff and rigid swamp dragons. If the White Knight was smart enough, he should reduce his speed and altitude, get into position, and face the shadow dragon head-on. Perhaps, in the first wave of attack, the White Knight might be taken away by the shadow dragon just like an eagle taking away the chick behind a hen. However, the green dung pterosaur might cause a lot of damage to the shadow dragon in the following hand-to-hand combat. Not everyone can become a dragon knight just because they ride a dragon. Benny retracted his mocking gaze and turned his attention below. With the reminder of the horn, 4 black dots flew out from the table-sized marine city below. 4 pterosaurs. However, the 4 dragons did not rush towards the group of pterosaurs in the sky. Instead, they split into 4 and went to meet the White Knight from 4 directions. You want to save the White Knight? Benny was not surprised by the appearance of the 4 dragons. After all, he already knew that the Dragon Queen had captured 6 pterosaurs. One was in old guise, and the other 5 were here. It was normal. With the Dragon Queen's intelligence, it was impossible that she was not prepared for the surprise attack of the Allied forces. The appearance of 5 pterosaurs here was in line with the expectations. Benny was also not surprised that the 4 dragons did not rush up. Any knight in his right mind would not take the initiative to fight 35 with 4. It was just that the other party's choice made him feel awkward. At this time, the group of pterosaurs was 1,500 meters in the sky, 4 kilometers away from Marine. In their claws were a string of kerosene bombs similar to the one used by the Dragon Queen. Originally, they would first throw half of the kerosene bombs in Marine City, and the other half at the militia station in the labor camp outside the city. The fire in Marine would attract the attention of the guards, unsullied, so that they would not have the energy and time to care about the changes in the labor camp. Then, Benny and the others could try to take down the labor camp and liberate the 100,000 adult males and guys. Maybe they could not overthrow the rule of the Dragon Queen, but they could definitely corrupt Marine and create favorable conditions for the coming war. But now, we have to stop the 4 pterosaurs. Otherwise, when they meet up, it will be 5 against 5. Wakanda's team may be wiped out. In one-on-one hand-to-hand combat, the huge swamp dragon had the upper hand. Therefore, when Benny went to the rainforest for the first time to subdue the pterosaurs, the swamp dragon was his first choice. After hesitating for a moment, he made a decision: divide into 4 groups of 20 shadow dragons, throw down the incendiary bombs, and kill the opponent's pterosaurs first. As for burning the city, after killing the opponent's air force, he could choose the target to bomb leisurely. Perhaps, he could try the olive forest or wheat field. The 20 dragons were divided into 4 groups and separated from the square formation. The pterosaur team was suddenly half empty. Hiss! A sorrowful cry came from the sky. Benny tilted his head and looked up. He saw the poop green pterosaur swing its tail and send a shadow dragon flying, but its left wing was pierced by another shadow dragon's claw. Like a pair of scissors piercing into a leather jacket, it pulled hard. Rip crack! The flesh wings broke, and even the wing bones seemed to be broken. The poop green pterosaur wailed and flapped its wings hard, but like a hen with broken wings, it fell from the sky uncontrollably. Coincidentally, it was heading toward the pterosaur group at the bottom left. Its neck was bent, and its back was facing down. One wing was flapping hard, and the other was unfolded awkwardly. It was like a swan that had its neck pierced by an arrow. Hee hee, everyone get out of the way. Don't get hit. Benny smiled and waved his hand. The pterosaurs around him immediately dispersed. This white knight is also unlucky. He was lucky enough to escape the sharp jaws of the shadow dragon, but he's going to be crushed into a pile of meat by his own dragon. It was the pterosaur that fell down. The knight's legs on the dragon's saddle were fixed, and his body hung upside down, waving his arms wildly. It looked hilarious. Suddenly, a drop of dragon blood floated down from the sky. It splashed out from the poop-green pterosaur's torn wings and landed on Wakanda's face. The high temperature stung him, making him grimace. It's so hot. He cursed, then touched his face and saw the blood on his hand. Wakanda was stunned for a moment. Then, his pupils contracted to the size of pinholes, and he shouted as if he had seen a ghost, "Benny, be careful. Dragon blood is boiling hot." What? Benny was confused. That's not a pterosaur, it's a megalosaurus. Only Megalosaurus's blood is boiling hot. In his consciousness, Jenny was jolted awake. In that instant, her sense of danger fluctuated intensely like a tsunami. Quick, 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 dodge. This is a trap. The target is you. Jenny shouted crazily. She even started to control the pterosaur under Benny to dodge to the side. But out of the 41 dragons that came over, only Benny was riding a swamp dragon that was inconvenient. At that moment, the poop-green pterosaur also changed its movements. Its originally bent neck suddenly straightened, and its twisted and weak wings flapped hard. His two-headed demon, die. The demonic dragon roar, the second stage of the true dragon roar and divine power burn, the strongest soul-suppressing strike was activated. Chapter 517. Boom. It was as if a nuclear bomb was detonated in Benny's mind. His clear sea of consciousness instantly turned chaotic. This enhanced version of a blacksmith's hammer even made Jenny's divinity in the depths of her soul tremble in a trance. In this trance, the poop-green pterosaur was as agile as a monkey. It flipped over and dived towards Benny. The two were originally very close, only 300 to 400 meters. With Blackie's speed, and the speed of its dive from above, when Benny stabilized his mind with Jenny's help, the beak was only 30 meters away from him. No! Divine dragon? That's a black dragon. He evolved again and became a real divine dragon. What is Danny Rise doing? She's not even a demigod. Why did she let the dragon spirit Megalosaurus become a divine dragon first? Jenny's spiritual power let out a series of incredulous and incomprehensible shouts. If she asked Danny face to face, Danny might be confused. What's wrong with letting the Megalosaurus become a demigod first? No, spiritual waves could transmit a lot of information in an instant. But to Benny, he could only open his eyes wide and shout one word in horror. Boom, boom, boom. The beak was twisted, deformed, and fell off in the dragon flames, revealing a blunt mouth with black and red scales. Blackie's mouth. The poop-green pterosaur was actually Blackie in disguise. The dark red scales were dyed poop green by paint. It wore the beak of a pterosaur. Even its wings were sewn with a pterosaur's wings. In Tauros, Danny obtained more than 20 pterosaur corpses. The dragon's skin and wings were removed. After the corpses were burned, the remaining dragon bones and beak-shaped dragon mouths were also found in the ashes. There were many pterosaurs that were bigger than Blackie. Putting their beak-shaped dragon mouths on Blackie's mouth was as simple as putting a horse's bit on a horse. Then, from the 6 pterosaurs, she chose one that was similar in size to Blackie. She painted its poop-green scales black and added a thin layer of dark red. In the case of preconceived notions, as long as it lay on the ground and slept, anyone would think that it was Dahe. The substitute, Dahe, was left in the old guise, which made the spies feel at ease. The real Big Black transformed into a pterosaur and hid in ambush to steal from the Dragon Queen's house. Compared to the other party's 70 pterosaurs, Zingi's was not important to Danny. Anyway, she only wanted to destroy Zingi's, not take it as a treasure. Danny really thought that Matteris had 70 dragons. After torturing the captured Dragon Knights, they said that there were 100 Dragon Knight trainees in the first batch. Without 100 dragons, what was the point of having 100 Dragon Knights? Of the 100 Dragon Knights, 30 had been dealt with last time. Now, there were 70 Dragon Knights and 71 dragons left. 71 dragons. How could the Dragon Queen not be scheming? Oh, this beautiful misunderstanding had to continue. This time, there were 40 messages, and Matteris still had 30 messages left. Alright, I digress. The White Knight on Dahei's back was also fake. The Dragon Queen made a White Knight suit. At this time, Dahei was the blacksmith of the 7 gods. The dragon flame changed from the platinum of the Great Guardian to the current glazed red. It was almost the brightest red in the world. The dragon flame seemed to have solidified into a liquid. Looking at it from different angles, it even reflected the sunlight. It was like Dahei had spat out a spiral crystal. It was a crystal spear. This was the blacksmith's fire, the divine fire that gave the forging attribute. Benny's eyes emitted a bright light. His blue pupils flashed with countless overlapping blue and purple pupils. It was as if there were 10,000 people, 10,000 3D virtual images of 10,000 eyeballs stacked together. At this moment, Benny was not fighting alone. He had inherited the glorious tradition of Valeglia. Beleriand, Miracis, Vargas, and other existences were possessed by his soul at this moment. Separate. Benny spat out a word. In Valeglia's witchcraft language, countless male and female voices overlapped. Not only did Danny understand, but she also knew that he was using the same witchcraft as her fire control spell. She felt that the dragon flame was withstanding a strange force that was forcefully distorting its shape and direction. It was like a giant kneading a lump of dough. Perhaps the giant was rough and couldn't knead the dough into the shape he wanted, but he could make it change its shape greatly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, when the crystal-like glazed red dragon flame was 3 feet in front of Benny, it was like a river meeting a reef. It couldn't help but split into 2 sides. Benny's current demeanor was 90% noble and 1% arrogant. Danny's pupils contracted, and her expression became extremely serious. The energy level of that power was very high. It immediately made her think of the Song of Wind. Perhaps, Benny used the power of the law. This guess made her even more shocked. Could the Song of Fire really be in Beleriand's hands? But to master the Song of Law, one would be a true god. He was obviously not a true god. The problem was that only the god of fire who chanted the Song of Fire could take away the control of the god of blacksmiths over the dragon flame. At this moment, Blackie wasn't fighting alone. He had inherited the glorious tradition of the Targaryen family. Whitey and Danny's souls were possessing him at this moment. It was very contradictory. Danny was bewildered. It was a long story, but in fact, Blackie was diving at Benny at high speed. The distance of 30 meters was really only a moment. Danny had originally planned to burn Benny to death, but Blackie had swept past the old green dragon. But now, she changed her mind. Blackie lowered his head and rushed into a cloud of glazed red dragon flame that had been scattered by Benny, and directly hit Benny, who was on the dragon's back with Iron Head technique. Bang roar! Blackie was a blacksmith. Like a hammer, it smashed into a lump of bloody mud and hit the old pterosaur's back. The old green swamp dragon lost its speed and howled in pain, but Blackie's movements were swift. In just an instant, like a child fighting, he twisted his body and rode on the old dragon's back. His sharp claws hooked the old dragon's wings and his mouth bit the old dragon's neck. The 2 dragons, like Jack from I Can Fly, hugged the tendrils from behind and accelerated their descent to the ground. At the same time, Benny, who had been smashed into bloody mud, turned into dragon worms as expected. They were as thick as chopsticks and as long as an arm. They were stained with sticky pink blood and were as dense as a large pot of noodles. The noodles wriggled like tentacles, wrapping around Blackie's neck and quickly spreading towards Dragon Queen, who was on his back. Apart from the ghastly dragon worms, the scene at this moment had a hint of the Dance of the Divine Eye Lake, P.S. However, Blackie was a demigod blacksmith. Its might and strength far exceeded Caraxius's. The old swamp dragon was only a pterosaur, which was inferior to the Megalosaurus vagor. Therefore, Blackie could crush the old swamp dragon and even suppress the swamp dragon's soul with the might of the dragon god. It could only take a beating like a puppet while its body was stiff and unable to resist. Well, Danny arranged it this way on purpose. Because Benny was in the center of the group of pterosaurs, there were still 15 shadow dragons eyeing him covetously. Blackie quickly descended with the swamp dragon and avoided the siege of the shadow dragons. "You're at your wit's end." Danny snorted coldly. The soul attack in the second-level dragon spirit state exploded again. Like a bolt of lightning, it made the dragon worms swarming towards her tremble in unison. Hiss! Boom! In the dragon spirit state, their minds were connected. The moment she launched the soul attack, Blackie spewed out dragon flames. It was still the blacksmith's glazed red crystal flames. The dragon flames spewed out from Blackie's mouth, but it didn't burn the old dragon's neck in front of it. The dragon flames actually rolled back and put an extremely bright red scarf around Blackie's neck. Crackle! Pop! Pop! The dragon worms that fell into the dragon flames were like worms that had been thrown into a pot of oil. They swelled, their skin exploded, and red and white liquid splashed everywhere. But while they were splashing, they started burning like kerosene. It had to be known that back in Orlos, Blackie and Little White's dragon flames couldn't hurt the dragon worms at all. They could only stop them from forming into a human form. No! Every dragon worm let out a hair-raising wail before turning into ashes. Men, women, old, and young, their wails were all different, but each of them was soul-piercing. Evil creature, die! Danny sent out another soul attack. This time, it was only Little White's first-level dragon spirit. Because it was about to fall, Blackie had to control its flight at all times. It couldn't fall into its stiffness. When its soul instantly entered and exited Danny's mind, its body would be temporarily stiff. You can't kill me. Benny is just one of my millions of bodies. I'll still return. Roar! Danny wouldn't argue with it. After the soul attack, she immediately began to endow it with a spirit. She let the flames shatter the soul and pretend to become an ownerless spirit. Whoosh! The nine-colored spirit fell into Danny's sea of consciousness like a waterfall. She thought that her soul was saturated and couldn't absorb the spirit. However, the nine-colored vortex shook violently. Like a giant coin swallowing water, an even more illusory and larger colorful vortex formed by spirit appeared above the nine-colored vortex. This was the nine-colored vortex crazily absorbing the spirit. It came from Balerion, and it had the divinity of Song of Fire. Danny's nine-colored vortex became clearer at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was like a landscape painting suddenly becoming a real natural scenery. It was the kind that had just been washed by Chunyu and bathed in the brilliant morning glow for the first time. Danny felt numb from the soles of her feet to the ends of her hair. It was so comfortable that she almost moaned. She had a feeling that her thirst for a long time had finally been satisfied. Not only did the quality of her wizard power sublimate, but it also had a trace of Song of Fire attributes. Even the total volume had more than doubled. It was at least equivalent to 10 years of Danny's hard work. But Balerion was in trouble. Ah, my divinity, my soul, is disappearing? How is this possible? What did you do? What sorcery? Could it be that this is the talent above the dragon's spirit roar, leaving behind the last trace of consciousness? Balerion's spirit in Benny's sea of consciousness didn't manage to escape in time. It turned into spirit and became a great tonic for the Dragon Queen. It was really very nutritious. Only a trace of the divided soul left in Benny's body was close to the undying person they met in Queers. No wonder the great wizard was so disdainful when he talked about the undying person. No wonder Blackie, who had become a demigod, found it so difficult to kill a divided soul like Balerion. But Blackie was only a few months old, and it had already dealt with the undying person. Ha ha ha. Danny stood with her hands on her hips and laughed wildly on Blackie's back. So, Balerion wasn't my calamity, but my opportunity to achieve Tao. Balerion also said that Benny was just one of the 10 million divided souls. But just him alone was enough to increase her power by 10 years. If she swallowed 10 million of them together, an ancestor in the chi refinement stage of 100,000 years? Hiss, Blackie roared, reminding its mother that there was something more important. Bite it to death, or let it fall. Chapter 518. Dahe was still riding on the old swamp dragon's back. Its sharp claws clamped onto the old swamp dragon's wing bones and flapped its wings hard. She didn't know what Benny had done, but the old pterosaur would rather fall into a pile of meat than flap its wings to fly. But Dahe couldn't lift it. The two dragons stacked on top of each other slid down to the ground uncontrollably like a passenger plane that had lost its momentum. At this moment, they were only 400 meters away from the lush green cornfield below. There was no time for Danny to show off. Well, her magic power had skyrocketed, so she decided to show off again. Danny's footsteps were light like a wind elf. She jumped from Dahe's neck to the old swamp dragon's back. Then, she ran along its neck like a qigong in wuxia. She lowered her body and pressed her hand between the pterosaur's eyebrows. True Dragon Roar was activated. Her second soul merged with Little White and rushed into the old swamp dragon's spirit sea. She skillfully found the seal of contract left by Balerion and shattered it. Something was wrong. But she didn't have time to think carefully. She immediately extracted a trace of Dahe's spirit power and combined it with her Green Prophet's second soul. They formed a new seal and imprinted it in the old pterosaur's mind. It was now hers. Dahe loosened its claws and left the old swamp dragon's back. Hiss, the old dragon roared and began to flap its meaty wings vigorously. It glided 50 meters above the ground and whizzed past the cornfield. The corn stalks and the wide green leaves swayed with a rustling sound. Danny squatted on the old swamp dragon's neck, creating waves in the green sea below. She could even smell the sweetness of the corn. Damn it! Balerion is so cruel. Closing her eyes to analyze Balerion's broken runes, Danny was shocked and angry. He actually modified the seal of contract. Unlike her, he didn't make the runes carry the indestructible attribute of the Green Prophet's soul. Instead, he set up a time bomb. No matter if it was a wound on the soul or the body, after losing the ability to fly, the pterosaur gave up struggling and directly died on the ground. Just like the old pterosaur just now, it couldn't break free from Dahe's shackles, so it would rather die than live an ignoble life, which gave Danny a chance to capture it. To put it bluntly, after Danny's no guns, no cannons, the enemy will make them for us. In Tauros, Balerion added a self-destruct program to the pterosaur fighter. Hiss, Dahe roared. Boom! Dragon flames lit up the sky, and the pterosaur's wails resounded through a radius of 5 kilometers. Then, there was the sound of limbs colliding, sharp teeth tearing, and Dahe's roars. Danny looked up and saw that the other party's group of winged dragons had already caught up. Or rather, it was the beginning of the mutation. The shadow-winged dragon knights were stunned for a moment, but after all, they had participated in a few months of trainee training. These elite warriors quickly reacted, and according to the tactics taught by the instructor, they began to besiege Blackie. Above her head, 800 meters above the cornfield, a dozen shadow dragons surrounded her from all directions like a pack of wolves surrounding a tiger. Dahe was really as ferocious as a tiger. If the shadow dragon was replaced by a strong swamp dragon, Dahe would use guerrilla warfare and kite with speed, but the shadow dragon's size, strength, and claws were not as good as his. Facing the group of dragons that surrounded him, he directly accelerated and faced the 3 dragons that rushed up from below. First, he spat out a mouthful of dragon flames and burned the dragon on the opposite side into a dripping turkey. Then, he used his tail to break the neck of the pterosaur that was biting his wing from the side. Like a sharp axe, he really cut off the neck. The knights wailed, dragon scales flew, and blood splattered across the sky. At this moment, the other pterosaur bit Dahei's left wing. Its sharp teeth were like daggers, and 3 arm-length wounds were drawn on the bulging fleshy wings. Hot dragon blood splattered, and the hot pterosaur opened its mouth, crack. Dahei was extremely valiant. Its left wing was bitten, but it did not care. It even did not make a sound. It turned its head and bit the other party's neck. It was like biting a ham sausage. Slash! Dragon blood spurted out from the broken neck like a fountain, dyeing Dahei's head and half of its body red. Then, it spread its wings and rushed out of the encirclement. Yes, in the blink of an eye, the 3 pterosaurs that came from below were killed by Dahei. Even though there were several wounds on its wings, its movements were still swift and its flight was still stable. From below, Dahei circled in a semicircle. With a pterosaur dragon head in its mouth, it faced the group of pterosaurs again. Boom! In front of more than a dozen pterosaurs that flew over, it calmly spat out a ball of glazed red dragon flames and burned the head of the pterosaur beside its mouth. Crack, crack! It was like eating a crunchy biscuit, chewing in big mouthfuls. A few pterosaur knights felt a chill in their hearts. They could not help but pull on the reins, and the pterosaurs under them slowed down. Dahei did not roar again. It just narrowed its eyes, exerted force on its wings, and increased its speed. It was like a light cavalry bypassing a phalanx of spears, leaving only a rain of arrows and the enemy's wails. Dahei drew a beautiful arc in front of the group of pterosaurs that pounced on it, leaving behind a 30-meter-long pillar of dragon flames. A few kilometers away, the citizens of Myrene saw that the whole sky was dyed red. It was a bright red, like the blood of the sky. Another pterosaur, along with the rider on its back, melted into meat juice and fell to the ground. Slash! A bloody hole the size of a cup was pecked on Dahei's neck. Boiling hot demigod dragon blood spurted out, almost burning the pterosaur blood on its scales. The dragon flames delayed its movements. The group of pterosaurs was not without a horse. Another pterosaur swooped down diagonally from above, pouncing on Dahei's back. Its beak-like sharp beak pierced through the megalosaurus dragon scales. Ow! Dahei cried out in pain. It retracted its wings and shot toward the ground like a missile. The pterosaur's movements were unstable. Before it could expand its attack, it was flung away from Dahei's neck. Idiot, I'll teach you how to be reckless. Mother Long rode the old pterosaur to meet it. The moment the pterosaur flew over Dahei's back, she jumped. It was easier and lighter than Brother Crow jumping out of the car window. Let's go. Let Mom avenge you. Danny leaned on Dahei's back, using the leather buckle on the dragon's saddle to secure her calves. Hiss, the old swamp dragon was the first to meet the group of pterosaurs. Bang, it first knocked a pterosaur away, then bit the wing of another pterosaur with its mouth. It was very fierce. No, not fierce, but fearless. Its behavior angered the shadow pterosaurs. Like vultures pecking at a rotten corpse, the pterosaurs with black scales and black wings almost covered the mottled green old pterosaur. But Danny would not let her brother die on purpose. In the next moment, Dahei arrived, boom. In the blue sky, a circle of milky white air waves exploded. Red rain fell all over the sky. The corn stalks on the ground swayed wildly, the green leaves were dyed light red. It was as if a basin of blood had been poured between heaven and earth. Everywhere was red. Red fire mist. 7 or 8 pterosaurs fell like ignited turkeys, whining. The rest were like hit baseballs, flying in all directions. From the moment Danny sat on the dragon's saddle on Dahe's back, Dahe began to prepare a big move. A dragon fireball condensed and expanded in his mouth. When the swamp dragon was beaten up and Dahe flew to the black pterosaurs in the sky, the fireball had expanded to the size of a water tank. Danny's Grand Wizard meditation technique had just been upgraded, and her magic power had doubled. Dahe was now a blacksmith. The power of the dragon fireball after they combined was imaginable. Not to mention the lighter shadow pterosaur, even the old swamp dragon that fired at me with a body of nearly 50 meters fell diagonally downward like a ball soaked in blood. Well, it had been informed in advance by the dragon queen, so it curled its body into a ball. The shadow pterosaur's sharp teeth and claws scratched hundreds of wounds on the ball. Its dragon scales were broken, its red flesh was exposed, and blood flowed. It was very miserable. However, it did not glorify itself. After leaving the range of the fire cloud from the explosion of the dragon fireball, it spread its wings and wobbled toward Myrene. At this time, the black pterosaurs that had been divided into small groups to hunt down the 4 swamp dragons guarding their homes noticed the change and flew back. Danny did not think of 1v5. The 4 pterosaurs that took off from Myrene were mainly to disperse the enemy's forces. They did not fight with the enemy at all. They just flew as far as possible. Pull the monsters. 4 dragons pulled away 20 shadow dragons. That was why she and Dahe had the opportunity to assassinate Zhuanzhu, and avoid the tragedy of being surrounded by Zhuanzhu's guards after the deed was done. In the face of the 20 pterosaurs that gathered and rushed toward them, as well as the 8 or 9 dragons that survived the explosion of the dragon fireball, Dahe rushed to find the scattered surviving pterosaurs before the dragons formed a circle and attacked them one by one. With Mother Long's assistance, the dragon fire was no longer a straight pillar of fire. Instead, it changed to the left and right, forward and backward, up and down. Dahe swept past the pterosaur that was 10 meters away from the left. It did not even need to slow down to turn its head to the left. A bowl-sized dragon fireball automatically whizzed over. The pterosaur knight exclaimed and pulled the reins, wanting to steer the dragon to avoid the bright red fireball. But suddenly, boom! The bowl-sized fireball exploded into 7 or 8 small fireballs the size of a child's fist. One of them landed on the pterosaur knight's face, igniting him into a heart-wrenching torch. The rest also landed on the pterosaur's head, wings, back, and other parts. The pterosaur plunged down like a plane that lost its momentum. Bang! A huge pit was created in the sweet vegetable field. The soil, leaves, blood, and minced meat were like a fountain, flying more than 10 meters high. Even if the pterosaurs merged into one and made Dahe lose the opportunity to attack them one by one, Danny could still kite them. A strange scene appeared in the sky. A megalosaurus that was mottled with red, black, and feces green flew in front, followed by a group of black pterosaurs. The distance between the two sides seemed to be getting closer and closer. 200 meters, 150 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters, unknowingly, they had passed through the green corn fields on the north shore of Heilongjiang, the green and red sweet vegetable fields, and entered the rippling bay west of Myrene. After going more than 10 kilometers into the bay, the pterosaurs were getting closer and closer to Dahe, and their flying altitude was getting lower and lower. Something's not right, what is she doing? Wakanda's heart was full of doubts, and his sense of crisis was getting stronger. At this time, he was in the lead and was almost at the black dragon's tail. Something's not right, leave here immediately. Just as he raised the crossbow at his waist and was about to shoot at the back of the white knight, a numb feeling in his scalp made his body tremble, and he subconsciously pulled the reins to change direction. Whoosh! The white knight lowered her head, and a bright red fireball flew over her back, smashing right into the face of the defenseless Wakanda. He howled as he melted, and the wings of the pterosaur he was riding on caught fire, and it fell uncontrollably into the sea. At this low altitude, it was impossible to kill himself by hitting his head on the ground. Danny had lured them here to deal with the suicide command that Balerion had set in the pterosaurs' minds. She wanted to capture this group of pterosaurs. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Wakanda and his dragon were just the beginning. The rain of fireballs that covered the sky became an eternal nightmare in the hearts of the surviving dragon knights. The scene was very similar to the arcade game, Thunder, that Dani played when she was young. The fighter picked up a shotgun and shot out shells that took up half the screen, destroying the weak soldiers in the first level. Chapter 519. The aerial battle in Meereen had ended in less than an hour, and Dani had captured a giant swamp dragon and 8 shadow dragons. There were also a number of dragon knights. Of course, she did not just shoot down 8 shadow dragons, but of the 14 dragons that fell into the sea, only 6 survived. Some were too injured and drowned in the sea, some were burned in the head, neck, and other vital parts by the dragon fireball, and died directly. Blackie and the pterosaurs were moving at high speed, and Dani had so many targets to attack. It was too difficult to aim at every dragon and avoid the vital parts. When the pterosaurs completely lost their will to fight and scattered in all directions, the Dragon Queen used the method of jumping on the plane to directly capture 2 more. Jumping off the plane was troublesome and too dangerous. After leaving the bay, Dani did not dare to do it again. If she made a mistake in the sea, she could still fall into the sea, but if she made a mistake in the air above the farmland, she could only turn into spring mud for the crops. Although the pterosaur knights had lost the faith communication system of Commander Benny and Balerion, they were not stupid enough to fight Dani to the death. After confirming that they could not kill the Dragon Queen, they were very alert and immediately scattered to escape. In the process of Dani's pursuit, she captured 2 dragons, killed 1, and the remaining 10 or so successfully escaped. After all, the Shadow Pterosaur also had a speed of more than 200 km per hour. As long as they were out of Dani's sight for 5 minutes, beyond a range of 10 kilometers, no matter how sharp Blackie's eyes were, it would not be able to find them. After the war, smoke was everywhere outside Meereen. Unable to break into the sky above Meereen, and having to immediately participate in the aerial battle, the pterosaur knights could only leave the hundreds of kilograms of kerosene bombs in the farmland. Even the fighter jets would throw away the auxiliary fuel tanks before combat. As a result, dozens of fields, such as the corn forest, the sweet vegetable field, and the sweet potato seedlings, were all set on fire. This loss was not even enough to cover 10 acres of land, so the Dragon Queen did not feel any heartache at all. Blackie's wings rolled up the dust in the air and landed lightly on the yellow road beside the cornfield. Caw! Before Dani slid down from the dragon's back, a raven ignored the pressure of the megalosaurus and landed on a crooked willow tree by the roadside. "Caw, Your Majesty, good day." "That's good." Dani relaxed. This was Marona's animal companion, and it was reporting Kai Yuan's situation to her. She had been worried that Martaris would create a diversion. For example, he could arrange for 40 pterosaurs to ambush Meereen, while the other 30 would ambush Astapor or Kaiyuan. I couldn't blame her for thinking too much. Honestly, I already knew that there would be 100 Dragon Knight trainees in the first batch. It would be far too careless of me not to prepare for 70 Dragon Knight trainees. Dragon Queen was still worried about the 30 winged dragons she had imagined. White Mask, Morona, Goat, Gisela, and Wild Boar, Polo. After the 3 transfigureheads were revived by Dragon Queen's spirit bestowment, their strength had indeed increased. Naturally, they looked for new animal companions again. This time, Dani didn't let them use up all their contract slots. Instead, each of them found a raven as their partner. The Great Wall Commander-in-Chief Mormont was not the only crow that could talk in this world. The slave owners of Slavers Bay were extremely extravagant. What kind of rare birds did they not have? Finding 3 ravens that could only talk was too easy. One raven was in Meereen to pass on Kai Yuan's information to Dragon Queen while monitoring the nearby airspace. The other raven was raised by Tyrion and stayed in Old Gith. After that, it was a little magical. Gisela directly sent her raven to Matari's raven's nest. This idea was actually Tyrion's idea. Dragon Queen was worried about the remaining 70 pterosaurs. She asked the only pterosaur knight at the time to go to Madheris to scout the enemy's situation. It would be best if he could monitor the movements of the 70 pterosaurs at all times to ensure that they couldn't suddenly attack Slaver's Bay. There was no doubt that this mission was very dangerous. There was the possibility of honorable sacrifice. How could it not be honorable to sacrifice for the liberation of the slaves? General Wildfire refused to be honorable. His desire to live was very strong. First, he used John Clinton to fill in the "Old Dragon Knows the Way" trap. This time, he used Gisella's Raven to fill in the "Flying Reconnaissance" trap. He actually managed to avoid 2 of Dragon Queen's traps. Now that he had seen the speed of the Shadow Dragon, he was completely sure that if he really rode to Madheris to find the remaining 70 pterosaurs, there was a 90% chance that he would die honorably. Danny didn't know that pterosaurs were divided into swamp dragons and shadow dragons. She only thought that Tyrion's Tessa and the other 70 pterosaurs were about the same speed. As long as he was careful and didn't get surrounded, he should be able to escape even if he was discovered. Dragon Queen didn't really want to kill General Wildfire. It was just that she believed in one principle: everyone had their own value. If he took her things, he should fulfill his value for her. For example, Count Broken Shackles. For example, the little demon. She took him in, gave him a high position, gave him a noble identity, gave him good food, luxurious clothes, and gave him money to hold hands with the Red Saintess. Then he had to help her make wildfire. Tyrion was indeed a wildfire expert. He could only fulfill this value for the queen. Now, she gave him pterosaurs, accepted his loyalty, and made him Tessa's master. Then he should have the awareness of a dragon knight, bravely and fearlessly charge at the enemy. He should take on the responsibility of a dragon knight, to die for the dragon queen. Alright, Danny didn't deny it. Just like when she faced Jon Snow, she couldn't help but dig holes for him. After knowing the identity of the little demon's illegitimate son, she couldn't help but give him the same treatment. When she could dig holes, she would never fill them. However, the little demon was far smarter than Jon. Not only was he not reckless, he was also very steady. He told the Dragon Queen, Madheris must have built a crow's nest to be able to receive letters from New Zith and Tolos. A crow's nest often had dozens or hundreds of crows. When the ravens went out to deliver letters, they would often kidnap 1 or 2 wild ravens' mates back to the nest. They would even lay a nest of eggs halfway and bring a dozen or so young ravens home the next year. The scholar who was in charge of the crow's nest had seen too many similar things. He definitely wouldn't suspect that the extra ravens were spies. Danny wasn't a scholar, nor did she go to the City of Knowledge to study raven studies. She didn't know if Tyrion was bluffing. Later, after asking old Ymont, she confirmed that Tyrion came up with a genius spy plan. Making the shape-shifting ravens pretend to be tamed by the enemy's scholar, and then loyally deliver letters for the enemy. Don't you think that's awesome? Later, just as Tyrion predicted, Gisella's raven successfully found a girlfriend and a small nest in the crow's nest in the mayor's mansion in Madheris. He had a house and a girlfriend. Not only could the spy ravens monitor the airspace around Madheris, but they could also openly eavesdrop and read the enemy's letters without arousing any suspicion. The crow's nest was the place where letters were sent and received. If a letter was opened or read in the crow's nest, the raven spy could read and listen. Of course, if Jenny or a mage with strong mental power happened to go to the crow's nest, and Gisella was also in the state of raven spirit, then the story of Melisandre killing the 6 forms people would be repeated. However, Gisella didn't have to worry about repeating the same mistake as the 6 forms people. Even if her soul was severely damaged, Danny would help her heal. Fortunately, the raven spy not only happened to see the letter from his old friend, Grazadin, but also witnessed 41 pterosaurs taking off. After the Battle of Toros, Madheris no longer hid the pterosaurs. In order to boost the morale of the soldiers after the fall of Toros, Benny even arranged the dragon riders in the center of the camp outside the city. Your Majesty, found it. At noon, under the scorching sun, Grey Worm was sweating profusely as he pushed the straw aside and walked to the yellow road. Behind him, there was a row of 17 or 18 unsullied with flushed faces and hot bodies. Under the shade of the crooked willow tree, Danny, who was sitting on the roots to enjoy the cool air, stood up and looked up to see the horn in Grey Worm's hand. She was delighted and whispered to the raven, "Continue to keep an eye on the north. When you're free, go to the Dothraki Sea and pay special attention to the news of Khal Jacko." "Caw, yes, your majesty caw," the raven cawed for a while, flapped its wings and left the treetops, flying towards the sea of grass in the north. "Your majesty, fortunately, I did not disappoint you." Grey Worm walked to Danny's side and held a shiny black curved dragon horn with both hands. It was a bit like a goat horn, but it exuded a noble and dignified aura that even ordinary people could feel. There were circles of grooves on the surface, and in the grooves, fine runes were inlaid with steel and gold wires. The total length was only 30 centimeters, and when it stood upright on the table, it was only 20 centimeters tall. It was smaller than Danny had imagined. Small but delicate. Danny stroked the words on the horn and read with a playful expression, "I am the Dragon Slayer, the ruler of the Dragon King, punishing the sinful dragons and killing the rebellious dragons. Mortals have no right to make me make a sound. Fire in blood, blood in fire, I was born for Balerion. Very domineering. Today, let's see if I, a mortal, can make you sound." At her level, if she was still worried about the recoil from the horn, then she wouldn't even think about the wonderful thing of Jenny falling and Danny eating her fill. 2 years ago, when the 3 dragons were only half a year old, they had destroyed the dragon binder with her. Speaking of the dragon binder, now that she thought about it, it was a pity. Back then, she could only destroy the runes, but not the old dragon's soul. She could not absorb it through the spiritual bestowment, but now, perhaps, it was time to talk to you, Luin. I heard that he was about to get married with Cersei. Should I go and receive the gift? Blackie put on the blacksmith vest and Danny entered the Song of Wind state, operating the 9-colored vortex at full power. Level 2 Dragon Spirit, Blackie the blacksmith and Whitey the unemployed wanderer entered her consciousness. In her strongest state, Danny waved her hand and said to Grey Worm, "All of you stay away from me." At least 200 meters away. After Grey Worm left with the group of Unsullied, Danny raised her horn and opened her mouth. She frowned, suddenly remembering that this horn had been instigated by the 2-headed monster Benny countless times. It was a little disgusting. She used the fire manipulation spell to gather a ball of elemental flames and roasted the horn inside and out. After disinfecting it, she approached the scorching hot horn in a relaxed mood. Woo! At first, the sound of the horn was low and muffled, like a broken flute. But slowly, as a large amount of magic power was sucked away, the runes on the horn spread from the mouth to the top. Circles of light lit up, emitting a white-gold blazing light. Under the noon sun, the sky was already blazing white, but Grey Worm in the distance felt that the Dragon Queen was hugging a small sun emitting endless white light. He was actually a little dazzling. However, other than being dazzling, there was no soul-shaking feeling. Although the sound was loud, it did not have any killing power. "Who are you? You can actually revive me completely?" The voice that sounded like the sky was exploding rang in Danny's ears. Chapter 520. Who are you? The old voice sounded as if it was a woman who had lived for 10,000 years but had yet to die. After blowing the horn and lighting up all the runes, Danny's consciousness gradually left the Weeping Willow Road at noon in the real world and ascended to a strange dark red space. Empty, cold, scorching, heavy, oppressive, vast. On the floor that was about the same size as the People's Square in front of the Forbidden City in Beijing, a 15-meter-long red dragon curled up and crawled on the ground. At that moment, she was looking at Danny with a strange gaze. It was a very human-like gaze. More importantly, she could communicate with Danny. She seemed to be more intelligent than Blackie. "Who are you?" Danny asked. "You can blow the horn." don't you know who I am? The red dragon sighed with the voice of an old woman. This was a female dragon. Her voice had the vicissitudes of an old woman who had seen through the world. I know you're the dragon's soul in the Dragonslayer horn. I know you're the owner of the dragon horn that made this horn, but I don't know your identity in Valeglia. More accurately, I'm curious about your relationship with Balerion, Danny said. I'm Balerion, the red dragon said. Many Megalosaurus are called Balerion. My ancestor also had a black dragon called Black Death God Balerion. Danny floated to the opposite side of the red dragon and carefully observed her form. She was not much different from a normal Megalosaurus, but she was especially old and had a deep sense of age. Her body size did not match her age. Other than that, Danny could vaguely sense a demigod aura from her. It was very faint, like pouring a cup of Coke into a bathtub. She could vaguely smell it, but it was difficult to taste it. I know what you mean, but I'm Balerion, the first Balerion. The ancestor god of Valeglia, Balerion, used my name, the red dragon said calmly. If you're called Balerion, what was Balerion's original name? Danny asked curiously. He's called Sheepegg. What? The solemn expression on Danny's face cracked. The red dragon said indifferently, he is called Sheepegg, his second brother is called Sheephorn, and his third brother is called Sheepeye. The herdsmen of Valeglia who herded sheep for a living loved to name their children after the body parts of sheep. The sheep's egg was the sheep's whip, which represented glory and holiness in the tribe. Among the people of the Sheepegg tribe, only the children of the tribe leader are qualified to be called Sheepegg, just like how many powerful Megalosaurus were later named Balerion. Danny's body swayed. She felt as if her faith had been shattered. It turned out that the awesome Balerion was also Her Highness Xiao Biluo after turning off the beauty mask. But on second thought, it seemed that the name Sheepegg was very reasonable. Taizu of the Qing dynasty even called it wild boar skin. Later on, when he became the founder of the country, Nurhasai immediately changed from wild boar skin to holy child of light. His son also changed from the ordinary and unsophisticated Huang Taiji to the elegant and domineering Huang Taiji. Anyway, the Manchu language was created after the founding of the country, so whatever their descendants said was reasonable. What's your relationship with Sheepegg? Danny asked again. The relationship between you and your dragon is the same as the relationship between him and me. The red dragon's tone was no longer calm. It was very complicated. There was sadness, nostalgia, longing, and also some resentment. You are his dragon, a dragon with a dragon spirit? Why is your body so small? I can sense that the soul projection here is similar to the physical form. You are only 15 meters tall. Even if Danny had already guessed it, when she heard the red dragon say it, she was still surprised. Under normal circumstances, the bigger the Megalosaurus, the stronger they were. Could it be that as a creation of the first generation of blood magic, the red dragon's body was flawed? I said, my relationship with him is the same as yours and yours. You only have a dragon spirit relationship with the two of them? Hee, they are still your children, right? The red dragon's gaze had a kind of indifference as if it had seen through everything. There was also a kind of intimacy that made Danny very uncomfortable. Yes, she could feel that the red dragon was very friendly to her, so friendly that it was close. Could it be that my dragon mother attribute attracted it, and it wants me to be its mother? Danny thought absurdly. That's right, they are all my children. I hatched them from the stone egg. 5 dragons, the ones with my dragon spirit now are the eldest and the second. Big Black, Little White, come out and meet the guests. Whoosh! 2 beams of light, one black and one white, shot out from between Danny's eyebrows. In just an instant, they expanded into 2 Megalosaurus. Big Black was 30 meters long, and Little White was more than 20 meters long. Compared to the skinny red dragon, both of them were greatly enlightened. Not only were they big, but the power and divine power they exuded, Big Black could not control every strand of power as precisely as Danny could. After separating from Danny's soul, it wantonly exuded the power of a demigod blacksmith, causing the entire black and red space to shake a few times. The red dragon's bright red eyes lit up and then dimmed. She said calmly, "You are indeed a demigod. I am also a demigod, but my body is not even as big as a 3-year-old dragon whelp. When I was 2 years old, the news of the Megalosaurus reappearing in the world was known by the mages. Sigh, it was hard not to know about the surge of magic power. That time, Sheepegg was in a life and death crisis. Dozens of mages from the eastern barbarian land wanted to snatch his dragon, which was me. I was trapped in a barbed wire net and could not break free. He was about to be killed. In extreme anxiety, I entered with him for the first time. It was a very strange state. My magic power foundation and soul were fused with him. You may not understand, I understand. I call it overclocking fusion, or super godly state. I never thought that Sheepegg and I would have such a similar experience. I was also in danger. There were evil mages who wanted to snatch my dragon. It was Big Black who fused with me on his own accord, said Danny in surprise. She always thought that it was an original idea to let Big Black and Little White copy the 9-colored vortex in her mind. Big Black's magic power foundation fusion with her was also unique. She never thought that Sheepegg could do it 6,000 years ago. Megalosaurus has always been feared and coveted by others. It is not surprising that you have a similar experience. The red dragon nodded slightly, then looked at Big Black with a puzzled expression. It asked, "Does your super godly state not have any side effects?" "The side effects are huge," said Danny with lingering fear. "The reason why my body is so small is because of that fusion. But your black dragon is full of vigor. It does not seem like you have experienced the decline of your vitality and spirit," said the red dragon in surprise. "So that's why." Danny was enlightened. No wonder the Dragon Slayer was the most powerful of the 3 dragon horns, but the dragon horn was much smaller than that of the dragon binder. "I have a special healing spell." She did not intend to reveal her secret. "Sigh, you are very lucky." The red dragon saw through her thoughts and did not ask for more details. "Hiss, yes, I am very lucky." Big Black approached Danny. Its voice rumbled like thunder, creating a huge echo in the space. Hiss, Little White also made a sound. Danny smiled gently at the two of them, then turned to the red dragon and asked, "Since you are a demigod, why were you sealed in the dragon horn and became the dragon horn?" Although she did not know if demigods could live forever, it should not be a problem for them to live for thousands of years. For example, immortals, rat chefs, black goats. The red dragon sighed sadly and asked in return, "How much divine power do you feel in me?" "Almost none. Your soul gives me a feeling of emptiness, as if you have the soul of a demigod but no magic power. The divine power aura is so thin that I can barely feel it," said Danny in confusion. "Because I gave all my power to Sheepegg." "How?" asked Danny in surprise. The red dragon looked deeply at Danny and said, "Just never remove the godlike state." "Ah!" This answer was too unexpected. Danny could not help but exclaim softly. "If you don't remove the godlike state, won't the Megalosaurus die?" The red dragon nodded slightly and sighed. "In the godlike state, my magic power, my soul, and my divine power were all poured into Sheepegg's spiritual sea without leaving a drop behind, perfectly fusing with him. And my physical body lost its soul, divine power, and magic power, and naturally slowly entered death. In fact, only 3 days passed, and my body began to rot. So, I died, and the soul I left in his spiritual sea became a dead soul. My magic power, divine power, and even my understanding of fire all belonged to him. However, although I died, because I was in the dragon spirit state with him, the dead soul did not enter the world of death. Instead, it was in a strange state. Well, it's like what you see now. Sheepegg kept my soul in the dragon horn and made it into the dragon's horn." Danny's face became extremely ugly, like an ordinary mother hearing another mother kill her own child. She said coldly, "What is Sheepegg thinking? It's just magic power, how could he kill his own dragon so cruelly?" "You're his child." "Yes, I'm his child. He used blood magic to create me. I have his blood in my body, and he has my blood in his body. Our blood is truly intertwined. However, don't misunderstand. My relationship with him is no worse than yours with your dragon. I'm willing to sacrifice everything for him, even my life." Dani was stunned. She looked at the red dragon in front of her, whose eyes were calm and tone was too calm. Then she turned her head and looked at Dahe, who happened to be looking over with his eyes wide open. She was silent. The red dragon's gaze swept back and forth between Dani and her two megalosaurus. After a while, it said meaningfully, "This world is very special. Mortals can't break through the last barrier through cultivation." 500 years after reaching the peak of demigod, Sheepegg almost couldn't go any further. He was very unwilling. His dream has always been to master the Song of Fire and become the god of fire. Since he was so eager to become a god, I had no reason not to help him. I'm also at the peak of demigod and have some understanding of the Song of Fire. Our meditation foundation comes from the same source, and the demigod magic core has no stagnation and is perfectly integrated. As we guessed before, after Sheepegg got everything from me, his strength went one step further. He surpassed demigod and is half a step into the threshold of true god. His strength is enough to break Lalo's restraints on the Song of Fire and begin to compose his own Song of Fire. Is it worth it? It's just the Song of Fire. Dani smiled bitterly. Moreover, Sheepegg was still a demigod, which meant that he had hit a bottleneck again. I think it's worth it. The red dragon didn't force it or hesitate at all. Sigh. Dani could only sigh. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.